Bom dia, autoridade.
Good morning, everyone, ladies and gentlemen. We're here for the second day of the second International Seminar of Restorative Justice and Environment. This morning, we're going to hear several speakers, several presentations about different subjects related to restorative justice. To start with, today we're going to have experiences of reintegration and prevention in restorative justice. To coordinate the works, I invite Professor Egilberto Penido. Dr. Egilberto Penido is a judge in São Paulo. He has a training in transformative mediation and restorative justice, and he's developing actions in this field since 2004. He's the coordinator of the managing group of restorative justice in São Paulo, and he's a member of the manager committee of restorative justice of the National Council of Justice. He studied in INFA, and he will coordinate the first panel this morning. We're waking up after a repairing night of sleep, after a really rich day, inspiring day. Well, let's warm up. It's my obligation to be a moderator, a facilitator here. Maybe one of the most challenging and intense and complex tasks is to be a moderator or facilitator. It's not easy. Those who have been working with the circular processes and the methodologies of circles, they know how challenging it is to be a restorative facilitator and trust in a group and actually have a quality of presence of no judgment. Well, we have a challenge related to time. We are starting pretty much 20 minutes late. Sorry for that, but we'll catch up. One of the functions, one of the qualities of the person who's facilitating it to deal with improvisation. So without further ado, I want to call to the table the panelists, the speakers who will share their experiences, their knowledge. So I ask Professor Lauren Walker to come here. Professor Arthur Dick. And Professor and my colleague Solange Heimberg. It's also part of this panel, the judge, Colleen Sheehan. She's far, she's online. We have this challenge. We have the time. The technologies makes us closer more and more. And on the other hand, sometimes we have some interferences. We are in a connection with Judge Colleen. And because of that, we're going to start with her because it's early morning there. She woke up since 4 a.m. there. But we have a challenge, which is maybe the image. We will have only her voice, but let's exercise concentration, okay, of presence, because the experience of Judge Colleen is really important, really rich in the field of childhood, in one of the most important fields of application of restorative practices in the court, the child and teenage court that she coordinates in the United States, the work with community, with policy. So this panel has the objective to inspire us, just like every other, to work about the experiences, just like Thomas, the apostle. We don't see that it's just an imagination. We can actually see things are happening. It's actually possible to deal with violence without striking back with violence. It's possible for us to have actions that will restore bonds, connections, and the compassionate nature of each one of us. So this is the importance of this table. Yesterday, we had in the majority a focus on environment, right? Today, we're going to have a greater focus on this panel. And its majority, it's going to be the work that is intertwined, especially in environments that challenge us, institutional challenges that we have. So we know the restorative justice works in the relationship with the other person, in the relationship with ourselves, in the relationship with the environment, not only the institutional environment, but also the environment of this blue planet. So how can we do that with a social approach? The deconstruction of restorative justice, not only a deconstruction of the paradigm of punishment, it's also a deconstruction of individualism. How can we do that in cooperation? Building actions that are common sense. And common sense is not everyone thinking the same way, but how can we co-live in diversity? So we deconstruct a punishment paradigm of individualism, and we deconstruct a third paradigm, which is the paradigm that we're not going in a fast. We're not going to be superficial, not going to be shallow. One of the mottos that we have in São Paulo is, we move slow because we are in a hurry. We got to make progress with quality, you know. We got to get where we are going with the transformative sequence that we need. Restorative justice is not bargain, it's not mediation, it's not conciliation, victim, offender. It's more than that. So that's the suggestion that we have. Well, I don't want to speak a lot in this approach because Judge Colleen is waiting for us. I am going to talk something else later to you, but I want to make some acknowledgments here, and I start thanking. And it's like an opening ceremony here, and maybe those who work with restorative justice, they know the importance of the opening ceremonies. To every people and every being that keep the flame alive of restorative justice until today. For those who are moving forward with so many challenges, with so much braveness, in its core sense of the world, which is a heart in action to face different challenges. I want to thank particularly the organizers of this event, and I thank my colleague and friend Raquel, also my dear friend and Professor João Salm, everybody who's working on the organization of support for this event, people who are the operational part, the translations, everybody who's here from far and have been so kind and generous and are here to inspire us. Just like Paulo Freire says, give us hope with their examples, with your practices, with your testimonials, right? That it's possible, it's happening. And I also want to thank the friends. There's something good of the restorative justice is that it puts us in connection with significant people. We are fulfilled with these people. And I also want to thank especially our colleagues from the National Council of Justice, from the community of restorative justice, who are teaching me and inspiring me so much. And I do that in the presence of Alexandre Teixeira Cunha, who's here, and my colleague Jurema, dear colleague, because we had a great challenge if restorative justice was supposed to be or not part of the systems. And nowadays, we see that the challenge goes on and it's even bigger, but it's important. We believe it's possible, we can make it, we can transform our institutions from the inside. We saw that yesterday, and Councillor Alexandre is on his way. He's been with among us for 2 months, but he has this energy that involves braveness, and we are here to serve. This is an important question. What are we serving? Who are we serving? This should be something that we should incorporate in our action. I'm sorry for talking so long, and we're going to start this really rich conversation with this sharing of experiences. Every panelist will have 20 minutes to talk, and then we're going to talk with Judge Colleen. She has already been here in Brazil in 2015 in Santos, when we had the opportunity to see the power of her person. Now, let's see how our technology sustains this communication. Let me ask Marcos, can we already give the floor to Colleen? If so, please someone sign me. Okay, we're gonna start.
A toda fala antecede silêncio.
Before every word, there is silence, which is also very rich.
Marcos.
Marcus, do we have any hope? Always. More and more each day. Hi, Judge Colleen, can you hear us now? Can you hear us now? Hi, Judge Colleen, can you hear us now?
Eu quero aproveitar esse momento também. E ontem nós tivemos várias falas com relação ao meio ambiente e dizer que, particularmente, eu também tenho um sonho, todos nós temos e sonhamos juntos, que um dia a nossa Constituição tenha presente um artigo semelhante que tem na Constituição do Equador e na Bolívia, que é colocar expressa.
We hope one day our Constitution will have in its text the rights of nature, just like Bolivia and Ecuador have done. It's not that the current principles may not reinforce that, but I would like to emphasize that restorative justice might be a great path for this to become a reality. I'd like also to take this opportunity to honor and thank our colleagues from Rio Grande do Sul, who we've been following from a distance what's going on in Rio Grande do Sul, but closer to some groups we've seen colleagues such as Federal Appeals Judge, our colleague Vera Del Boni, Prosecutor Sergio Desembar, Marcelo Melisa, Fabio Herge, who have gone to great lengths to even apply restorative justice practices in this terrible situation that's going on in the South. And they have called our attention to how in these situations of crisis, in face of so many tragedies, the best of human beings comes out. And it doesn't come out as a magic trick. It's because it was there. If there is some restoration to be done with restorative justice, it is this restoration of our connection to our compassionate nature. And these opportunities show that we do have that in us, but we have layers covering that. And restorative justice makes it possible for us to get to this essence, not just in moments of crisis, but every day in everything that affects us. But I'm here now waiting for a sign that we can start. Otherwise, we could maybe just switch the order and start and hear from our colleague, Judge Colleen, is the second panelist. If anyone could tell me how the connection is going. Judge Colleen, can you hear us now? Judge Colleen, can you hear us now? It's not possible, right? I can't hear you.
Então,
So we're now switching order. We're going to start with Professor Arthur Dick, who's going to bring us his experience, especially with the COSA methodology, which is so inspiring, working with people who are deeply stigmatized, and how this experience has gone through very effectively and efficiently with very low recurring actions, offenses in very challenging contexts. Offenses, that's the word I was looking for. Professor Arthur Dick, thank you for your presence.
The invitation to come here, excuse me, I don't need that, and the opportunity to speak about a program I've been involved with for many years now. It's called Circles of Support and Accountability. This program came to fruition in the 1990s when there was a pedophile being released back into the community after having served his prison term. And the police made it known to the residents of this community that he was going to be released, and of course there was an uproar. How could we allow such a dangerous person into our neighborhood again? And so the police were forced to reconsider where they were going to release him. And they tried down the road a few hundred kilometers to another city, and history repeated itself. The community found out and again refused to have this person in their community. As it turns out, there was a pastor and a church who decided they would like to try something different, that they would step in that gap between the police, the offender, and the community, and see whether they could offer assurances on all sides that they would help this individual to live in the community in a safe way without recommitting any offenses. The police were dubious. The community was dubious. But somehow this pastor by the name of Harry Nye was persuasive and said, let's give it a try. So he got some volunteers together from his church, and he got some individuals, one of the detectives from the police force, and a few other people from the community to form a circle around this individual. And he was released back into the community, and instead of reoffending within the next few weeks that they expected that he would, he lived in the community. He did not reoffend. And everybody was amazed. Well, the community down the road said, well, we've got this happening too. Let's us give it a try. And so they did. They said, hey, this is working for us too. We involve these individuals in relationships that are supportive, that are encouraging, that promote living a crime-free life. Something happens to these individuals. When they are in these relationships, they become very important. They are motivated not to damage those relationships by not reoffending. And that was really the beginning of the program. It spread across Canada, and then internationally to Europe, England, UK, to the United States. And in the number of years since that first circle, the program has shown its value over and over again in answering the question, what can we do with these, the worst of offenders, pedophiles, sexual offenders who are being released into the community? What can we do to keep our community safe? And what can we do to keep these individuals safe? As you have heard, I already inferred that relationship is the key to all of this. The power of relationship is incredible. It keeps us on the straight and narrow when we don't want to be on the straight and narrow. It has power even over the most socially marginalized individuals. The few exceptions might be where these individuals are suffering from a form of sociopathy or pathology that prevents them from processing what is going on in the world, where they don't have a set of morals, are not able to determine what is right and wrong. And even then, when you surround them with a group of people who are genuinely interested in them as individuals, who aren't paid to be there, it can have profound effects on people. And I told the story yesterday of a young man who is currently in our program. He started in our program about 8 years ago. You may ask, well, how long does this program run? It runs as long as it needs to, as long as it is proving to be of benefit. And over the years, the number of people in this circle have turned over several times, and the form of that circle has changed. And this individual who had a high probability of reoffending within a short period of time decided that he wasn't going to offend anymore. That didn't mean that he didn't keep breaching his conditions. You know, most people who are released from jail with these offenses, they're very strict about where they can go, who they can see, what they can do. Basically anything to keep them away from children, anything to keep them away from the internet, which drives their fantasies. They're put under medical direction by psychiatrists, and quite often are given an androgen that lowers their testosterone level to 0. And it's amazing what that alone can do in helping to make their brain function better. It's amazing how much you can get done when your head is not so full of fantasies that you just want to stay in your room and masturbate all day. And he had to go back to jail 4 times. Last time he left a boyfriend in the community who was a meth addict, and by this time he also had become addicted to meth. And while he was in jail, his boyfriend OD'd. A horrendous shock to him. He had called us to go and check on him to see whether his boyfriend was okay. He wasn't. And when he came out of jail that time, he had made a decision, I'm not going to keep living like this anymore. I'm not going to touch drugs anymore. I've been given a golden ticket. Had I been out of jail when my boyfriend died, I would be dead too. We shared drugs, we shared needles, we shared hepatitis, we shared everything. And so he declared he was going to be free from crime. In 2 years, he finished an additional 9-day sentence and 2 years of probation. And 2 years ago, we celebrated his being free from the justice system from the age, this was the first time since the age of 17. He also became involved in the church that I work out of, as did a number of other people who had the same problem that he did. During COVID, we handed out about 300 meals a day to the community members. And if it had not been for the fellows from the halfway houses coming over to help make these meals, we would not have been able to do it. And you should have seen their faces when they saw that they had an opportunity to contribute back to society. For the first time, we're not taking, but we're actually giving back. And a few years ago, I had started baking before COVID became the item in the news. And we decided, well, let's try doing this at church. So I asked him if he would like to come on as one of our bakers. And he was absolutely thrilled. And he started baking. He started baking by doing the measuring. He wouldn't allow any measurement to be a gram off. It had to be exact. And so he was very good at assembling things, assembling recipes. What he was not good at, and you can imagine this, was that he could not adapt to any change in the recipe. If we decided to do something in a different order, in a different way, he couldn't do that. But even that, over time, he's developed the ability to do that. And he is our lead baker now, and he's there this week with 2 other bakers, and they're putting an order of bread together to sell at a market this weekend. And the amazing thing is that this gentleman is not the exception. You can see this pattern evolving in all the people who get involved in this program. And I should point out at this point, they're involved in this program because they want to be. It has to be a volunteer program. You have to be able to want to take acknowledgement for the harm that you have done. You want to know that you have to change things. It's a very wise man who once said, nothing changes unless somebody is willing to change it. And people have matured and they've become productive citizens. And if you had gone back 10 years in time and 15 years in time, you never would have thought that this was possible. I'll just throw out a quick statistic for you. There's lots you can look up on the internet, all kinds of research papers out there now. But the rate of recidivism for people who are involved in the Circles of Support and Accountability program drops by from 70 to 90%. That is, there are 70 to 90% less chance of re-offending than if they are not in the program. As I said at the beginning, I put that down to the power of relationship. If I can remember the words correctly, Bishop Desmond Tutu said that we only realize who we are when we are in a relationship with others. We only realize who we are when we are in a relationship with others. And none of us live on this planet by ourselves. There is very little we can accomplish on our own, but when we are with others, anything is possible. Thank you.
Obrigado.
Thank you, Professor Arthur. I didn't read your biography. I apologize. Yesterday, the professor had the time to share with a little more deepness in a workshop, right? These powerful experiences that show, just like was said before, that it's possible and damage happens in relationships. And it's also in relationships that the heals and transformation happens. Thank you for sharing. And I'm just going to finalize. It will be a little weird, but I'm going to read Arthur's biography, okay? He's the coordinator of Circles of Support and Accountability, COSA, a community program to help sex offenders safely reintegrate into society. He is responsible for liaising with agencies involved in managing core members. That's what we heard him saying. He co-coordinates the Focus Forward program for the reintegration of sex offenders in Edmonton, Alberta. He holds a master's in divinity, church and family ministry, and a BA in religion from Carleton University. Thank you again. Well, we established the connection with Judge Colleen, so I am also going to read really brief her resume. Judge Colleen was elected the judge of the Cook Shire in 2000. He worked in Supreme Court of Illinois in a strategic planning committee, and she was the founding member of the Judicial Council of Illinois. She's passionate about restorative justice, and in 2016, she led a team to create an innovative restorative justice community court in Cook County. She currently serves as judicial legal counsel consultant for Redeploy Illinois, an organization that seeks to reduce juvenile incarceration. So we give the floor to Judge Colleen. Judge Colleen, you hear us? Okay.
This conference to share with you restorative justice at the I'm sorry I can't be there with you today or on video presentation. and all that I can offer you is my voice and my story. I became a judge. I was a judge for about 20 years in the criminal and juvenile justice systems in Chicago. In my later years as a judge, started to hear juvenile court cases, and I quickly realized that juvenile court cases here in juvenile court, I had my probation, and something happened that never happened to me before in the adult system, and that was a probation officer would come to court on Monday after I had seen a child on Thursday and tell me that the child had been killed. In that first year, when I was sitting as a judge in juvenile court, 5 children that were on my probation were murdered. The next year, 12 children who were on my probation had been murdered. And this was obviously very disturbing, and it was something that it just didn't happen when I sat as a judge in the adult system. And I was very concerned and really wanted to do more than just sit with a robe on behind a bench and hear cases. I thought that there was something, I didn't know what it was, but there's something that that I should be doing, or that I could be doing to help with this. One of the things that happens, you know, in Chicago, and I'm sure many places, when there is an increase of violence or an increase of murders, everyone wants to know what can we do about it? What can be done? And in this particular time, this was probably about 2006, there were many town hall meetings, or the police would have a reaction and they would implement policies, the schools would implement policies, even the courts would try to implement new policies to try to deal with gun violence, try to deal with murders, particularly murders of children, sometimes children murdering other children. And what I noticed was that in all these conversations, the community seemed to be missing from these conversations. And what I mean by that is they were missing from identifying what the problems were and identifying what the solutions were, and also being a part of the work to try to address some of these issues. So, you know, and I spoke to a number of high school students during the year of 2006. And in my time speaking with them, they were, this is before we had cell phones and video. I mean, we had cell phones, but not really with videos. And so they really just wanted to know, like, why the police were getting away with it. And I don't know how much you've heard about Chicago and other places in the United States where, you know, there's been many videos of police behaving in a way that results in the death of people that are in their custody. And while I had worked as an attorney and as a judge in the criminal and juvenile justice system, I think I was naive in my understanding about how the community, particularly the African American community and the Hispanic community, were what their relationship was with the police. So I hadn't really heard of restorative justice, but I did think that it would be a good thing if police and community and youth could all come together and have a conversation, not in the height of crisis when things are happening on the street, but in a safe space where people could have a conversation about their relationship with each other. And so I created a day-long, first of all, I met some people in Chicago who were doing peace circles, restorative justice peace circles. And I asked them if they could help facilitate conversation between youth and police. And we had a most remarkable day of conversation and sharing and tears and laughter and real communication. And it was really quite magical. And I was hooked. I was hooked on the the magic and the effectiveness of restorative justice, and in particular the peace circles. And it was a wonderful day, but it was just that. It was a day. And I did a few more of these throughout the years. And I just always thought that I wanted to bring a more effective way to bring those peace circles and bring the community into some of these problem-solving issues within the criminal and juvenile justice system. So during that time of 2006, so a decade of work, I would go into the community a lot. I always said yes. I spoke at many community organizations and schools, and was developing a relationship with the community. And in 2006, there was a political opportunity, there was a financial opportunity to do a bit more with regard to restorative justice. My chief judge didn't really know that much about restorative justice, and he knew that I was working in this area, and he asked me if there was a way in which to implement restorative justice within the criminal court system. And I quickly said yes. I didn't know how that would be done, and but I knew that, you know, if he was asking me, that I was going to try to find a way to get that done. Now, at this point in 2016, there was a lot of eye rolling, or people would be like, "Oh, what is this restorative justice? This is soft on crime. This doesn't work." And so I was an outlier. People thought I was a little, crazy for even trying to do this and bring this concept into the criminal juvenile justice systems. And one weekend, I wrote a vision action plan on how we could implement this restorative justice court into the community. It would be a community restorative justice court. Chicago did not have a community court at the time. It didn't exist, and there was no place in the community to have a court. And it was really a dream. I didn't think it would go any further than the dream. But as I began kind of taking this idea to the community and talking to the community, they became at first they were not too thrilled about it, because, as many of you know, restorative justice is a community-centered thing. And when the system or the state get involved, it sort of overtakes things, and the community is pushed aside, and it then dilutes what really, especially the peace circles, are about. It becomes something other than a true community peace circle and true communication within the context of restorative justice. And I was quite surprised, actually, that they were not very enthusiastic about it at first, because I thought, oh, this is such a great idea. I'm asking them. I would say about a good year of conversation with the community, because I would have these conversations in circle with the community, and every time I did, they would tell me, what they didn't want, what their fears were, what they did want, and I would go back to the drawing board, and I would work with the idea of how we could do this. And then I was working with a priest in the community, and he had suggested if it was an actual court within the community, not a criminal or a juvenile court attached to a courthouse, but rather their own court, that there might be more positive reception toward it. And that was really the turning point with the community. They began to really accept it. They began to get excited about it. They began to have ideas about it. And every time I would go out to speak within the community, I would sort of have a sickening feeling, because I didn't really have any authority to create any kind of community court, and people were getting very excited about it, and they were just sort of moving ahead with the idea. But I knew that there was a whole lot more that had to be approved and gone over with the system people. I knew that you couldn't just throw up a community court. So I asked my chief judge if I could. At the beginning, I was focused much more on speaking with the community and trying to get their buy-in and trying to get their understanding of what they would like. After I did have the buy-in, I went to the police and the state and the public defenders and the judges to ask them, what they thought about it. I made a presentation to them, and my chief judge said, "Keep going, keep trying to do this." Well, we were able to get a community, North Lawndale community, to partner with us, and they were very excited about doing this. And then we received a grant. We received about $200,000, and this grant was supposed to help us design and then implement a restorative justice community court. And we had about a year of an opportunity to sort of design it, and then we had a year of implementation of it. And when we decided to design the restorative justice community court, I knew that it would have no meaning unless there was an equal partnership with the community in the court. So we created working groups, and we created a steering committee that was comprised equally of community partners and system partners. And we began to go about the business to think, how would we do this? How would these cases come into the court? So it was decided that they were non-juveniles. We worked with a population from 18 to 26, that is, as we would call them, emerging adults. And these, we didn't want to cast a bigger net. We didn't want to get people into the system that would not have been in the system. And so we took people who, we didn't take really the low-hanging fruit, as it were, either. We took people who would, but for this court, definitely be placed on probation, or they would be going to prison, but for the court. They had to live within a certain area, and they had to volunteer. They weren't forced to be in this program. Once they decided that they would be in this type of program, the community would hold circles, and as I heard the other speaker talk, it took as long as it took. There would be pre-circle work. They would hold circles, and it was decided by the community, and including in the circles, the offender, the victim. It was decided what would repair that harm from crime. And in our case, we had what would repair the harm from crime was as different as the people that were in the court. I mean, we had people who wanted to be musicians, and we had people like writing songs, singing in court. People wanted to be entrepreneurs, and the community hooked them up with people who could help them with that. It's not just, it all sounds lovely, and there were moments that were really, really inspiring. But there were also a lot of bumps in the road. There were a lot of challenges in the road. There was an ingrained distrust of community to the court system. And we wrote out some of those bumpier times. It wasn't easy. In fact, it was probably one of the hardest things I've ever done, was to try to take a system that was hundreds of years old, that had a history of oppression to certain people, and create something that there would be true justice and trust. We worked on this for about 2 years, and after about 2 years, the chief judge decided that it was a success. And currently, today in Cook County, there are currently 4 communities that have a restorative justice community. So various neighborhoods, excuse me, contained within the city of Chicago and the southern suburbs that do have a restorative justice community court. It was and I'll just say one caveat about this. It was my hope that the community would be very, very involved, and this is one of the problems that we encountered. I think people were really enthusiastic, but it was really difficult to get people um, to participate in a real consistent way, because sometimes it just doesn't, you just don't have one circle and you're done. And even after the circle's done, the community still has to be involved in making sure that there is a repair of harm from the crime that was committed. I wish that if I could have done it all over again, I would have wished that we would have had an entire year, even 2 years of doing nothing but building relationships with the community, because that was such an important thing. If anybody would ever be trying to ask me, like, what could they do in their community, I would say, that relationship building is so, so important. And, we were trying to build relationships with system and community players. But we were also at the same time trying to fit in a framework that worked for the traditional criminal justice system and trying to design a court. And on our court, once somebody agreed to participate, they sat in the circle, a repair of harm agreement would be created. So that would be what the things that were needed to be done. And once those things were done or completed, the felony case would be dismissed against the defendant. So it was a real opportunity for the defendant not to have a felony record, not to have to go to prison, and for the community to engage with this emerging adult and have a positive impact, and also for the emerging adult to have a positive impact on his or her community. As I said, I think as it stands today, that was 2016 that we started it. I think the courts opened in 2017. And so now we're going on 7 years. Of course, we had COVID in between that time, and things kind of shut down when COVID was there. But I think this is still a growing process. It just is always something that, like in any relationship, it takes work, it takes commitment, and I'm happy to see that, although sometimes I wish that there was it was more organic or it was more community centric, I'm happy to see that people are starting to think about restorative justice in a different way and a possible way in which to have better communication. I see judges that were quite skeptical about the concept of restorative justice who are now presiding in restorative justice courtrooms, and they are very enthusiastic about the idea of restorative justice. So all in all, I do think it's a good thing, and I hope that it continues, and I hope the community even participates more and more. I guess I will stop talking. I know. I mean, myself, I have another commitment I have to go to, and I'm happy to answer any questions for the next 5 minutes or so. But I understand if you can't do that, but I'm available. So thank you. Hello.
Se puderem agradecer. Primeiro, eu agradeço toda a equipe, né, que fez essa conexão. Eu sei que não foi fácil. E se puderem agradecer...
Easy. I know it was not easy. If you can thank Judge Colleen. We have this challenge related to time, but even though we're going to leave the Q&A session to the end, do you have a punctual question? I know what we've been listening is really instigating. I know we have questions that are opening before our eyes. We're seeing once again the focus in community. But, okay, Carla.
Então, nós vamos levar essa...
Okay, so is it possible, technical team, is Colleen listening to us right now? Colleen, can you hear us? Judge Colleen? Okay.
Perfeito, farei.
Okay, so Judge Colleen, how would you give more power and align the communitary relationships? What do you suggest as knowledge production that has been contributed so that these connections are stronger and stronger?
Well, that's a really difficult thing to do. I had the opportunity to meet Barack Obama twice, and I read in the First Lady's book about how he was a community organizer, and I've often wanted to ask him the question, which was easier, being a community organizer in the city of Chicago or being president of the United States? And I'm sure he would say being president of the United States was easier than being a community organizer in the city of Chicago. It's a difficult thing because it takes a lot of time and work. And I suppose you just keep on cultivating, and community leaders have to inspire people to, or encourage people to be a part of it. We did offer a monetary compensation in the beginning. It was very small, and as we grew, it was a little bit better. And to respect them and to respect the decision that they made when we said, you all come up with the solution, or you all will figure out how to repair this harmful crime. I don't think there was ever a time where I stepped in that I said, no, this isn't going to work. I mean, I respected the decisions that they made. Also, I mean, it was small things like I made sure that with every community person that was involved with the court, I either took them to lunch, took them for coffee, had a conversation with them. Who were they? Who was I? And just began to know them as human beings. And quite frankly, sometimes I think the community is much harsher in their sort of their decisions than maybe I would have been. There's no magic pill. There's no magic solution. It just takes hard work, and it takes constant communication. And it's like any relationship that requires trust. Once you have, you build that trust, and then someone trusts you, and then they trust you again, and you keep doing it. If there's a breach of trust, and we did have breaches of trust, then you use restorative justice to try to understand why there was a breach, why the communication, there was a breakdown in communication, and you try to understand each other. So, I mean, that's not an easy answer. It just takes a lot of work in trust building, and that's trust building is doing what you say you're going to do, respecting people, and I think that's. I don't know if that's a satisfying answer, but that's what I would say.
Yes, Carla is nodding here positively, and we also agree. This is what we've been trying here in Brazil: work, 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 constant work, right? So I think Judge Colleen for being so generous and giving from her time and sharing her experiences with us, And we'll keep in touch and we'll move on with this conversation. And we have more speakers now. Well, moving on. We will hear now from Professor Laureen Walker. I'm gonna read briefly her presentation, her resume summarized. She's a health educator, social scientist, and licensed attorney based in Hawaii, who studies how people learn, increase resilience, and address trauma and social issues. Her work focuses on finding ways to systematically change the use of the criminal legal system to address social problems. She leads the Friends of Restorative Justice in Hawaii, and she's an associate professor of practice in the College of Arts and Sciences in Manoa, and a law professor at the William S. Richardson School of Law. And she's the author of over 60 publications. She has trained thousands of people. She's a senior Fulbright specialist in peacemaking and conflict management. And she has been interviewed by Oprah, Network, NPR, and CNN. So I had the chance to read a little from her works yesterday. She was really generous to share some things in workshops. It's a powerful job that you do with health, short therapy, and all the experience that you have as a professor, a Montessori professor. She's really experienced in health, in public health. The results are really impressive, and this is what we will have the privilege to hear from. So please, Professor Lauren.
Thank you so much. Aloha from Hawaii. Resilient people, you remind me of my Polynesian friends. You have the same laid back, very comfortable personalities, and I feel very comfortable always in Brazil, so mahalo for inviting me today. And I'm going to talk specifically about a process we developed. We developed it, we tested it, we developed it and tested it, and it's been used in the Hawaii prison system and for pre-trial defendants in federal court. So before someone is sentenced, which is unusual. Usually restorative justice judges like the person to be convicted first. They want already the person to be convicted. We have used it for people who have not been, well, they've been convicted, but they were not sentenced. So it prepared them for going to be sentenced, for going into prison, and also we've used it for people who are in prison. And it's re-entry for the people coming out of prison, and it's entry for the people who are going into prison. We've been doing it for 20 years. We used public health approaches, which we believe restorative justice, the modern restorative justice, is a public health approach, but we acknowledge that the roots of restorative justice come from our indigenous populations. Indigenous people have never stopped using talking circles. The Western people did, they stopped. And in about 1970, Howard Zehr, others noticed, oh, it's a good idea to bring people together and on their own. And then they noticed, oh, you know, indigenous people have always done this. So we acknowledge our indigenous people. Our practice that we use has been written about, the differences between what we call huikahi reentry circles. It's been compared to the Hawaiian practice called ho'oponopono, which is a native Hawaiian practice. It is different from what we do. But if you want to learn about it, my colleague and friend Melina Kalakakui and I have written a very extensive paper that describes the differences and similarities between the practices. We want to make sure that the indigenous approach, ho'oponopono, receives its respect because it is different, and it's different from what we do. We do our practice, the reentry circle, it's secular. You do not have to bring spirituality into it, but you can. You're welcome to, but you don't have to. And as my colleague said, it's based on relationship for the person who is incarcerated or the person who's going to go to prison. And the community that they involve is their community, the people that they believe are their supporters, they invite to come meet with them in a circle. We also include at least one person who works at the prison or who works for them in the probation office, somebody who is in the system. And it's facilitated by a facilitator that we train. Our practice, our methodology uses solution-focused brief therapy, which is a very strength-based practice. We look at what is good about people. What are the good things that they're doing? Even if the person is engaging in pedophilia or something. What are the good things? Oh, he's working. How do you work every day at a bakery? How are you able to get up and, you face the public? What are the good things? What have you accomplished? And then, importantly, is what do you want for your future? Instead of focusing on what you don't want, the problems, the hardship, the difficulties we all face. We all face trauma. Nobody here is going to get out of life alive. We are all going to ultimately face very serious trauma. None of us escape trauma. Everyone we love eventually is going to die. We are going to die. So we believe it's important to build resiliency, and the people that we work with, most of them have suffered from lots of poverty, lots and lots of poverty. The state of Hawaii, sadly, only 18% of its population today is Native Hawaiian. Yet, the population in prison is almost 50% Native Hawaiian. We have a disproportionate share of Native Hawaiians in prison. So we want to help the people who are in prison, and we also know that the people who are in prison, it's not just the person in prison who is harmed, not just them, it's not just the people that they directly maybe stole from or hurt, but it's their families, their children, their parents, their aunties, their uncles, their grandparents. We wanted to develop a practice, a restorative practice, that would help those people. How can those people deal with the loss? And so the circle practice that we developed, the solution-focused approach, it helps them. It helps all of the people. And it helps the person in prison. And we have done extensive research. Our first research project looked at the children of incarcerated parents. How do the children benefit when a parent has a circle? We showed that the children benefited in two really important ways. One, they stopped ruminating. They stopped thinking about the bad things that happened when their father or their mother went to prison, all the loss that they suffered, all the times that their parent was not able to come with them to football practice, the times they could never tell their friends, my mother's in prison. They were too ashamed. And so when they had the circle, the child was able to develop some resiliency about that, to get over the trauma. The shame, they were able to address their shame. We think that's one of the most important parts of restorative justice. It helps people deal with shame, because as a population, especially Western people, we don't know how to talk about shame. You know, we don't even, just to say it is, people feel kind of, you know, it's difficult. We don't talk about it. So restorative practice, our circle allows people to do that. So that's why it's really important that we train our facilitators very carefully how to discuss shame. So it benefits them and it benefits the parents. Also, the other good thing that it helps children with, it makes children more optimistic. So they're more positive about the future. They're more hopeful. They're hopeful. Even though their parent is going to go to prison or they're in prison, they have hope because they're hearing about their parents' ideas, what they're going to do, how they're going to meet their needs. They also are reconciling. They're making amends. They're making amends for the harm that they caused by being out of their life. The other person who is very harmed when someone goes to prison is the parent. Anybody who is a parent, if your child grows up and gets involved in drugs or bad behavior and goes to prison, the parents in these circles, when we ask them, how were you affected by what your daughter did? I felt like a bad parent. It was my fault. I wasn't good. I worked too much. I didn't spend enough time with my child. The parents feel deep shame and guilt. The circle allows them to heal from that. We always ask the person who's going to go to prison, who is in prison, what do you want to tell your parent when they say they feel so guilty? All of the people have said, Mom, Dad, it's not your fault. It's my fault. I made the choice. You are a good parent. You know, so it's very healing for people. The research we looked at too, besides healing for people, besides how do these circles help people heal, we did want to know, does it help people stop going to prison? Because we suffer in the United States, our recidivism rate, the rate of coming back into the prison, the revolving door, you commit a crime, you get out for a couple months, you come right back. It goes up to 86%. That's like almost 90%. It's up all the people. And these are the same people too that were on the juvenile calendar. They committed crimes as kids and they do it as adults. So how could we stop that? Is there anything we can do? It's very difficult. We look to the work of Shad Maruna, who is my friend. He studies criminal desistance. He's in Ireland. Now he's in Liverpool, England. He wrote a book called Making Good Men, How Ex-Convicts Reform and Rebuild Their Lives. Shad has done a lot of work in restorative justice, and we believe our circles support and promote desistance from crime. And I believe the research supports this because we had an independent evaluation done on our people who had circles. And our research, we believe, is very robust. A lot of problems with restorative justice research is that you have a very good population who's being studied. They all admit guilt. Anybody who goes into a restorative practice says, yes, I did it, I'm responsible, I'm accountable. So the chances are pretty good that they're going to do good because they take responsibility. They're sorry. But what we looked at in our research, we had 100 people we looked at. They all wanted restorative justice. All of them said, yes, I did the crime, I'm responsible. But only about 50% got the circle because we are this small NGO. We are not funded hardly at all. We have very, very tiny bit of money. So we can't give everybody a circle who wants one. They all know it. We tell them. The chances are, we interview everybody. 45 minutes, an hour interview. We tell them, the chances are you're not going to get one. But if you do, you know, we think the interview we do is very positive and helpful. It's a solution-focused interview. But 50% of the people don't get the circles. So we looked at these 100 people. Half in the experiment group got the circles. Half in the control group never got the circle. But they all wanted one. We looked at them 3 years after they were out of prison. It went from 3 years to 8 years. And the research, it was done by an independent contractor, not us. We hired somebody from another university. Janet Davidson, she looked at the people. The 50% who got the circles, yes, they have less repeat crime. They had less repeat crime than the ones who didn't get the circles. So we think it's pretty robust. We do not think that it's, you know, prima facie evidence that it works every time. The study needs to be replicated. There needs more research. But we think that it's promising. We think it's promising and that it is helpful. It definitely is helpful for healing for people. And we're hopeful. Well, we just got a grant. We're going to be training another nonprofit, NGO in Honolulu, and they will take the project and provide it. Our organization is a research and design organization. Our next project, we're doing, trying to prevent the school to prison pipeline. We have a horrible problem in Hawaii. Our people in prison, their grade point average, their grade level is only 4th to 6th grade. Many people are 3rd grade. They can barely read. So we're going to work on trying to get the schools to do a better job of dealing with children who have difficulties learning, and those are the children who end up in the criminal justice system. And our ultimate goal in all of this work is to get these problems of learning, drug use, get them out of the legal system. They don't belong in the legal system. These are public health problems. They're social problems. The legal system is about the law. We cannot use the law to change someone's drug use. We cannot use the law to rise someone out of poverty. We cannot use the law to teach someone how to read. Yeah, so thanks. I think that's a nice note to end on. Okay, thank you. And if you have any questions, and I'm really open to email. I help people all over the world. Our work has been replicated all over the world in different states. And in Brazil, too. This is my 3rd trip to Brazil. And I stayed at the APAC prison in Minas Gerais. I spent the night there, and I love that prison system. It's a restorative prison. You know, I hate prison. I'm a prison abolitionist. I don't believe in prison. I think some people who are really dangerous should be like in a hospital or something. You know what I mean? A nice thing, not penal. So anyway, if anybody ever wants anything, my email is accessible, and I'm always open to helping anybody. So mahalo. Thank you.
Muito obrigado.
Thank you, Professor Lauren. I'd also like to thank you all for being very careful with the time, this co-responsibility that we all have to follow our schedule for the day. Another very inspiring talk that never looks away from the challenges, but that shows where we should direct our look and our actions. I'm very happy as well because not just your talk, but where you ended connects very significantly to the next talk by my friend and colleague, Judge Solange, where she talks about the challenge of the prisonal system. We know that Brazil is the 3rd country with more people in prison, and this is due to many factors, like everything in restorative justice. It's a host of factors, and the answers should be multi-factor as well. There's a lot about drug problems and issues as well. So I think this dialogue is going to be very productive. And without further ado, I will give her the floor, and in the end, we will have a Q&A session should the schedule allow us. Solange Reinberg. Oh, yeah, and both of you are focused on education, right? So we're going to have the opportunity to observe that, this converging points. Solange is an educator and restorative justice judge at the Court of Justice of Minas Gerais. She has a specialization in social pedagogy and in business law. I will skip a little bit as requested by Solange, but I'd just like to emphasize that ever since 2013, she's been working with projects to empower communities, network articulation, interinstitutional dialogues, with working with a co-responsibility, peace culture, conflict transformation, and visibility to people in vulnerable conditions. Right now, she works at the Penal Execution Court at the district of Uberaba, and she coordinates the Humanar project. Thank you. The floor is yours. Good morning. I will request my colleague, Egberto Penido, to let me know about the time, because I speak from the heart. And I believe restorative justice has to be connected to the heart, to experience. And it's an honor to listen to Colleen talking about the challenges in the community, Arthur Dick talking about an issue that affects me daily, and Lauren Walker, who I would like to state publicly that I would love to replicate her path in Uberaba. And I've been bathed in light here ever since yesterday, from the Navajo ways to now. I have no words to express how grateful I am, and because I get inspired and I get very enthusiastic. I'd like to ask you to use this QR code to see all the links and the indications, and we're going to be talking about the APAC system, and we're going to be talking about I'm going to be talking as a judge who works in the prisonal system. So I have to talk as a judge in penal execution. And I will start with an experience because I had the pleasure of meeting Dr. Raquel. And we had an experience in Patos de Minas together. And then I went to a different district, and it's over these stories that I will go through here. But my main goal is to inspire you. So I want to throw some seeds, and there you have my contact, my email, and everything, every technical information, every procedure. I've already requested authorization for those who are a reference in Brazil today, and they have made available all this work in Portuguese and in English.
And I don't know if all of you are familiar with, but we have The Fly of the Hummingbird. There's a book that touched my heart from Elizabeth Elliot, Health Society. And we have the story of a hummingbird. And I really would like that every one of you here started listening to this introduction and these cases based on that. Let us be hummingbirds today and always. We're going to have a connection with social pedagogy and with the APAC, the APAC method, and also restorative justice. We have all been listening that the most important thing is for us to strengthen our communities, offer a safe space, And that's what we're going to show today with some accounts that I thank God for some people have authorized me, and then I will explain everything to you. Well, my story, what moves me, what's my pain. While I'm criminal execution judge, I am working in the countryside of Brazil, and since 2015 we have the acknowledgement that we are living up unconstitutional things of the prison system. And what's that? In a traditional system, we put people in jail, and then we have a process of thingification. That's kind of heavy, but that's what happens. We turn people into things. We treat them as figures, and many times they don't understand why they're there. Sometimes they leave that place thinking they are victims of the system, and they feed the only way they have to express themselves and be seen. I say that I work with invisible people. They believe that through violence, they can express themselves. And in the system, I am going to give you some data from today, a city of Uberaba. I work in a prisional unity that was projected to 670 people, and I have 1,300 people there. I have several workers there, but they still don't understand. They need to be sensitive because they're also sick. And Laura and I say that what I feel in that unit prison is that I have several legal patients under notificated. Last week, I had 3 attempts of suicide. And how could we talk if we had any policy? We have several policies. They are wonderful. But unfortunately, people who are there, they live in a lethargic state. And I cannot criticism them. I'm a restorative. How can I judge someone? I have to feel that pain and realize that we need to work with our community in a very broad way of the work. So Solange, how do we do that? It's not easy at all. Just like Colleen said, it's a question that is really complex, but I believe we can make the difference. In my struggle now, before these scales, I just brought 3 pictures. They just present a little rust here and there, but see, what a place. How can I work with these people? That's my challenge as a criminal execution judge. I'm going to APAC, and I'm going to show the picture, but I also go to this space, and what can I do for them? And that's what I want our hummingbirds start thinking with me. Solange, how can we change the status of unconstitutional things? These pictures show examples of APAC. This methodology named APAC is born from a partnership of government and public. I'm not going to go into detail because I want to instigate you to check the material. And the person that is, I think Lauren had a chance to experience something there, right? This picture that you see with several hands was a circle that we had in a pilot project called Moving On, in the unit where I showed you the rust. The other one, I am with Carlos. Carlos is our reference. He's studying his master's degree, and I'm talking about his professor. I'm going to pay a tribute to him. And Carlos, he came from the crime life. Today, he's working in a unity that we have in São João del Rei. I wrote an article and I put a video so that you can see later. And above, I have the judge Hernani, who takes care of this unit. And I went to visit him, and sitting there is Fusato. He's an educator and a reference of transformation of people because he believes in these spaces, education is everything. And who are above there with you? They are my people from APAC, from Patos de Minas, and they authorized me to talk today. And I wrote there, get to know more about the program Making Justice. We have several axes that work with the politic of how can we reinsert people to society and how can we talk to a community. I always ask them, have you ever thought that in Brazil there's no death row? We don't have free prison for life. What's going to happen when these people leave prison? How many people are we still going to lose? How many kids will be violented or abused because people are really critical about our work, but we are protecting the community. We got to be co-responsibles and imagine that's our duty as well. And within this impact, we're going to talk about doing something humanized. Usually, society is against. Because we were trained that every suffering is little and chastisement is essential for human beings. And we are going through the 21st century and people have not realized yet that while we're still feeding violence, we are going to be the hostage of violence itself. And upon that, we created the Humanar project. I'm not going to talk about it. I'm going to make you curious. Check the material later. And what's that, Solange? It's just a process of the training of the network we go through. Because if today I want a APAC in Uberaba, just for you to understand, I need to call the community. If the community is not moving on with volunteers, nothing's coming to life. A real example is that July last year, and it's more than 17 years that they have a project and they have done nothing yet. Wow, why? Well, it's hard. We have been talking here, our society needs a restoration. It needs to wake up for the genuine democracy. Community needs to understand if we don't go hands-on with us, one hummingbird is not enough. What does that mean, the little man over there in the logo? It means that we are dehumanized. Our individualism goes through this situation and we hide it under the rug. I have several legal patients convicted for about 40 years with no people who are taking care of their health and they're considered criminals. We got to change, and now is the time. The more we have the needs, more we have strengthened relationships. And how do we do that? Well, we got to go hands-on. In this picture, I am in a circle with them. But here the first picture shows how we started in Patos de Minas. And there's a sentence which is, no one is unrecoverable. We work like this. We believe that the traditional system treats that person in a way, and I'm not here to say if it's right or wrong, but I'm here to say that what I experience and think has meaning. Things only have meaning when we know them. And when I enter an APAC, I see that the person who has more time convicted is the one who opens the door to me. Since I am the criminal execution judge, I can sit down and talk about a case. Like last week, I talked to one of them that I was going to pay a tribute for one of them. And he's like, don't talk about him. He tried suicide. We don't know what to do anymore. And then I sit down with them and I talk about a therapeutic process. It's so nice when we sit down and talk, when we get people close to us and we feel we can make the difference. So Solange, how does that work? A lot of work, a lot of sweat, a lot of tears. Sometimes we're alone. But we move on, and we do our best. Mario Toboni is the person who started in São José dos Campos. He's a reference, just like Franz was, Franz de Castro. And now Valdeci Ferreira, who's the general director of the Methodology Center. Mario Toboni, he moved all of that because inside his heart, he knew nothing was going to be solved if he didn't do that. I'm going to skip the 12 elements, and let me show you the results. Everybody talks about reinserting. I like to talk about stories that are not out there. How many lives were spared. I like to talk about the childhood that were not lost. But it's important for you to take a look at these figures. They are based on a source that is updated every day by the APAC website that I made available. This picture is Valdeci Ferreira, our reference today in Brazil and in the world. And in this book that he signed for me, he talks about the revolution of the APAC method. We have the costs. I'm not going to talk about them because of the time. Here are the figures, how we are. We have several APAC centers, re-socialization centers. We have 69 in Brazil and 44 in process of implementation. No police there. Every people, they take care of their own activities. We have 12 APAC centers around the world. I can tell you later. And no one runs away from love. I left a link so that you can access. It's so beautiful to see the work that is based in love. And that reflects the social pedagogy a lot and the restorative justice a lot, because love is our baseline. We are so by the threads of love, and our relationships are more solid like this. And this is my testimonial. His Alexandre, he authorized me. I left the QR code here because he gave me a really emotional account, and it's 7 minutes long. I didn't want to cut, so I'm going to summarize. So Alexandre was born in Minas Gerais state in the city of Patos de Minas. And he had a really difficult story. He was born in a domestic violence environment. His father would spank his mother. His father was a drug user, which is the cancer that is around our life. He also used drugs and alcohol. And at 27 years old, he passed away. He had to help his mom and his siblings. And until he was 13, he was okay, but the crime world saw him and called him upon. And he became a drug dealer at 13. At 16, he had already killed a person, and he was incarcerated. Then in that system for people underage, they had an opportunity at 18 to leave. And then he yet took some lives and was still involved with drug dealer, and he was convicted in over 13 years in the common system. There, he heard about the APAC centers. He asked for an opportunity. No one would believe him, and he made it. And he went there to APAC center. He cried a lot. He suffered a lot. When we enter there, we have a pact of letting go of crime life. I have to enter an alliance to be responsible for my doings. And I have a responsibility to cook my food, to take care of my bed, and I need for the first time to have contacts with some humanizing values that I didn't have contact to have.
Sometimes I talk about reintegration, but I have to admit I work with so many lost childhoods that it seems to be the first time they feel as a human being. When they look at us, they say, it's the first time someone sees me. Could I, and he told me in his tale that I want you all to listen later. I didn't have time to translate it, but he said, Solange, we need someone to hold us in their arms for a while, no matter how many lives I took. I am no longer this felon, thanks to the APAC methodology. Today, I am a man who can admire himself. He's worked for 7 years at APAC. He went from a criminal who took lives. He is now married. He has children. He studies. He studied to be a facilitator. He helps me in everything I do. He is a brother. This hug was when I was leaving Patos de Minas. And he said, tell everyone to believe. no matter the crime, everyone can do it. No man, no woman is irrecoverable. And this is why I'm here talking to you. I'm a penal execution judge, but I believe every day that I talk to these men and women. I first do a welcoming moment. I tell them, let's draw a plan for you. So I try to welcome. I don't have an APAC in Uberaba. So sometimes it's just a look, listening to them. They transform right away. They usually tell me, Solange, well, they don't call me on my first name basis, of course, but they say, I will do it, believe me. And this initial movement in Uberaba has already reduced, only by the guidance for these people, we've managed to reduce recidiveness. Alexandre tells you, believe us, believe in us, because we need you. And I want to end with a tribute. This man you're seeing here, he was my professor, and Roberto Silva, he spent over 10 years in jail. But what moved me the most, when I was a childhood judge, and I saw so many people lost, so many teams lost, and even complicating the process because they didn't have enough information. And when I talk about community, I mean all the players, all the actors. Sometimes the state has a lot, but they don't know how to deal, and they ask us how to do this. So we need training. And this man won my heart with a story he told me. He was separated from his family, and he wrote a book called Sons of the Government. This book shows that he was taken from his mother and his brothers and sisters when he was a child because his mother had issues, undiagnosed issues, and he went to the system, and he felt so empty inside, and everyone, and then he went down the wrong path, and everybody said, you have no solution, you're never going to recover. And he went to a juvenile detention center, which has transformed now and is a different proposal. But when he left this juvenile detention center, he went right into crime life. What type of public policy did we have? What type of support did he have? Nothing. And he was arrested for 10 years. And he said he would implement a sweet revenge, not a revenge in the meaning that we as maybe selfish people do by executing or implementing sentences. He was talking about the education, because we are all educators anywhere, in a courtroom, in a prison, on the streets. We can all make a difference and strengthen our community, wake up our community. And that's what he did. He did it all without an APAC program. He overcame jail, and he is now a postdoctor at the University of São Paulo, and he started helping many ex-convicts. And he believed, and he believes, because I know he is within us, that only education can transform people. And APAC provides work, trains people, makes them feel as human beings, make you feel useful and a part of the community. So on his behalf, I request that Bispo, who is helping us from the technical part to play the video.
Lembrar para vocês, essa expressão doce
I
vingança
want to remind you
é
that
uma
this
expressão
expression,
que
sweet
eu
revenge,
utilizo,
is an expression
tá?
that I use
Porque depois de ter vivido
because
em abrigo,
after
rua,
having
FEBEM,
lived
prisão e
on the
tudo
streets,
mais,
on juvenile detention
e
centers,
resgatado
on
todos os
orphanages,
processos
and
prontuários,
being
denúncias, sentenças que
rescued
fizeram
from
contra mim,
all of the
eu
accusations
cheguei à
and sentences
convicção de
against me.
que o que aconteceu na
I
minha
came to the
vida não
conclusion
foi
that
obra do
everything that
Deus, do
happened
capeta, do destino,
wasn't the work of God or devil or lack of luck. They were mistakes made by human beings, very specific human beings.
né?
And I could
Mas eu
find
não me
most of
alimentei
these
desse
people.
sentimento de
But I
vingança.
didn't
Eu me
have this
determinei
idea
de
of
que
revenge
eu
within me.
deveria trabalhar
My
a
idea
formação de
was
recursos
to
humanos para que essas
train,
pessoas
work on
não
human
cometessem
resources
mais
so
esses
that these
erros.
people wouldn't
Então
make
isso eu chamei
such
de minha
mistakes
doce
again.
vingança.
So this is what I call my sweet revenge. I went over my time. The vice president of APAC is here with us, and I'm very happy for it. But now, I told Egberto, I'm not a singer, but for him and for all of us who work and believe in human beings, with my warm heart, because I believe through music we can get in contact with our essence. As Lauren Walker told us, and something that I've learned with Sabrina Peroli, that when a child is born, indigenous people create a song for the child. And when the child goes against one of the rules, they call the child to the circle and sing this song so that they can remember that they are the essence of love and a peacemaker, and that they can do everything they want. I work with lost childhoods, and everyone who works with me, either with APAC that's still not running in Uberaba or anywhere else, but my dream is that all prison system be humanized, and this is what I desire. So I'm going to pay a tribute to Roberto by singing a song.
chega, no outro vai embora. Cada um de nós compõe a sua história e cada ser em si carrega o dom de ser capaz de ser feliz. Conhecer as manhas e as manhãs, o sabor das massas e das maçãs. É preciso paz para poder sorrir, é preciso a chuva para florir, e é preciso muitos Robertos e Alexandres nas nossas vidas. Eu agradeço muito a todos que ficaram conosco. E eu estou aqui à disposição para falar com vocês, mas mais do que isso, para aprender com vocês e caminhar juntos, porque sozinhos nós não somos nada. Muito obrigada.
Yes. Wow. What can we say? Or maybe just don't say anything. Informally, when the informal comes up, we have to change, we have to adjust. I said we would have time for questions and answers. This is an interconnection, interdependence on everything because we have other talks afterwards. Apart from that, Raquel was aware, and I'd like to ask if Arthur, Lauren, Solange, if you'd like to be available for questions. But if you cannot speak English, we have Sophia and Nicole here who are available to translate should you need to talk to our guests. Now, to end this table, one of the names of restorative justice is affection justice, and we've been moved here in all ways. And thank you so much for sharing, because apart from the content, the way you shared what you had to say makes such a difference, and it shows that it's impossible to get on this road without transforming ourselves. More than a search to improve a criminal system, we're working on ourselves, us in relations, in our environment. The system represents us. It's not about bringing justice, it's about being just. This is a great challenge ahead of us. So based on these experiences that bring such concreteness and show that it's work, work, and a little bit of work again, but there is no way back. This is the way we should go, because if we want, should we want it, want this transformation and this going back to our own home, this is the way we have to go. So let's go together. Thank you very much.
Muito bem.
Well, we have our next presentation, and the topic is good practices pitch of the Courts Justice of Mato Grosso do Sul, NUPEC. We're going to have here with us Márcia Regina Soares Pereira. She's a server from the Justice Court, coordinator of the restorative justice here in our state. Márcia, floor is yours.
Bom dia.
Good morning, everyone. Let's cheer up a little. Salbona to you. I want to reiterate our acknowledgements. I want to thank Raquel, João Salmo, and our godfather of the restorative justice, Dr. Henrique, for the opportunity of being here talking a little about our work that we've been doing. And I am passionate about what I do. And I'm really thankful for having this opportunity of developing in my everyday life a work that makes me grow more and more. and Minister Vieira de Mello was here yesterday. I'm the first one to be transformed. I gotta thank the NUPEMEC team, Renata who's here, Adriana who's online, Mauro, Daisy. They have been approving all our projects, which are many, and I dream a lot. And my dreams are kind of wild. Well, restorative justice. How did the restorative justice started in our court of Mato Grosso do Sul? It started in 2010 with a restorative justice for juveniles. And it was so good what they did, right, Maria Cecilia? And in 2012, the Court of Justice had a technical cooperation agreement with the Secretary of Education of the state. And they implemented the scholar restorative justice. Talking about the prevention of violence situations with child and youth. In 2015, our Municipal Secretary of Education also signed a technical cooperation agreement so that some schools in the municipal system were receiving support. So thank you very much. It's an honor to have worked with the Scholar of Restorative Justice, and we're all together. In 2021, we had the assignment of the 237 resolution creating the restorative justice in a criminal sphere. We started taking care of lesser offensive potential cases, and last year I arrived to work with this new team. Well, when we arrived there, let me see how this thing's gonna work. We had as basic values that you all know. Listen to the victim. What's the need that was not met? What did this victim would like to do so that damage was repaired? The responsibilization of the offender, not the condemnation. For us, it would be enough for me to say, yes, something happened between me and the victim. Yes, something happened between me and the community. For us, that's enough. And the involvement, the engagement of the community. So when we receive a process that we're going to take care of, we study, we do it in a blind way. We try to gather the human being who's in front of us because we were all born good, right? And in some moment in our lives, we stumble and do something wrong that maybe is not that good. It's a felony. And we call them cases. It's a case in the life of a human being who needs to have a conversation, think again, and repair. And then in May last year, when we arrived, we had only 20 cases. Some of the people who were confessed were not localized. We have things done really informally, you know. We send WhatsApp messages. If they don't reply, we have a phone call. And it's very welcoming. So if the person is the offended, doesn't feel convicted. That's not what we're there for. We're facilitators. Well, when we arrived, what did we do? The team, the whole team. We gathered together to talk about the dream building circle. And then we thought we had to finish a training of a group of facilitators that was in training. And then we did do this training. We had this follow-up, and we trained some people to be facilitator. I know some of them are here. Thank you for being here, Nelise, Renato. With this ongoing training, we also decided the monthly gatherings, because for us it's extremely important that each facilitator knows exactly what they're doing there, even though we want to work with the highest number of processes and people. We give importance to quality, the way we welcome these people. So every month we gather together to have a continuous training, and it goes on with a new class. With this work was started to be seen. And people who coordinate childhood and youth secretariat had a beautiful work done with the advisors, the municipal advisors. And we knew that we had restorative justice teams and that we were training facilitators. Then we started inside an UPMEC to meet some requirements of training of new facilitators in other institutions. And the first one was the agency that takes care of expertises. So we had some vacant spaces, and they were replaced by members of the public ministry, the union, and the bar of Dourados. And during the training, we always worked the circle of dreams, and we had several projects that this year, by the grace of God and my bosses that supports us. Let me come back here. And we build these dreams together. So we went to Dourados. The bar in Dourados had a class of facilitators inside of Dourados. We were able to plan, and we were about to execute a course for AGPEN, the criminal police officers. They will be trained to facilitate inside their jails the circle of peace. Well, within these dreams, what do we dream about? To go to the community and engage with the community, but we needed a pilot project, and we chose Jardim Noroeste. For those who are not from Campo Grande, from the state, Jardim Noroeste is a neighborhood that is close to the biggest 4 jails in Campo Grande, among them the maximum security jail. And in that neighborhood, they get the families. It's the home of the families of those who have been sentenced and are there in jail. And we found out that we had the Solidarity Network, a big complex that could hold the circles. And then we did some jobs. I'm going to show you. We went to the technical visits first in Jardim Noroeste. We visited some associations were NGOs, places with a structure to meet our needs. We had movements here in the first one. We wanted to serve from 100 to 150 people. If I'm not mistaken, we got 250 signatures. But when we left this auditorium, there was in gym over 500 people. We did not meet the needs of everyone. Then we had several actions. We collected data to gather this community of Jardim Noroeste together. Adriano was there, informing how does restorative justice work, how we can work inside a community in a preventive way. It was inside a room of Rede Solidária. Today, Rede Solidária doesn't exist anymore, but the neighborhood is there. And we trained 1,011 people, I think 1,311. We have a cooperation agreement with Ananda Moy. This first semester, we are having difficulties to train and broaden the number of facilitators. Well, with all of that said, we did not train all of our judges, but just like I said in the beginning, we have a Godfather. And every time we need, we request, and he sends more cases to us. We are in 3 inside NUPEMEC, 3 fixed volunteer facilitators and plus volunteers. We decided to develop concentrated circles. For those who are aware with the restorative justice, you know that the restorative circles are done in 3 phases: pre-circles, circles, and post-circles. In the pre-circles, the concentrated, we can gather more. We welcome. No one knows who's the facilitator, who's the offender, who's victim. Everyone is the same. We welcome, we talk, we apply a basic circle of values. We have a couple of reflections there, and then each part of the process goes to a separate room and talks about the things that happened, especially what are the emotions, how does this person sees what happened, not because it's written in a report. Then this concentrated agenda of pre-circles is like this. We saw that since restorative justice has the agenda of principles and values, we decided to use the value of respect. And respect is understanding that everybody has the same value. And we put an opportunity of everybody talks the same during the same time, offender times, member of the community. So for us, when they arrive, they're all human beings with needs that were not met, with feelings and emotions that are exasperated, and that's what we want to show. It's another picture of the circle. And what happens? We invite no more than 10 people, or offenders or victims or supporters, and we gather together in this room, and then we have one explanation and one enactment. If I talk how the circle works is something, I live, I experience the circle, I have the chance of talk and feel that I'm heard, people with an attentive hearing, the opportunity to say what's important to me and know that everyone there is listening, that I'm not alone is really important. If I'm the offender inside a circle of construction of peace, I experience something that is good for me without feeling the offender. I feel welcomed. I have a sense of belonging. And then if I did something wrong, I'm not the one who makes mistakes. At least 10, 15 people also did something wrong.
I've talked about this. Now, what were the benefits that we could see? And now I bring it to the environmental questions. We optimized time for facilitators and stakeholders, and we optimize space. So with 10 causes, if I had to bring 10 people on 10 different occasions so that each facilitator would work on their own room, that would be 10 coming and going to the NUPEMEC. So it's carbon emissions, so saving on resources such as power and air conditioning, and also empowering all the parts. So when they get there, they are received as a course, as if they were coming for a course. They have coffee, they are welcome, they receive hugs. Now, empowering different parts this makes them reflect upon what they have that is good and that is nice. And it helps even me. And also support to the acting facilitators. It's much easier to provide technical support, methodological support. So we're always supervising the circle. Well, we dreamt, we went out to the community, we trained people, we had continuing training. What did this bring? We requested a lot of cases. We have a total of 115 cases up to last week. I believe we have more now. An increase in 475% in the number of cases. What can I say? We still have a few issues to be solved in terms of location. But I can say that we have 100% of acceptance. Everyone who came to us and who were able to admit there was something happened, they met with the other party and they had the opportunity to talk about their feelings and what was needed to repair these damages. When they went back to most of them had, well, all of them had their cases dismissed. And now we're also working on domestic violence cases. And we're working on a project to work with male offenders. It wouldn't be pre-sentencing work. It would be post-sentencing. So this is a project that's being built. We're going to prepare them to reflect, why am I here, and get them ready to leave there. And I learned something with Monica Mumi. If I enter a restorative circle with the intention of changing someone, of transforming someone, if that is my intention as a facilitator, then I am not working with restorative justice. But if I go into a circle to listen, actively listen each person there and just listen and let them find their own transformative agent within them, that is restorative justice. And this is what we search every day in our work. Well, thank you. I have a video because I believe that it's much better than me telling you what we've been doing and what we want to do is for you to listen from people who have been impacted by our work, including me. I transform myself every day. I work, I learn with the facilitators, I learn with each stakeholder, and that's where I find rough diamonds that we're polishing now. So there are people who get there and I say, no, you have to be a facilitator. You have potential, you have a profile for this. Thank you. It was something that happened, a misunderstanding, because of lack of dialogue.
Da melhor forma. Aconteceu esse fato, né, da minha filha casou com o ex-marido da Larissa e no momento de raiva um dia eu recebi uns áudios, umas mensagens e quis resolver da minha forma. Aí mandaram uma mensagem pra gente estar vindo aqui. Mas na verdade eu não sabia, né, nem que existia essa parte da justiça, achava que era, né, de uma outra forma. Aí foi que a gente veio aqui a primeira vez, agora essa foi a segunda para a gente entrar em um acordo.
Foi uma experiência muito legal, tipo, se colocar no lugar do próximo, entender a outra parte e respeitar.
Pra mim foi muito bom, além de a gente estar resolvendo uma situação que é chato, né, a gente viver assim. como que eu vou dizer, parece que eu fui num psicólogo, assim, tava super carregado e eu tô saindo leve daqui.
Honestamente, quando aconteceu, no auge, a gente tá de sangue quente, né? E na delegacia me perguntaram, você quer representar criminalmente? Aí a gente estava exaltado, quero. Só que já tinha passado tanto tempo, né, que pra falar a verdade eu tinha até esquecido. Aí eu decidi fazer a Justiça Restaurativa porque a gente, assim, tem planos, né, você tem projetos de vida, né, você não consegue ficar alimentando esses desentendimentos por muito tempo. O primeiro encontro foi bem, eu achei um ambiente agradável e foi bem interessante. Só que quando entraram em contato comigo e me disseram que no segundo encontro eu ia me encontrar com a outra parte, honestamente eu pensei, isso não vai dar certo. Mas assim, você se surpreende com o ambiente, você acha que vai ter uma atmosfera hostil, mas no final das contas você se surpreende bastante, é totalmente o oposto do que você pensava. E eu digo hoje que é possível você ter essa resolução de conflitos. Você começa desacreditado, mas eu agradeço muito tudo isso que está acontecendo para resolver legalmente e também no íntimo, porque eu já não desejava mais o conflito, mas assim, sempre que você pensa, e quando eu finalmente encontrar a outra parte, será que aquilo vai acender alguma coisa dentro de mim? Então eu acho que é aí que a Justiça Restaurativa trabalha. Ela te trabalha de dentro para fora.
Restaurar, resgatar o que foi perdido, recuperar, recompor, consertar, refazer, reconstruir. Além do mais, transformar o sofrimento que um crime provoca. Esse é o papel da Justiça Restaurativa, método que busca fazer com que a vítima possa superar o trauma que sofreu e responsabilizar o ofensor pelo crime que praticou. O procedimento é voluntário e confidencial. Se as partes não concordam, o caso é devolvido para o juiz. Já as partes aceitando, a Justiça Restaurativa tem início com os encontros conduzidos por um facilitador.
Geralmente nós atuamos em uma equipe de 2 ou 3 facilitadores e aí nós fazemos todo um roteiro de fala, de apresentação, de dinâmicas, como que vai ser a abertura, os vídeos, é tudo muito pensado para aquele caso, porque nós temos, muito embora sejam casos de menor potencial criminal, tem muitas situações que envolvem família.
O facilitador, do meu ponto de vista, ele é uma pessoa que procura fazer uma ponte de comunicação entre pessoas em que a comunicação já foi fluida, né? Então a gente tenta entender o ponto de vista de cada pessoa, achar os pontos que eles possuem em comum de positivos, e aí a gente facilita essa comunicação entre eles. O facilitador ele não profere sentença, ele não toma decisão, ele não toma lado. Ele ajuda as pessoas a acharem uma solução que faça sentido para elas. As partes vêm de uma cultura de litígio muito arraigada que existe na nossa cultura, e tentar desconstruir, mudar esse ponto de vista para começar a olhar com empatia a outra pessoa, que tem um outro ser humano, que a outra pessoa também tem necessidades, que é o grande desafio que a gente tem. Quando a gente consegue passar essa barreira da pessoa sair dessa posição agressiva e começar a olhar para a outra, que a gente começa a vislumbrar os resultados.
Nós não os vemos como vítima e ofensor, nós vemos como pessoas que têm necessidades, que precisam ser ouvidas, que muitas vezes erraram, mas que têm a intenção de seguir em frente, porque aquela situação, o processo em si, ele gera muito desconforto. Ninguém quer estar num processo, ainda mais como réu, né? A pessoa se sente culpada, e principalmente a vítima também, ela foi lesionada, ela sofreu em algum momento Então, nós os vemos como iguais. Então, você escutar uma história e não querer culpar a pessoa ou não se colocar no lugar dela, então eu acho muito difícil. É um trabalho que a gente tem que fazer todos os dias. De não ser parcial. Eu acho que é uma conexão com a parte humana. Porque a gente deixa de ver papel, a gente deixa de ver fotos, provas, a gente realmente entender e ouvir.
É assim que a justiça restaurativa se torna uma forma pacífica de resolver conflitos, especialmente no caso de delitos de menor poder ofensivo e de outros crimes que, embora graves, não precisam só de resposta penal, mas de resposta social.
O que tem se revelado nos últimos tempos é que a justiça comum, essa justiça tradicional, ela não tem atendido os anseios da população adequadamente. Primeiro porque a solução é imposta, a solução que sai dali é imposta, não é uma solução autocompositiva. É um juiz que decide em nome do Estado e impõe essa solução. E nem sempre as pessoas sentem que essa solução é justa. E a proposta hoje do judiciário é tentar investir nesses chamados meios alternativos de solução de conflitos, entre os quais está a justiça restaurativa, e que tem essa técnica de tentar resolver as próprias partes resolvendo os seus problemas. Então ela atua tanto preventivamente quanto pós-ato ilícito. Mas na justiça comum, então é preciso que os juízes também conheçam essa técnica e queiram aplicá-la em outras situações, né? E isso nós temos que caminhar lentamente. Então, eu penso que sim, que é uma visão de reconstrução da sociedade, né, daquilo que foi rompido na sociedade. Então é algo que está em desenvolvimento, mas a expectativa é exatamente essa, que a gente possa desafogar o judiciário no médio prazo.
Muito bem.
Well, we thank Marcia for her presentation and for the video. And now we're going to the next panel. Our schedule is intense. We have no breaks. We're already late. And I would like now to call Dr. Enrique Castor, who will be facilitating the next panel, which is called Ethnic Invisibility and Environmental Restorative Justice.
Dr. Enrique Castor is member of the Judiciary Power of Mato Grosso do Sul. He's a master's degree from PUC São Paulo. He studied in Rome and Hamburg. He's the coordinator of Law School for Black and Indigenous People of the Luther King Institute and infant trainer. Hi, everyone. Good morning. To start with, let me just say, Dr. Raquel said that this is going to be the last part of the morning, and the other one that would start at 11:15 is in the afternoon. So we're going to have a longer period of lunch, so we're not going to be late in the afternoon. In the afternoon, we're going to have an intense program schedule, okay? Okay, so at first, I would like to say that we're really happy to have this seminar. And it's a huge task. I imagine how much work, energy, and love was delivered to have these people from all around the world. And Raquel Well, I'm going to talk a little about Raquel because there's no way not to talk about her. We had a training for Black and poor Indigenous people. And there was a time in the pandemic that we had a need for professors. And then we had free classes. And Raquel arrived in a time that she kind of took over control of the course. And she would teach at least once a week during 1 week just to help people who would have the need of a preparation. What I want to say here is that she's a generous person in her essence, a person who leaves. I think we contaminate and inspire and make us restore ourselves. It's the restoration incarnated. The incarnated restorative justice is Raquel. Before we call our friends who are going to be here with us, I'd like to say that I heard in a video that was brought by Marcia, where one of the people involved in the process says that justice, like we do here, it's from inward to outward. We live in justice problem of things to be legitimated, of someone to come up with a solution from outside. Sometimes it's done with a ruler that serves for the same person but not for other people. Today we have a justice with the problems of misidentification. It doesn't feel, it doesn't leave the group of judges that pass a contest. They have no social identification. They come from an elite that is completely distant from the problems of the country. So when we talk about restoration, we talk about giving back justice to people, re-involve people, bring people to the center again. That's why it's a justice. Well, I saw here Solange, so passionate. She makes people to feel passion as well. And the reason for that, I think it's because it's a human justice. It brings back the drama to the everyday life of people. And it goes beyond the numbers, beyond what CNJ wants, the number of processes. And that people, the victims and the accused people, they are invisible. This is our topic today. Klaus Günther in German, he says that a system, a legal system that is not legitimate, that does not involve people, should not declare the guilt of anyone. To talk about deliberative person, it's the person who participates in the process of justice. He is the justice. The community knows what's best for the community. And then we reach exactly the point of the seminar in which we live a justice that doesn't make visible and makes invisible those who are involved. And more than that, some people who are historically invisible like the indigenous people. So nothing better than give voice to these people. And that's why we're here for today. So I'm going to call Professor Jorge Eremites de Oliveira. I'm not going to read none of the resumes because I think you're not worried about this here. Professor Jorge, he lives in the city of Pelotas, which is my hometown. And it's a city that is underwater. And if you get the map of the city of Pelotas and take a look at the neighborhoods that are underwater, you see that they are poor neighborhoods. Even during the flood, those who die are the invisible people. Those who lose are always the invisible. Always the same people, and the color is always the same. Even during the flood, doctor, master, professor, part of the CNPq research, everything that is possible. He's a man who's going to talk from inside to outside because he knows what he's talking about. We're here to have justice done from inside to the outside, not the other way around. Priscila Amorim. She's an indigenous from the Terena people, someone who also lives what she's saying. She is a lawyer. She's a professor. She studied in UFMS University. She's a beautiful woman as well. Last but not least, I call Professor Edward Valandra.
Tá com tradução.
Professor Edward was born and raised in the, how do I say your Rosebud Seawalks? Is this how I say the name of your tribe? Help me here, Professor Edward.
Fires.
Ok, thank you. O currículo do professor, então.
So, for me to introduce the professor, he has an extensive resume. He teaches in several universities of United States. He represents his people in several entities. He's part of different programs. He's a reference in studies of original people, native people. He's the founder and researcher of the Community for Progress of Native Studies. And for sure, we will be really glad to hear you. And to start with, I want to start with you, Professor Edward, okay? Well, I don't have it here in my agenda. Oh, yes. Willis Mahi, could you please come here? Professor Willis Mahi. It just sent me difficult names to read. I'm having a hard time. He's from New Zealand. Help me with the name of your tribe. Help me with the name of your tribe. And he's Maori. Maori are reference in restorative justice. They are professors for all of us. They started that when I think, we didn't even have the settlers from Portugal here in Brazil. So they have a lot to tell us. Let me read something here. He's part of a number of projects, including among the New Zealand policy for the last 3 years. That's it. Now I give the floor for 15 minutes because before we had, well, let's keep 20 minutes, okay? And if they tell me to finish, I'm not going to finish because I don't obey. Let's just keep talking. Now I give the floor to Valendra, Professor Valendra.
This one. First of all, I want to say that I am a guest in the traditional territory of the I am standing because I want to honor the indigenous people of this area. I think I heard yesterday the Guato and other indigenous people. I want to make sure that I let them know that I am a guest in their territory. It is one of the proper protocols of our people, of all indigenous peoples. So I just want to make that acknowledgement. Yesterday, I had a talk all planned out, but when I was listening to all the discussions, I said, no, I want to talk from the heart. So this is very spontaneous. So I ask that you stay with me and just be patient. Wa lila wopila tanka. Thank you very much for that. The other thing I want to say about an indigenous land acknowledgement is I stand in solidarity with my indigenous relatives resisting settler colonialism and those settlers who are seeking more than performative restorative justice. And I think this is one of the greatest challenges to environmental justice and restorative justice. I also want to thank Zhao, Sam, who I got to know over the past year or so for inviting me to this gathering on environmental restorative justice. But I also want to thank everyone here. I have met so many people who are thinking about our impact, our relationship with the natural world. And I also want to thank the drivers They drive us from where we're staying to here every day, and they have to put up with me. So I want to thank the drivers for that. And in exchange, I'm learning very little Portuguese, but my driver is learning a lot of Lakota. So I also want to thank the presenters. I had listened very close to what they have to say about ERJ. Indeed, I have taken many, many notes. So I want to thank them for helping me put my thoughts together and to share my observations, insights, and opinions with you for this panel. In other words, I want to have an authentic conversation with all of you, if that's okay. No? Oh. So, who am I? Who are my people? My people, again, are the Lakota. That's the language we speak. And we call ourselves the Ochete Shakoe, Oyate, people of the seven fires. Lakota Ea Wanaki. I'm going to speak a little bit of my language to you. It's a decolonization tactic. Waya midakuya pi daya yahi pi daya yahi pelo. I am glad you are all here. Waya midakuya pi, my relatives. Iyuha chante washtea na pe chuzia pelo. All my relations, all my relatives that are here. With a good heart, I extend my hand to each and every one of you. Well, Vidakayapi, my people, my relatives. Lakota Iaki, Wambali Wapaha Hokshila, Imach Ap Ialo, Ash, Washichu Iaki, Dr. Edward Balandra, Ima Chapilo. So, among my people, I am called Wambali Wapaha Hokshila, and I'll leave that to the interpreters to really mess that one up. But my white name, I go by Dr. Edward Balandra. So that's what I just wanted to say. And again, one thing I am very proud of, I am also a member of the 1894 Sioux Nation Treaty Council, and that's the diplomatic arm of my nation. So I have an opportunity to meet with other indigenous peoples throughout the world, as today. So I just want to make that noted. The second thing is I want to briefly talk about ethnic invisibility and then environmental restorative justice with respect to settler colonialism. Where I come from, that's a very difficult discussion to have, settler colonialism. But I just want to give one example of ethnic invisibility. I can't take credit for this exercise, but I do this when I'm among many settlers. The exercise I ask them to do is, what is the first thing you do in the morning when you get out of bed? So we go around. What is the first thing you do when you get out of bed? Many of the settlers say, oh, I make coffee, I make tea. Oh, I meditate. Oh, I go for a walk. Oh, I go to the gym. Oh, I read. I say, I do actually know what you do every morning when you get out of bed. I say the first thing you do in the morning when you get out of bed is you step on stolen native land. And that causes a lot of discussion, especially where I come from. I live in the belly of the colonial beast, and it is a very difficult challenge to talk about restorative justice with Indigenous peoples. So that's my one example of ethnic invisibility. The other thing I want to share about environmental restorative justice is just a couple of things, because I know I don't have very much time. You know, they say back home, because Lakotas, we love to talk. So when you give us a microphone and an audience, we could talk forever. So one of the things I want to pick up on that I've heard yesterday in the discussions was that for the Lakota people, the natural world has personality. It has personhood. And we know that in just how we talk about it. So we don't have words for animal, but we do have words for our relatives. Tatanka Oyate, the Buffalo Nation, Buffalo people. Mini Oyate, the Water Nation, the Water people. Wambli Oyate, the Eagle Nation, the Eagle people. Ia Oyate, the Rock Nation, the Rock people. That's how we know they have personality, that the natural world possesses this personality. And it's in our language, it's in our DNA. And so that's how we relate to the natural world. Midakuye, Midakuyepi. It's how we always say our openings and how we always end our prayer, all my relatives. So that is, I think, one of the things I want to clarify here is that the real world, the natural world, means something differently as when I hear settlers talk. I'm just taking these off my notes. I've been so inspired by this conference, so I threw everything out and just started scribbling, so be patient. So what does that mean when we say, when we have relations with the natural world? Tatanka Oyate, Mini Oyate, and on and on and on. So when the settlers came and invaded our homeland, and are still illegally occupying our homeland to this day, when we've seen them kill millions and millions of what they call buffalo, we call them the Buffalo people. To us, that was a genocide of enormous proportions. And we have not recovered from that trauma to this day. We still grieve the near extermination of our relatives. And we do everything we can to bring them back. And if that is not environmental restorative justice, I don't know what is. Yesterday, my relative, Robert Yazi, talked a little bit about Navajo, our Dene thought and philosophy. So I will assume my professorial role here and talk about the Lakota thought and philosophy and what that means for restorative justice, environmental justice. One of the things that we have among our people is making strangers relatives. And that's very important to us. We make strangers relatives only because that is like the customary law for my people, making strangers relatives. And it's a collective relations that we have. And So the Lakota way of life is grounded in relationships through and through. We have a lot of kinship terms among our people. Lekshi, uncle, Thui, auntie, Hankaji, my female relative, Tahanji, my male relative, Takoja, my grandchildren. We never use names. Traditionally, we don't use names. We use the relationship. So there are times when I'm introducing my nieces and nephews, I don't remember their name because I remember the relationship. And for settlers, that unsettles them. Like, you don't know the name of your own niece or nephew or grandchild? I say, no, because I call them Toza, I call them Takoja, because that relationship is important. So it's a collective relations that we have. So what does that mean for us? For the Lakota people, making strangers relatives is all about predictability. If you know who your uncle is, your grandparent is, your in-laws are, your grandchildren, and it's an extended family, you know what your duties and your obligations are to your community. And the bottom line of our kinship system as Lakotas, as it relates to collective relations, is to do no harm. That is how we know that when I approach my uncles or my grandparents or my male cousins or female cousins, depending on the term, I know when we use the term, we message to people, I mean no harm. And that's a certain amount of predictability. Now, when it comes to settlers, that's a whole nother story. But that is one of the things that I just wanted to share with the people, that it's a collective relations that we have among our people, and it spills over into the natural world. We have many ceremonies that we do certain times of year in relation to the stars. We have to do certain ceremonies at certain times of the year at certain places. And those are all about keeping our relationships with the natural world. Finally, I think one of the core principles of restorative justice is to address and repair or undo harm as a result of wrongdoing. And that is very critical for at least where I come from with restorative justice or environmental justice, that we need to address the harm as a result of wrongdoing and repair that harm. So I have coined this phrase, the first harm. What is the first harm? It's the theft and genocide. It's the theft of our land through genocide. That is the very first harm of colonization. And I'm sure it's true in this country as well. It's true in the United States. It's true in New Zealand. It's true in Australia. It's true in Canada. The first harm is the theft of our land through genocide. So I have sat in settler circles and heard all about these harms and then repairing those harms. And I sit there as an Indigenous person and question, why are you not talking about the first harm? I want to know that. Is it because there are settlers in RJ? Likely. They have a whole indoctrination. So I challenge settlers to say, address the first harm. One of the things that I heard in this discussion was the word trust and consent. And I do want to have, my people always say we want to make strangers relatives. And so our whole society is geared that way. And yet, given the history with settlers, trust is a big issue for not only me, but for my nation. And consent is also a big issue. And I just know that's an enormous challenge. But I wanted an authentic dialogue with people here. How do we engage that process and not just be performative RJ? You know, back in 1980, the United States Supreme Court said, oh yes, we Americans stole your land. Outright, we stole your land. But you know what? We're going to compensate you for it. In 1980, they provided us $117 million, and we as a people said, no. We want our land returned to us, stolen. And so now, it sits in the US Treasury over $1 billion, and we still say no. We are one of the poorest people in the United States, but we say no. Return the land. And one thing more about ethnic invisibility, settlers are notorious for that. When we talk about this issue of land, most of the settlers say, what, give back the land? We say, no. The land was never yours to give. You don't have that right to give land back to indigenous people. It was stolen, so you can return it. That is what we mean by ethnic invisibility. Even the language of the colonizer is couched in such a way that it marginalizes the discussion. And so finally, I guess the question that I leave everyone with, and it's a really difficult question, can settlers be the arbiters of justice? Can settlers be the arbiters of justice, especially with environmental restorative justice and indigenous peoples? I only ask that because I just gave the example of how these judges in the United States, they own property, they have investments in development. So when they hear an indigenous land claim, we know they're going to deny it. So where is the justice in that? So we know that, and it raises a question for me, can settlers be the arbiters of justice? And that's a question we should all just sit with for as long as it takes to answer that question. Finally, I just talked about the nature of reality, how we understand it, how we experience it. But one of the things that I had read a book by Bell Hooks, and she talks about love. And she said 3 things that I still think is doable, but not without a lot of challenges. Love and abuse cannot coexist. Domination cannot exist where a love ethic prevails. And this is my favorite. Without justice, there can be no love. And so I think about that. You know, what is that? And 415 years ago, an indigenous leader up in the United States, not of my nation, but an indigenous leader, said this to the settlers 415 years ago. Why do you take by force that which you can obtain by love? And that question is still relevant today. Thank you.
E agora nós vamos passar a palavra.
Now we're going to give the floor well, I have someone else's papers here. I'm going to give the floor now to Priscila Amorim. Good morning, everyone. This is the greeting of my people. And I'd like to start thanking for the invitation, thank for the people who are here in this event. And Raquel made possible this event to happen. This is an evidence that restorative justice needs to be lived, experienced. I'm gonna start my presentation. I am wearing a green headband, a green dress, and a beige pair of shoes. And I'm an indigenous from the Terena people. I was born in a terra seca people de Quinawana MS. I'm from Mato Grosso. I'm daughter of the chief Paulo, the nurse Patricia, Amanda, Paula, my sisters. And I was born and I studied in my tribe, in my village, and I came to study law here. I am in the process of transitioning. I did not transition to here because it's hard to live in a society that was totally collective for a society that has individualist points, just like here in the cities. It's hard for me. And I was the first one to have my degree in the law school, and it's still really difficult for me to speak Portuguese. My professors, my masters during my major, they said that I made a lot of progress, but I recognize that I have these difficulties. That's why some parts I'll have to read so that I can give my speech. I think this is my journey also means a point of the ethnical invisibility, because being a woman and an indigenous person goes through this difficult pathways in a majority society. And here, it's not been easy. It has not been easy to work in a legal system. I forgot to talk about something. I'm a lawyer. I'm a lawyer, and we gotta go through some adaptations. In my master's degree, I study the legal pluralism in the same environment. I mean, Brazil doesn't recognize that we have our own system. We have over 300 indigenous people, over 200 languages. But the Brazil doesn't recognize, well, they recognize we have our languages, our traditions, our culture. They should recognize that we have cultures in our internal legislations inside every community. And it's from community to community, not from kindred to kindred. Sometimes we have the same kindred, but with different structures and different rules. About invisibility, first of all, I gotta highlight that society still doesn't recognize our way of being. We spent 500 years. For 500 years, Brazil has disrespected our culture, our methods, and trying to integrate in a proposal of integrationism. During my major, I studied and I worked in the legal system during my major. And we would work with decisions that people would say, no, this indigenous here only studied the basic studies, so we cannot use the same criteria. What do you mean? What about me? that I'm studying a master's degree, so I'm not indigenous anymore. You know what I mean? So we have an impasse that we see a lot, and that's not one or two cases. We see several cases like these in decisions. And I got a case in the Superior Court with this criteria. And for me, when you put a criteria to differentiate if that prison is suitable or not for an indigenous people, you're putting a criteria, using a criteria in that indigenous people. So many violences, and due to much bias, my grandparents didn't teach my own language to my parents. I don't know how to talk about the language of my people, and I cannot speak Portuguese because I also have my roots, my contacts with the community, but I don't know how to pronounce correctly, not even there, my Terina language, and not even here, because due to the prejudice, my grandpa said, no one is going to learn how to speak the indigenous language because you're going to have more difficulties you have right now. And then if I have my difficulties right now, imagine if I didn't speak Portuguese. There's something that I write in all my notebooks. I always have a notebook with me, and I say, those who don't see the differences don't promote the equality. Because from the moment that you see that me, Dr. Henrique, Dr. George, we are different people, we are not going to be able to adapt what we can provide, what we can offer. I think it was genius. It was a genial idea to put a microphone, a headphone, so that we can understand the other reality of the other person. Even in university and in work, people deny to see our differences. Some people tell me, you live in a city, you have a cell phone, so are you an indigenous person? People ask me that. We come from a fight that we go through. Another thing that I have to say about my people is that I was born in an indigenous land of Limão Verde, and today they're going in through a lawsuit. At any moment, the land I was born in, I can lose. So what about our link to the earth that is stronger than any civil right that imposes something to us? And the other part that I also described is the fight for rights. When we talk about fight for rights, we talk a lot about the land marking, the territorial marking, because all public policies involve that. If you don't have proper territory, you don't have a perspective in your territory. You don't have safety. Lots of things have been talking about the suicide index among our people, indigenous people. It's a great scale compared to the majority society. And we are looking forward to go get training to defend ourselves, to defend our territory. And it's not simply a place where we have a financial place. We depend on that territory. We have a link of life. We have our people in that territory. And it's hard for the white people to understand how this link goes through us. That's why I came to study law, to understand the mechanism of the white society. In my language is the Purutuya. There's a diversity of rules that I am trying to adjust. Campo Grande particularly, I am super adapted here. People don't say good morning. And I always learned how not to say good morning.
For many young indigenous people, we say that we have to make paperwork and paper talk on behalf of us. So it's important to understand laws and how the judicial system works and how we can demand our rights. The territory where I was born was retaken. The media and the rural landowners talk about invasion, but how can a people invade something that was theirs? An anthropological study has declared that that was indigenous land, but before it was officialized, there was a setback. And this is the case of a case that I mentioned here, because our ownership of the land was already approved, but for a collective craziness that people had, and they're now trying to expel us from the lands. If we weren't there, we cannot prove that we were there before 1988, because there's no way we can go back in time on something that has already been ensured for us by the Constitution of 1988. It's our land, it's our territory, it's our need. And for us, our territory is life, is the basis of everything. Any law starts on our territory. It's where we live, where we have our rituals, where we have our plantations and our religiousness, because we have our own philosophies. We have something bigger than us that we call invisibility, which is something that comes from light. It translates as like the churches start to come into many communities, so it's adapted as Jesus or God, but invisibility is what comes from light. And we need a lot of light to live. We believe that our elders have a lot of knowledge of life, and they are this light that enchants our territory. If the territory where they enchant is sacred ground, how can we move away from that ground? And we're going through this territory issue. So all the seminar is focused on the environmental issue, and I don't want to go too much farther on this topic, because our territory is crucial for our existence. We're talking about a living territory with plants and animals with which we live in balance. But the problem is territories are developed for indigenous peoples because they're degraded, they have no forests, the rivers have dried. This is the problem for these communities, because when we take our land back, we don't have that living area that we did have before. The area is all degraded, the soil is dead, and we cannot plant anymore. There is no way we can grow anything on that land. On the other hand, all of the studies done by satellite images show that the most well-conserved areas in our country are the territories that we indigenous people are occupying. So we are specialists in environmental protection. People talk about ecological agriculture now, but we've always lived this as the knowledge from our ancestors, because the earth is our mother. We always take care of Mother Nature, because without it, we wouldn't exist. When we talk about restorative justice, we always think about conflict resolution centered on society, based on listening to the victim, actively responsibilizing the offender, and establishing a safe communitary space to neutralize the negative impact of wrongful doing. Translating that, it talks about listening to the parts and mediating a solution involving the community. That's exactly what we indigenous people do. This autonomy of solving our conflicts was also taken from us. We want to have returned our capacity of stewardship of our territories and of conflict resolution. When I say that conflict resolution has always been used by us, I think all my life, ever since I'm 24 years old, I think my grandparents, everyone always said that this mediation for conflict resolution was already in place within our communities. There's a cacique, a chief from an aldea, Bananal, who himself, he still does all of the meetings that we do. We take notes, and he brings together the father and the mother, for example, and this, he asks, well, you have to decide who is going to pay, who's going to support the child, and we get that in a document. And after 1 year, that is revised, and he revises it himself with the people. And if the person is not paying, and and someone comes with a complaint because the other one is not paying, so this agreement is immediately revised. And this is a practice that's been in place for years within our communities. Obviously, there are cases that are more difficult since the whole society goes through changes and the law has to adapt. For example, the law on fake news. The law on fake news is a need that society has today. And for us, even though we seem old or ancient, we've always used these measures of conflict resolution. We always got the people together and the leader tried to mediate this situation. And this was taken from us when a policy of the Indigenous People Protection Service started working within the communities. They took away our autonomy and the stewardship of our territories. We've always lived in balance with our territories, and now we don't have our rivers anymore, our creeks are drying. How can we have life stability and perspective of life for our young people if we don't have a river, if we don't have the forest that's strong and healthy? It's a natural connection that we have. And when I talk about the mediation that we have within the communities, it's our leaders have the autonomy to get together with the parties and sometimes with the community as a whole, which I've seen already. For example, if someone from a different people wants to come live in our community, we all sit together and decide. And if someone says that they don't accept it, if one person doesn't accept it, then they cannot come. So if it's natural that there should be harmony in a society, it should be with the whole community. And this can only happen when we give autonomy for these people to live with quality of life. If we start to think that everything they do is a violence against the other, we have to understand what's violence and what's culture. We in Mato Grosso do Sul, we are the state that incarcerates indigenous people more. The last numbers show this, and this makes me see that maybe this state sees our differences, even for a person who is incarcerated. So even when the person commits an act, are their rights being preserved? Do they have access to, are they able to speak their own language in prison? Because in many places we're not allowed to speak our own language. I think it's very hard that they are able to speak their language in prison. And I particularly study Resolution 287, and I wanted to write my dissertation on it, which is the resolution that ensures an interpreter and an anthropologist in all cases involving indigenous people. However, I thought, how can I adapt and expect something to be effective since we still have this integrationist paradigm within the decisions. So we cannot talk about this resolution without breaking this cycle of integrationism, showing that we're not less indigenous. We have to have the assurance of our territories, so we have autonomy and stewardship of our territories. That's it. Thank you.
Que coisa fantástica.
This is fantastic. Fantastic. Before I invite our next speaker, I want to confess something. I was a convicting judge, and I was a judge in the border of Brazil, and I once convicted an old man, an indigenous old man, for rape. The rape was already questionable because it was a different culture. But even so, the prison director, warden, came, talked to me, and said, he's not going to make it. He's going to die. And I did have the ability to do something. And I chose invisibility. I didn't see the individual. And he did die. To this day, I carry this guilt. And I chose not to see. Now, Professor Georgie. And we need the slides.
Você é fantástico, hein? Parabéns. Eu adorei. Você é espetacular. Espetacular.
O rei, nós dissemos.
And a great people. This, what I said, it's good morning, good afternoon. It's a kind of hello that I just said here in my indigenous people. I want to thank the invitation done by Dr. Raquel. I want to congratulate everyone and every institution who worked restlessly to this event to be held. I elaborated something about structural racism, invisibility, ethnical invisibility, and violation of the rights of people Guató in Pantanal. In the state of Mato Grosso and Mato Grosso do Sul, the Guató people, if it's not the most invisible, it's one of the most invisible people that we have knowledge of. I want to explain a little. This is not the speech of someone who's mad about the subject. This is from someone who studies this subject for more than 30 years. The last works that I have published, the last papers that I published, one of them is about structural racism in legal careers in Mato Grosso do Sul. We have analyzed the state of Mato Grosso do Sul. Up until 2021, we have less Black people in legal careers in Mato Grosso do Sul than we had a couple of years ago. No Indigenous, as far as I know, is in this career. But this is the third state in terms of Indigenous demography in Brazil. Another paper that is more recent, it's in 2023, it's called From Invisibility to Visibility of the Guató People in Pantanal. Everything is in Portuguese because if I don't publish in Portuguese, my relatives won't understand. Most recent work, the third one, was for the Federal Public Ministry in. It's about representativity to talk about the community of the indigenous land in the Bay of Guató. And in the fourth one will be made available until next month. It's the first book we talk about Great War among Paraguay that happened up to the 70s. And we don't do that to tell the story about whiteness. This is the first book that we're going to tell the story from the perspective of several indigenous people. Terena people, Guató people, Quinaquinao people, Joao, and other peoples. And we are still going to organize the second volume. We have works from Uruguayan and Argentinian people about the subject as well. Since 1988, I work on research in the Pantanal region. There are many regions, ethnographic research, and now that I'm here, my thoughts are in the city of Pelotas in the south of Brazil. My wife and my son are safe, but our home runs the risk of being flooded. What are we supposed to save right now if what's happening with you? We are worried about our memories, the documents, photographies, affective memories. I also have a preoccupation with the whole file that I've organized for 3 decades, especially documents about the Guató people. These documents are safe, fortunately. That's why you come here. Sometimes I leave because all the time people are sending me news. So I also want to dedicate this talk not only to the indigenous people, the Guató people, but also to the whole population of Rio Grande do Sul. What's happening there will happen here. I don't know how, I don't know when, but imagine 800 millimeters of water in one single day in Campo Grande. With the streams and rivers here turned into sewage, how you will live here. That's what happened there. Same thing has happened there. It's not if, it's a matter of when, not if. It's not from today that several indigenous wise men have been talking about it, from all peoples. It's been a long time that scientists have been saying that this was going to happen. First thing, we're supposed to understand what's a structural racism. For us, Brazilian people, this subject is recurring, especially from the publication of the book of Dr. Silvio Almeida, who's Minister of Human Rights and Citizenship. He was there enough to organize in a book a setting of ideas and discussions that have been happening for a long time. Racism is inaugurated in America in 1492 when the first settlers arrived from Europe. The settlers from Europe started to racialize people. They would racialize them the most as if they were human beings. Then our indigenous people, we were characterized as non-humans. And then African people who were brought here in the condition of slaves, they were also treated not as humans. They did that in other parts of the world as well, in Asia, Oceania, several other regions. We had here over 60 million indigenous people in these lands, obviously just like our relatives said, were stolen. And the genocide that happened in Americas is the biggest genocide in the history of humanity. Well, as far as we can measure what would be more or less. Why is it called structural racism? I'm gonna call your attention to two basic contexts from social anthropology. First, the concept of structure. In the social structure, the British about social organization, society. So racism is here to structure the differences that happens in the national societies called modern societies. But in French anthropology, the term structure also refers to a structure of thinking. The structure of thinkings are like the rivers. We go to the bed of a river here, Aquidauana or Paraguay River, here in Mato Grosso do Sul, and we see at the bed of the river the rocks, but we can we see the rocks that are on the bottom of the river? These are the structures of thinking. That's why the structure racism also shapes our behaviors. And the more whiteness know about this, more sophisticated the racism of those who impose against Black and Indigenous people in Brazil. Structural racism is at the baseline of the differences of social class and also gender. Do you here know about a document or a report from the 16th century that talks about indigenous people who would promote differentiation of gender just like we have today? So be aware that the differentiation in gender is a product of the people who would enslave people. It's not product of the slaves nor from the indigenous tribes. Something else I'd like to mention here is how to understand the ethnical invisibility. Today in Pantanal, in the state of Mato Grosso do Sul, when we get the data from IBGE, a major census organ here in Brazil, you know that we have 5 levels of classification of ethnicity by IBGE in Brazil. When people ask with which color or race do you identify, the options would be white, would be the Euro-American, yellow, that would be the Asian people, descendant from Asian people, black, that would be Brazilian people who are descendant from African people. Who would be the pardos? The Black movement, the mixed race would think that they are part of blacks. They are not. In Pantanal, most part of the mixed race is indigenous. And there's also the classification of indigenous. When someone says, I am an indigenous, and then there's another umbrella that opens, right? And then you have to explain to which people you belong. And that's a problem because we have several relatives, several brothers and sisters who don't know from what kind of kindred they belong. The story told that my grandma was captured. That's recurring in Brazil. Oh, she was an indigenous woman and she was captured. And many people come to me, they knowing what I do and what I study, they say, Professor, I was born in that place, but I was raised far from that. I know that my mother or my grandmother was an indigenous woman. To what people the people there belong to? That happens a lot in Mato Grosso do Sul. In the north of a state, we have several families, Bororo, that were made invisible. In Parnaíba, we have Ayapó families that are invisible, and Pantanal has a significant population of Guató people who were made invisible. But who's the Guató people? Guató is a nickname given by the settlers to an ancient people. Our ancestors arrived in Pantanal over 8,000 years ago. We have several archaeological researches about this subject. We call Machelva. We call ourselves Machelva. People, human being, men. Guató is this nickname in Guarani language incorporated as the denomination of the people. This here for you to see is a map of the South America with the location of Brazil in several biomes and the two indigenous lands that were officially recognized today, one in the state of Mato Grosso and the other in the state of Mato Grosso do Sul. What's important here to mention that many of you might not know is that indigenous people from South America, especially from the lowlands, excluding the Andes, they are specialists in agriculture. We're not only specialists in agriculture and planting corn, cassava, and any other vegetables. We're specialists in planting forests. Amazonia, the Amazon, is not a gift from fate. It's a result of 12,000 years of the presence of several indigenous people who produced an equatorial forest. Pantanal is not also a fruit of fate. And I'm going to show you. Pantanal is a byproduct of the positive action of the indigenous people transforming Pantanal in forest, creating good, fertile land that nowadays white men destroy to construct roads, just like the one that was showed yesterday by Dr. Gerson Domingos. Maybe he doesn't know, but that road destroyed several archaeological sites. This is an inheritance of the Canoe people, the Pantanal to humanity. These are the indigenous lands that we have today in Brazil. Mato Grosso do Sul, the biggest one is the Caduel land, 427,000 hectares, but they don't actually possess the total part of this land. Part of it, it's invaded by farmers. We just have this farm because if it was not by the Caduel, Guató, Terena, and Quiniquinau, Laiana, and several other people, this would be Paraguay. White people left this place in 1864. They left the weapons in Miranda, in Corumbá, and only in the city Antônio João with a couple of soldiers resisted, and most part was killed. And this is only Brazil thanks to us. No white person should get kudos for that.
Today, white people come here as patriots and nationalists, but when the war was here, they all ran away. And see, compare Mato Grosso to Mato Grosso do Sul. Mato Grosso do Sul has over 6% of its territory destined to indigenous lands. Mato Grosso doesn't even have 1%. Who produces more in agriculture, in the agribusiness, Mato Grosso or Mato Grosso do Sul? Look how much more Mato Grosso produces. This is the first complete map that we did of the Pantanal, the wetlands. Mato Grosso do Sul, the part that is in Bolivia, and another part that is in Paraguay. Do we have this ethnic invisibility of the Guató people in the Pantanal? We were, during the Great War between Paraguay and the Triple Alliance, Brazil, Argentina, and Uruguay, Paraguay invaded a part of Brazil in 1864 by water, coming from Asunción by the Paraná River, the Paraguay River, and it got to Corumbá and even beyond. And another party came by land in two different parties, and then they got together. One left Bela Vista in the north, and the other left Concepción, and they got together before arriving at Miranda and Mioaque. What Solano Lopez didn't know, even though he sent his spies beforehand, that resistance wouldn't come from the white people. He knew the white people was weak there, but the majority of the population back then was indigenous. Corumbá, for example, had 1,500 people. The Guató people was 6,000 or 8,000 people along the Paraguay River. And we thought it was possible to live together with the white people, but we were wrong, obviously. In May 1867, the imperial troops come down from Cuiabá to Corumbá. They had over 200 canoes. Who do you think built these canoes? The soldiers? The Paraguayans had crossed 3 currents on the Paraguay River, and they were hoping to stop the boats of the imperial troops. The Guató people guided the official troops through a different river to a small town called Chané. Chané in Terena means people, human being. That was also a territory of your ancestors. And we lived well without conflicts among us. We were able to defeat the Paraguayans, but then we were defeated by a much more powerful enemy. Cholera and smallpox. Our population decreased greatly. When we started to recover, we had chickenpox, measles, the Spanish flu, and this structured our families, because the Guató people lives in families alongside the rivers and basins, one here, the other there. Ever since this moment in which the population decreased, right away in the decade of 1880, we already had the land law, and the main government, central government in Mato Grosso starts giving the Guató lands to farmers. And they came with a lot of violence. We have here the occupation, the areas that were occupied by Paraguay. This map is very important for the Terena people. This shows exactly where there was a settling, a Terena settling in Corumbá, and they had to leave that area because of the war. The archaeological site that we found that was from the time of the Paraguay War as well. It's all within the territory of the Guatá people. What was said about the Guatá back then? When the Guatá people was mentioned, they were spoken well of. So this said that from Corumbá up north, it was the country of the Guatá people. But then in 1920, in a very contradictory way, an official from the Brazilian army says that the Guatá people was extinct. But, contradictory, he said, there were small groups or families still in Pantanal. This was the Guatá people. These are some pictures that we have from early 20th century or 20th century, I think. The men's legs are thinner and their upper body was more developed because they were canoe people. Miss Caterina may not know, but these girls here, she knew one of these. It's Ana Julia, the mother of Vicente, who lives on the San Lorenzo River. These are images done by Max Schmidt, a German ethnologist. And what was said by other people and other military people who were in the Pantanal after the 1930s. They acknowledged the presence of the Guatá. Even Theodore Roosevelt acknowledges their presence. The translation of his book into Portuguese is not good. There are several paragraphs that were just removed from the book. So it's better to read it in English because he talks about the situation of the Guatá people in a farm in Pantanal. He was very experienced because in the States, the indigenous lands are called mounders, I think, which are very common in the valleys of the Mississippi and Missouri. These are other people talking about the Guatá, mentioning their presence, their existence, and I want to move forward a bit quicker. These are some of the lands. This is over 2 hectares in area, and this is just one of many indigenous lands. I'm not sure what he refers to by aterros. I'm going to check. These are areas that are led and managed by Guatá people. This last one was finished in 1985. In 85 and 88, when the Constitution was issued, they were there. But the blame by this ethnocide was on Professor Darcy Ribeiro, the best social anthropologist, politician, educator in one person in the history of Brazil. Obviously, when he was young, he did things like all of us that he regretted later. So these are the documents from the time, from that period. This document shows the racialization made by the Indigenous Protection Services that existed before the current agency for the indigenous people, classifying the Guató people between mixed race and non-mixed race. Back then, no indigenous person could leave their land without an authorization from this organism. And this went on up to after the Constitution of 1988. So for those who are defending this temporal milestone, which is what they want to expropriate lands that were not occupied before 1988. So how could they leave if they were not there? Of course, they were there. So this is Darcy Ribeiro's apology. Here we have memories of the Paraguay War. We have traumatic memories of people who live in the city now, people whose parents were expelled from the Pantanal and now are writers and talk about the story of the Guató people. These are memories from people that we interviewed recently. And this was very common among the Guató people, the adoption of indigenous children. It reminds me very much of what I know of in Australia and other parts of the world. People were enslaved in these families, in these farmer families. Many memories. Miss Cecilia was enslaved when she was 8 or 10 years old. She has passed away already. And during the military dictatorship, we had the creation of national parks, which is in Guatá lands, and the imposition of the category of riverside peoples, which is based on a decree that cannot override the Constitution. These are documents that show their presence in their land in 1988 and denounce violation of rights back then. Up to this time, the law in Pantanal was the law called the Mato Grosso Justice, which was the law of the gun, of the Smith-Wesson revolver. And this is something that's said by Cândido Rondon. So look at the demarcation of indigenous lands. For the Guatós, they need to have water, but when they marked the lands for the Guató in the first government of President Lula, they didn't follow the Constitution. They followed a different law, and now they are fighting for water. These are rivers. This is the São Lourenço River in the 1990s. These are more recent pictures. This was in 1928 and then in 1998. And now we get to the Guató expedition from April 24 to May 1st. It was a great task force, And we were able to advance in public policies and ethnic acknowledgement and the beginning of the process of demarking the indigenous land on the San Lorenzo River. We went on the Parnaíba boat. It's the oldest ship in the Brazilian Navy. Its construction was finished in 1937, and it took part in the Second World War and is still traveling around the Pantanal. To end, since everyone's showing a video, I'd like to show this video.
Quando o Meio sobe o rio, fronte à bela serra do Amor, leva o tempo que escorreu nas águas do rio Paraguai. Espelha neste paraíso canoeiro o seu lugar de vida e sua vida para buscar peixe que carrega história para onde vai. Canoeiro Equador, Rio Paraguai, guardiões dos caminhos, dos pantanais, dos tempos de guerra, dos tempos de paz. Que suas águas não se percam mais. Canoeiro Equador, Rio Paraguai, guardiões dos caminhos, dos pantanais, dos tempos de guerra, dos tempos de paz. Ele sobe o rio, fronte à bela serra do Amor. Leva o tempo que escorreu nas águas do rio Paraguai. Veja neste paraíso canoeiro o seu lugar de vida e sua vida para buscar um peixe que carrega história para onde vai. Canoeiro Equador, Rio Paraguai, guardiões dos caminhos, dos pantanais, dos tempos de guerra, dos tempos de paz. Para buscar um peixe que carrega história para onde vai. Subindo, descendo o rio Paraguai, caçando, pescando, vivendo em paz, vivendo em paz, vivendo em paz.
Thank you.
Quem tiver pouco.
Well, if you're curious and you live here in the States, in the Colonia of Dourados, which is the museum, it's in Antônio João. There is a document that the Emperor Dom Pedro II gives a great part of the state of Mato Grosso do Sul to the indigenous officially with a title, with a deed of land, because they saved Brazil in the Paraguay War. Number 2, have you seen inside the indigenous space an asylum or a jail? No, there are none. I'm going to give the floor to Professor Willis.
Tempo esgotado, time out. The hardest session and after lunch. So I'll make this short. I'll start in my own language first, similar to my brother. A kātuau ki te kei o tōku wakatapu ko māhuhu ki te rangi. A waikare tū te moana o waikara I whakatau ki hia takahuri waka whakarere wāhine. Ahuri atu rau ki taku papakaenga ki o rāke ki o kāhu. Kei reira te whare nui ko tumutumu whenua. Kei reira te whare kai ko te puru o tāmaki. Tēnei a Ngāti Whātua e tuake nei, tēnei o rāke e tuake nei, tēnei te mihi, a tēnei te mihi. Tuatahi ki a koe e te whaia no tēnei whenua, ka mihi rā ki a koe. No te whānau Guarakan, te iwi kainga, nā mihi ki a koe e te whaia. I just gave introduction to my lineage through description of where I come from. You won't have understood it, but basically described the boats on which my people came from the warm continents of the Pacific in which we live today. It was too hot for us, and so we left and went south and found a land called Nukuroa, the long land. We called the land and gave it another name from our ancestors, Aotearoa, meaning the place far, far away. And now it's been shortened to Aotearoa, and now it has another name which most people know as New Zealand or Nouvelle-Zélande. So welcome this boy from the other side of the world. I gave acknowledgements to all the indigenous people of this land for welcoming us to your land. I am a visitor amongst you, and I want to acknowledge all who you represent, your people. We have a word called mana, which is how to express prestige, honor that you carry with you all. So I acknowledge that as a visitor to your country. And also to the people of Capo Grande, thank you for letting us come. It's a long way from home. A special mention and thank you to Raquel, Dominique Raquel, and Joao, who gave the invitation from Hawaii to come to Brazil. In Hawaii, they gave me 30 minutes to say I have to sit at the table and talk. It's a bit better here. They gave me 10 hours, so I didn't really prepare something, but I have a few notes. My prayers to you and your people, especially the people of the South who are going through the floods. We ourselves of Aotearoa been through floods ourselves in the last year, 2 years, very bad floods. And so my thoughts and our thoughts and prayers are with you all, and especially to the people of South Brazil. It's funny coming from another side of the world to hear the stories of my brothers and sisters. It's very much the same. So I won't go into my history because it's very much the same. Land stolen, languages forbidden, culture suppressed. But I will say, what do we do with that information now? What do you do? What do I have to do now that I know that information? It is hard for me as someone from Aotearoa who is of mixed race. But I think it's good. I am Māori from Aotearoa, and I am English, my father's side. We don't call them white people. We don't call them English. We call them, or me, Pākehā. Pākehā means to be touched by a ghost. And so they look white because they're afraid. So we don't have the word white people, we say Pākehā, touched by the ghost. And so I am of Pākehā and of Māori ancestry. I did not know my father, but I grew up with my mother and our family. I grew up in a village, and we still live in a village very similar to probably some villages spoken of. I have uncles and aunties, hundreds. I have cousins who I do not know the name of either, but they are my cousins. And it's a beautiful place to grow up, and it's a beautiful place to fight. So my challenge to us in my short time is to say, we need warriors. And I see warriors here today. We're probably all warriors because you're here. We need warriors to fight, yes. We need people to stand up, whether you are Indigenous or not, whether you are part of the Pākehā, the colonizer people. It doesn't matter, but you need to be a warrior to stand up for what is right. And brother, I was very moved by what you said after my sister gave her story about the sending to jail of the old man. The fact that you recognized it and spoke it out as a process and part of what we call restoration, or making things right. It was beautiful and moving, and it was hard not to feel that emotion, So, well done, if I can say it that way. I just want to say to my brother, my morning routine. The first thing I do in the morning is I open my eyes, obviously, and I say these things. I open myself to all things positive. I open myself to all things transformative. I open myself to all things life-giving. And I sit there. After about 5 minutes, I will go, I will give myself to all things positive. I will give myself to all things transformational. I will give myself to all things life-giving. Ever since I started doing that about a year ago, I ended up in Hawaii, a very positive, transformational thing in my life, meeting the Hawaiian people. Lauren spoke of the Hawaiian people, beautiful people. And it comes to today, I'm in Brazil, of all places, across the other side of the world. I would have never have dreamed being here if it wasn't for Raquel and Joao for inviting myself. So I brought someone with me. I brought my cousin, my relative, to come and share the moment with me, just in case I got lonely. There are a lot of things I've learned here, and I want to come back to Chief Justice Yazi. He talked of history and of the beginnings of their story. And I was talking to the brother yesterday about the twins, the moon and the sun and the twins. And he says twins are very sacred in his culture. And I thought twins are very remarkable in our culture, and that maybe the personality of the person was so big that they had to put it into two people. Who knows? But that's how important it is to this person, to his culture, my brother's culture. That sometimes we are so big in terms of our character that sometimes we have to share it into two bodies, and they're twins. So maybe that's an explanation. Restorative justice is something how we adopted in our country, in our place called Auckland. It's an English word, Pākehā word. We do it not because a lot of our people are in jail. A lot of our people are going through trouble, Māori people, although they are. Very similar story. The main reason we started restorative justice was because they came into our land. People who come into our land and lived in our land, we had a responsibility to be what we call kaitiaki, or carers of other people. So we invited them into our land. So they came to our land, and we established restorative justice to help them as they lived amongst us. That's still going, and I was privileged to sit amongst many interviews, many what we call sessions, to listen to the story. With restorative justice, you have to have empathy. You have to develop empathy. If you don't have empathy or love, and it won't work. And it was beautiful to hear the story of transformation from the previous speaker, to see the transformation happen. And it had to start with somebody reaching out. So my fellow warriors, we need to reach out more. Reach out more to the people who need support, but also reach up or reach out to those who are making decisions on behalf of the many. And so, as Raquel, you've reached out to your very important people that came on the first day to make them think about what's happening here. It was beautiful to see and hear some of the conversations. And it's also I'll finish this and I'm going to make it quick. We have a saying at home, let us do us. Let us look after us. We don't need you to look after us. We don't need you to teach our language. We're getting to the point of we don't need your money. Well, not quite, but we're there. We're getting to that point is let us do us. We will look after us. And so for my fellow Indigenous people, we are maybe ahead of where you are. You are still in the fight that we have fought for our land, for our language. We have our language coming back. We have parts of our land given back, but we still have a fight on our hands in our own country. So my fellow warriors, keep up the good fight. Don't give up. Keep pressing on until you achieve what you set out to do. To my brother from South Dakota, you have a big fight on your hands. And I will think of you in my morning ritual. And to my sister, keep this, great to see the passion in younger people, younger women. I'm a father of 3 daughters. I have no peace at home because they keep talking. But keep talking, keep fighting. And the brother does the research. Thank you very much. It's great to have the stories captured so that it's not forgotten. And on that note, you've been a great audience, and thank you for listening.
Que fala.
What a spectacular speaker of Professor Willis. And he summarized what we need. We need to fight the good fight, the right fight, not give up. And it's a fight of love. It's a fight for love. And we all here are warriors. We are part of this war. And this moment made us gain more and more warriors to unite in this war that is fair, there is useful, and we're not going to give up. Let's eat. It's time for us to have lunch. Please do your best to come back as soon as possible so that we can go on with our afternoon part. At 1:30, we'll come back. Okay, thank you.
gente está do lado certo da coisa.
Senhoras e senhores, boa.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon, everyone. We're now starting the last part of the second international seminar on restorative justice and environment. We have 8 topics, and the participation of Minister Herman Benjamin from the Supreme Court to close our schedule for this seminar. We'd like to thank for everyone's participation and also for the over 700 people who are following this seminar on YouTube. This great debate with the topic of restorative justice and environment. We had to adjust our schedule. In the morning, we had a panel that wasn't presented, so it's going to happen now. And we've adjusted the timetable so we can all make better, enjoy all the panels in the afternoon. So we'd like to invite, as facilitator for this panel of decolonialism and restorative justice, Dr. Fernão Pompeu, who is a coordinator for Sejuri in São Paulo, which is a center for restorative justice for the federal justice. So we're going to have him.
Boa tarde a todos.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's a great honor for me to attend this panel. In the schedule of the event, we have there the name of our colleague Katia Hermínia Roncada. She's a federal judge, and she's also a representative in restorative justice, and she's been giving assistance to Judge Barroso in a dissemination in education of restorative justice nationwide. Due to the change of the schedule, she was scheduled for the morning, so it was not possible. She has another commitment, another appointment, and I'm here with the mission of replacing her. It's really honoring for me. So we're going to start this panel of Indigenous decolonialism in environmental restorative justice. And I'd like to invite our panelists, and then we will make some comments and go on with our work. I'd like to invite Antônio Carlos Zeiser da Silva. If you could please come here. I will introduce you right after that. Please come up. I don't know if Antônio Carlos is here with us. Antônio Carlos? Okay, so I'm gonna call the next panelist, Adrienne Ormond. Adrienne Ormond. I'm sorry, I said her name wrong. Moving on, I'd like to invite Professor Álvaro de Azevedo Gonzaga to join us here in this roundtable. Please, Professor, come up here. Professor Álvaro is arriving here. We are waiting for the panelist Antonio Carlos Saizer da Silva. Well, so I'm gonna ask for your permission to the colleagues to summarize your resumes, okay? As soon as Antonio Carlos arrives, please let us know, okay? Adrian Ormond is a representative of Maori nations, and I ask you to later read the nations you're part of. And they're from our beloved Maori people. She's specialized in Maori well-being through the lenses of social and restorative justice. Her work, that is deeply rooted in her heritage, emphasizes the empowerment of Maori communities and youth. Adrian's commitment to address social injustice leads her to the principles of restorative justice, guiding her collaborative efforts for healing and positive change. It's a great honor for us, Adrian, to have you here in the second international seminar. And especially for me, to see brothers and sisters in the same journey who are honoring you and honoring so many that have already been here this morning and yesterday, and people who will already be here among us in the afternoon, honoring the sacred lineage of the people from the forest. We have there the roots of our existence, the existence of our race. And to me, this subject is a gem. It's really important in my journey to meet again my brothers and sisters, because we comprise a single tribe over the surface of this earth, the only tribe that has been looking for learning what's the essence of life that justifies our experience in this school, which is this planet. Real school. A school of learning and evolution. An evolution of minds, of beings who have conscience, and why not say spiritual beings. And these energies, this power that occupies physical bodies this right now, are meeting themselves again. They are reuniting themselves, because this is the moment of this reunion. And this reunion will allow us to awake individually and collectively from a deep sleep. We were put, and also we put ourselves in this deep sleep, because we are somehow responsible for everything that's going on with us throughout this journey. This journey is fast. So we have a short time on this earth, and this reunion is a rich and special moment. It's a changing point, just like some study scholars say. It's the awakening to a new pattern of conscience. So I'd like to invite you, Adrian, to start our conversation. And I'd like to ask for you to understand us. Please understand us because of the dynamic of the event. We have 15 minutes to every panelist. Is it possible, Adrian? He was just saying that you each have 15 minutes for your presentation. Now the floor is yours, Adrian. 15 minutes, okay?
Sonic? Kia ora tātou. While we're figuring this out, do you just... Okay. Oh, yeah. It is lovely to be here. I'm honoured to be here on this land, and as everyone before me has thanked our hosts and also acknowledged the Indigenous peoples of this land and these waters and these skies, this natural environment, I do likewise. I'm quite conscious of the time, so I'm just going to say I'm honoured to be here. I am an Indigenous Māori from Aotearoa, so in saying that, I feel a kinship to the Indigenous people from this land, these waters and the skies. I'd like to get on with my presentation, if you don't mind. What I'd like to do is to tell a story, hence the headset, because I tell stories better when I am walking. So I'd like to tell a story and work it into decolonisation and environmental restorative justice. Up here, I have it all my wahine, which is actually my indigenous nation. And apologies to the translators if that's difficult to say. But all my wahine, my indigenous nation that I am from. At the same time, I am from the collective indigenous solidarity of Māori. But if I am talking my whakapapa, my genealogy, my ancestry, and the land, the waters, and the skies that I am from, I am talking at all my wahine. Up there it says at all my wahine relationality. I will come to explain that as I talk. For now, I'd just like to leave that title there. So let me begin my story by introducing you to a relation of mine. This relation is this land, this landscape, what I have heard called environment here at this conference. These are pictures of my relation to introduce you to them. This is a headland on Rongai Wahine territory. This is another piece of that territory. This is one of our ancestral meeting homes, a marae. We have 7 of them on our area that we live. And this is a maunga or a mountain on where we live. This is my relation. This is a living part of my life. This is not an environment, this is not a landscape, this is not a hill. This is a living relation of mine. And I'm going to talk to that relationship in terms of decolonisation and the need for decolonisation around recognising with Indigenous people the relationships that they have with the natural world. In the previous session, and in the sessions that have gone throughout these 2 days, we have heard a lot mentioned to relationships. What I'd like to focus on is how, for me, as a Rongai Wahine person, as an Indigenous Māori, my relationships begin with the natural world. I come from it. It is a part of me. And when it is well, I am well. In terms of Rongai Wahine relationality, picking up on some notes that were said earlier, relationships are powerful. Relationships are vital. Relationships are needed for people to be healthy. Relationships have the power to heal. The same applies to my relationship with the natural world that I've just introduced you to. Hence, when I come here and introduce myself via this landscape, that is because who I am, my identity, my well-being is tied up in this relationship. Some more shots of the natural world at home. My relationship with the natural world is informed by a Māori rongo wahine worldview. Something that I always think when I'm in restorative justice is, which worldview are you coming from? I'm coming from a worldview that is centered in rongo wahine. In rongo wahine, my relationships begin with the natural world. I can also say that the rongo wahine worldview is also applicable to other Indigenous nations. Now, I'm taking a liberty saying that because I don't know every other Indigenous nation that exists, but I'm quite confident that the relationality that I am talking to will apply to other Indigenous nations. And you would have heard it in the previous panel, you would have heard them talking to that relationality, the need for it, the vitality of it, and the harm that has happened through colonisation. Hence, the movement of colonisation. Just briefly, for those who might be new to worldview, basically worldview is the way that we make meaning of the world. And what has happened through colonisation is that one worldview has become dominant. And you've heard that referred to in the last panel largely as white. We can call it a lot of other things. We can say Western, global North, dominant, the oppressor, Britain. We can call it a lot of things. But basically it is the beliefs, the values, the traditions that are shaped by the cultures we come from. And that is how we make meaning of the world. In the last panel when it was talking about ethnic invisibility, what's happened is that ethnic or that Indigenous worldview has been silenced. So everything that comes out of that worldview is silenced. The language, the territories, the relationships, the ways of being, the education systems, the knowledge systems, the spirituality, all that is silenced if you silence the worldview. This is me. I think this is just after I finished my PhD. So I think I look a lot younger there, I think. Anyways, this is me. I am in relationship with the rongo wahine natural world. I have introduced you to my relation. Down the bottom of this slide is the name, another name of that relationship, Te Mahi Peninsula on the east coast of the North Island of Aotearoa. Now, initially, when I would introduce myself at home, I would begin with a cultural introduction. I've postponed that till now because I wanted, first of all, to introduce you to the relation that I'm going to mention. But I'll pick it up now and introduce myself culturally now. Ko tāki tima tuaka, ko rongo mai wahine te iwi, ko kaiaku te marae, ko anaru omana tuku papa, ko rātua mete tuku mama, ko Adrian omana tuku ingoa. Briefly, I've introduced, I am from a great voyaging waka, Tāki Timu. I am rongo mai wahine. I am from Mahia and my parents. This relationship is the center of all being for me, and I would say for all Indigenous people. You heard earlier Edward say the first harm. That's because this relationship is central. And if you harm this relationship, nothing else makes sense. If you nurture this relationship, the world opens up. and goodness and wealth and health abound, which of course has not been the story for Indigenous people, but we'll come back to that. Just quickly centering, giving you some geographical direction. We're here, and way over there is New Zealand, which is where Rongomai Wahine is, way over at the other end of the slide. A close-up, this is the North Island of Aotearoa, New Zealand, and I've circled where Mahia is on the North Island. It's hanging off. It is a peninsula, and I have grown up by the ocean. So the ocean is a major part of how I make sense of the world. Close up again. Okay, and just once again refocusing on how that relationship is central. And those are shots of that relation, Rongomai Wahine, natural world. Okay, as I said earlier, the natural world and I are one. The Rongomai Wahine, natural world and I are one. The relational dynamic between humanity and natural world is central to who I am and my well-being. In fact, I live away from home right now. I live in the city. We live in the city. In fact, if I'm away too long from this natural world, I need to return. I need to return and to be re-energized. I need to return. And when I return home, when we return home, when me and my family return home, I feel that it knows me. And I feel that because it does know me. As was mentioned earlier by Edward, we understand the natural world to be intelligent, to be alive, and to be energetic, and to have agency, so that it is not an object. It is not parked over there without a say or an influence in shaping us. We are in relation with it. So anything that happens to that natural world impacts on us. Just recapping there, the natural world is intelligent, has agency and energy. We know and recognize each other. Through our relational bond, we are bound to care for each other. We do not care for that natural world because it is a good thing to do and I want to save the whales or the trees. We care for it because we are bound to it, just as you are to your children, your grandchildren. We are bound to the natural world. Hence, our drive to care for it is inherent in who we are. When that is harmed, it becomes an intergenerational scar. I've got a note there to remind me to tell a story. In Wellington, where I am right now, is a coastline there, and we were walking along it once. We were walking along it, and the tide was coming in, the high tide was coming in, and we wanted to carry on, and we could have carried on past this rocky bit, which was a little bit dangerous. But I had a feeling to turn around and come back because that coastline is not my coastline, and it has no obligation to keep me safe. So I said to everybody, no, we're not going, we're going back. We turned around and we left because I know that coastline is not a part of me. Therefore, it has no obligation to care for me and my family because I don't come from it. I come from that peninsula. At home, Mahia Peninsula, I would probably have not even thought to turn back, because that natural world is in relation with me, and it has an obligation to take care of me. I've got 5 minutes.
Eu tenho 5 minutos. Since we've just heard that panelist Antonio Carlos is not going to be here, we're going to give you 5 more minutes. I'm sorry for the interruption.
So I pointed out the relational dynamic between humanity and natural world. Let's move along. I've taken it from this worldview here, which is Roma Wahine Māori worldview, and I've also said that that applies to other Indigenous nations. What has happened in colonisation is another worldview has come along, and it has taken that natural environment, that relationship, it has harmed it. The first harm has occurred. This is a map of land in Aotearoa, New Zealand. I have up Māori land in 1860. The black is Māori land. The black is what was owned by Māori land in 1860. Just bear in mind, once upon a time, that was all Māori land. If we move to 1860, sorry, we moved to 1960 over here, you can see it's nearly white with black specks. That first harm has occurred. It is inlaid, it is embedded in the system. The structural racism that George mentioned is in process through colonisation. Now this is a map bringing us up to New Zealand here. You have that worldview is now dominant, so that now basically the land and that natural world relationship has now been dominated by another worldview, which is largely colonial British. The rupture of the relationship, people are hurt, loss, extractive ways of relating to the natural world, which is the whole thing around save the environment, for the sake of saving the environment, not for acknowledging the relationship and the relationality. And also for me and for my family, the loss of self, because we are in that relationship. And when you harm that natural world relationship, you harm the individual. Okay, nearly there. Some of the impacts of these, I could go on and on about different aspects of, incarceration, low educational achievement, poor quality of health, lower socioeconomic status, etc. What I've focused on here is Māori health. I haven't put up more information because I'm really wary of coming to conferences and pathologising us. We don't want to be just bad and victimised. So I've put this up to give you an idea of where we sit. This type of stuff comes from that first harm, from the loss of that relationship. We cannot be well if we're not in relationship with that natural world. Okay, where to from here? Environmental restorative justice must address these differences in worldview. It must come back and address them. And if you're working in environmental restorative justice and you're not Indigenous, or you're Indigenous with a colonial mindset, you must question these things. You must address the worldview difference. You must address the harm caused by the imposition of another worldview across, in this case I've used myself and all my wahine, but across Indigenous nations. You must address the harm caused by the breakage of that relationality, and you must address the privilege created by that harm. This is my last thing. That is my message, the relationality between Indigenous people and the natural world and the underlying worldview issues, the philosophy of it. Normally when we end culturally, we would sing what we call a waiata or a song. What I've done here, hopefully it's going to work, is put up a song by one of our native birds, the tui. This is a video taken from our balcony at home. It's very short. And I'm going to leave the closing remark to this relation of mine from the natural world. That's a nectar feeder. That's us, not natural. So this is one of our native birds. He's going to finish eating and come back and sing in a minute. Kia ora tātou. Nós temos muito para aprender juntos, né? Nessa caminhada. Somos a natureza. Nós somos a natureza somos nós. Nós, os integrantes de...
We are the nature is us. We have a lot to learn. All parts of nature, human realm, animal realm, and some of the realms that are still invisible to our eyes, to human eyes. Angelical, the elemental realm. The experience of connecting to nature is one of the keys to understand what we're doing here, who we are, and what's the reason for our existence. This observation of nature, the message is here at all times. What we need is to be able to have tools to awake this awareness, this conscience, first of all, in us. And when we awake this consciousness in us, which is the first homework we got to do of existence, when we do that in ourselves, we can contribute to this awakening in people around us. So it's an individual awakening that allows the collective awakening. And that's happening in a construction where we find our siblings in this journey that are examples for us because of their experiences and their stories. So Adrian brought here the essence of restorative justice. We've been learning that restorative justice is built by storytelling. And Adrian gave us this feast, this awesome story about this incredible people, regional people, ancestral, so much wisdom, so much love in their hearts. So in a certain moment, some of us, human beings, we disconnected from this conscious that is integrated to nature. So our work, I think all of us who are here are awakening to this mission of life. And we're supposed to awaken in us this reconnection. We are trying our best, and we're not going to rest, not even for a moment, because this is a real story. Now let's thank Adrian for being here with us. Now we're moving on to our next panelist, Professor Álvaro de Azevedo Gonzaga, he is a lawyer and indigenous activist from the Guarani Kaiowá ethnic group, a lecturer in philosophy of law at PUC São Paulo, has postdoctorate studies in law at the Classical University of Lisbon and University of Coimbra, has a postdoctorate in indigenous story from Federal University of Mato Grosso do Sul. He has got a master in law degrees from PUC São Paulo, the Catholic University. He has a degree in philosophy from the University of São Paulo. He's a graduate in a program of law, both in master's and doctoral programs. He has developed complex projects with relevant agencies like the Indigenous Missionary Council, the International Committee of Red Cross, Ministry of Justice, and so many others. He's a human rights lawyer, having been coordinator of the model office at PUC, and he was responsible for social projects. And he has a seat. He's a member of the Indigenous Parliament. He's the writer of several books, among them Indigenous, Decolonialism. Professor Álvaro, it's a great honor for us to have you here in this event. And we know how much you have to contribute, but right now we can only grant you 20 minutes. The floor is yours. Thank you very much for now. Baechapá, like I say in Guarani. It's a joy for me to be here beside people who make me happy. I'm really happy to exchange experiences with them. Everything starts by the hands of Egberto, brother, and I learn a lot exchanging with him. I see here several people. I greet not only the people who are here on the table with me, but Dr. Raquel, who was brave enough, persistent and insistent enough to organize this space, which is a space for affection. I am a tall man. I'm wearing a blue suit, red tie with a black, white shirt. My eyes and my hair are brown, and the color is the color of my mother. My mother is Mother Earth. So I'd like here, after my self-description, to salute using a text that brought me to the restorative justice for the first time. It was a text that I produced to present in an event. If you determine that I'm an indigenous, I determine that you're a settler. If you determine that we're all the same, I determine that your difference is the ignorance. If you determine that we're the same race, I determine that you fight to have a pedigree. If you determine that those who have headbands are indigenous, I determine that white people only see slaves and those who won't reflect their ideas. I determine that oppressed don't want to be oppressors. If you determine there's not enough land for indigenous, I determine that Brazil has more land than people. If you determine that we produce food to 1.3 billion words in the world, I am frustrated knowing that 20 million Brazilian people are still starving. If you determine that I should respect your God, I determine that you should respect who respect my Neanderthal. If you think that a worm killer will kill virus, the vaccine is efficient. If Yanomami starve to death, other Guaranis die shot, killed, and I determine that over us, you don't determine anything at all.
Dentro dessa perspectiva,
from this perspective of cosmo-perception, I'd like to have some considerations done here. first thing of cosmoperception. I understand that we should evaluate the perception, not only the vision. We perceive the world in several ways, by taste, by touch, by vision. So I adapted the writings that I do for the cosmoperception, the perception of the universe, which happens in several ways that we can access. And one of them is in the static field. Static says a lot. That's why I'm not wearing my headband. I'm here wearing a suit and tie. My Chief Getúlio, tells me that dress like that white man, talk like that white man, and with organization show that reason and truth are on our side. That's why I'm here. That's why I dress myself like this. That's why I use all those titles to present here in this curriculum that I call curriculum death, because we need to expand the present to have a better future. People who live of past walks through depression and death. Those who live in the future are anxious, and those who live in the present understand. That's why this verb tense is called present. The gift that we have to live right now, it's a true present, and know how to live, how to share, agree. Agree comes from my heart is with yours. This is agree, the word concordar in Portuguese. And we need to find here ways of communication. And that's why I've never done that in my life. And I'll tell you why. Yesterday, when I heard Marcelo saying here something about static and music, I chose something. My talk today will be a rhapsody. A rhapsody called Restorative Justice, that we have preface, 4 variations, 1 epilogue, and as a good present, 1 last thing to be mentioned. This rhapsody called Restorative Justice has a prelude, the first provocation. To restore justice, we need to decolonize with the indigenous way to reforest our ideas and bring life to the environment. I'd like to look for etymologic understanding of the terms decolonially, restoration, indigenous, and the neologism I'm going to present here, which is reinvent the environment. The first variation that I'm talking about is what's the ethical logic when we think about this idea of beginning. Everybody in science, they look for the genetic, the origin of things. Hi, Enrique. Hi, how are you? People look for the origin, the genetics of things. And when we think about ethnic, we think of birth, origin, or in ethos, that comes from the term ethics, a set of moral values of a determined group, social group. And exactly because of that I would like to consider some things about some terms, especially the second variation, the word indigenous, the ethnologic indigenous, and indio is no soul. Indel gives origin to the term that in English is equivalent to John Doe. Indigenous is the opposite of alien. And who's the alien today? Isn't this it's not the person who won't live in our earth, but those who are not aligned with our earth, those who have criticism over the indigenous people because they think they are superior, putting us down. That's why I present my curriculum and all my titles. We have short professors in Brazil. Brazilian universities gave me a title of livre docente. I am free to teach. What I say is considered as doctrine. I use this power and this force to bring what doctrine? to show that there are many aliens in our earth that mistreat our mother, and they believe they build their truths with ironicness and humor. That's why I'm a full professor. For us indigenous, we suffered a lot because of destruction, and genetically, the threads that links us to the colony that Pindorama was put us in a position that it's necessary to decolonize ourselves.
Others talk about discolonize. I disagree. Discolonize would be erasing. It's historically erasing everything. Oh, let's just forget it. We are all humans. There is no such thing. We're not the same because we're ancestors. We descend from people who killed our ancestors. And it's not a revenge perspective, but it's a historic perspective. How many generations a black family, an indigenous family needs to have a doctor in their lineage. There is no freedom when you don't start all from the same point. I'm sure of that. This is a false sense of freedom. We should decolonize, and we believe it's impossible to erase the trajectory that brought us here, but it's possible to coexist in this environment where we are. The third variation in this rhapsody is what I worked on in my postdoctoral degree at the Federal University of Dourados, where Tiago was the dean, a friend in the realm of ideas. And I always say that people who defend human rights are no improvisers. He didn't just yesterday become a defender, a champion of human rights. We've been doing this for a long time. And we've already been friends. And now I see so many people on these tables. I've found out many friends that I just didn't know. We were friends for a long time, but we just didn't know each other. Raquel, it's amazing the kind of people you got here together. It's not just a bunch of people. This is a real group, an organized group with structure. Each one of us has our intellectual muscles. What Solange was saying today, wow, my Nyanderu, instead of saying my God, I'd say my Nyanderu. So this is something that I need to understand about time. And I want to state something that I may publish shortly, which is adopting the understanding that time is linear in history means choosing just the narrative of those who won and exclude those who were defeated. Time cannot be touched as matter. The narrative that we have of time in history, it's linear, as if it was just a succession of facts and the exclusion of those who were defeated. Every choice is a renouncing. And history makes its choices to follow a linearity, but history is not linear. Time cannot be touched. It's not tangible. But it's a flux and an influx. And in this colonial time, those subaltern indigenous and black peoples were so oppressed they couldn't even tell their stories of pain. This is the time where we are. And this is why the previous panel was so important, talking about invisibility. We have to talk about invisibility and subalternity, which is something I talk about in this book. There are a few of these here, which is Indigenous Decolonialism. I did have a parent, a relative who wrote the preface, Mr. Evo Morales, the ex-president of Bolivia. The fourth variation is the variation of decoloniality. To decolonize is also providing history with the chance of leaving linear time to promote the colonial time in which subaltern can narrate their pains equivalent in the same way. I'm not asking for any favors. This space has to be occupied by me, by Priscilla, by our relative here, so many relatives who took the floor here. This is not a favor that we're asking. And this is the thing that you have to understand. It's to give us the opportunity to understand that time is not linear, and also to show that subaltern people can tell their pains and being equally respected. You don't have to look at us with pity. You have to look at us as equals. That's the thing. Do you want equality? So don't interrupt us. This idea of interruption is a great error. Only with a decolonial position that doesn't promote Eurocentrism are we able to shed light on the time of restoration. And thus we get to the fifth variation on restorative justice. This is where the ethnology of what to think about restorative justice. Eurocentric law chooses the linear decision to bring a linear history and the selection of norms made by those who exert power and those who win. So many of the rules are not plural, as the legal pluralism that Priscilla is studying, but with the hands of those who won. And that's why law, counter-majoritarian law, is a way to protect minorities from the idea of, and to bring the idea of equity as well. Counter-majoritarian law is the one that regulates the rights of those who are indigenous. Those who are not indigenous shouldn't even have an opinion about that. Do you understand that? That's the way we have to go. This is the issue. And there's this idea of an interruption from the non-indigenous man telling us what's good for us. We didn't ask. We don't want to know. If anyone should say what's good for us is the decolonial position to say, okay, we know what's good for you. It's what happened in 1500s. I'm not sure if you've heard. Have you heard about the Gaza? That's over 5,000 years old. They've been fighting for that. And nobody says, wow, it's been 5,000 years, that's enough. If we say that, it will be a scandal. This is where the issue comes. Ethnologically, I believe how to restore is to recuperate, to redo, to restructure something that was lost. But this idea of restoration cannot also be a linear idea of going back to this linearity. The ruptures, the breakages, the pains, they're not linear. Just like history must not be linear. Everything that must be restored needs to go through a non-linear path. But what did we lose? What did we have regarding us, the indigenous people? There's just one time of well-being, the one that was before the invasion. And if we do decolonize, let's understand that we have the scars and not run the risk of discolonize. Yeah, but you can't. People say, yeah, you can't. We cannot go back to the 1500s. But can you acknowledge that there was a genocide here? Can you acknowledge that the government of Figueiredo shows that the greatest groups, the groups that were most persecuted during the military dictatorship, you know who they were? Indigenous peoples and evangelical peoples, because they were considered to be a sect, just like African, Brazilian religions are referred to in these days. What's just and restorative is decolonialism. And in this time of acknowledging subalterns, we must have a north of equity so that we can reach just that preserves or resignifies the environment. And I'm going to read this again because this is very important. What is just and decolonial is this time of acknowledging subalternity, understanding that we have to have equity so that in this assumed equivalency between indigenous and non-indigenous may preserve or resignify the environment. And now we get to the epilogue of this rhapsody, which means readapt the environment to a new ambience. We have seen that environmental law doesn't have enough strength to stop the predatory behavior of humans, of destroying. The idea of reforesting mines, we have to recreate the ambience for our environment because the ambience where we live in is unhealthy even for restoration and decolonization, and even to let us breathe as indigenous peoples. And our environment is still colonial and subalternizing and oppressing. This is a philosophical movement that we have to say. If we talk about time that's not tangible, I have to think about the surroundings, because time and space are not tactile, are not tangible, but they are perceived. They are not seen, they are not smelled, but they are perceived. And this cosmo-perception of time and space take me to the need of understanding what is this mean, or this environment, the surroundings of the environment. What's the space of the environment? When we do understand what this space is, we are going to create a new ambience for this environment. We're going to resignify this space. It's not possible. It's impossible. It's not to talk about the south of Brazil. It's to show that it's also the south of Brazil. David Kopenawa says the heavens are going to fall onto the earth. Cacique Raoni, who I had the honor of accompanying at the Supreme Court, he says that. He says the world is over. We have to just postpone it. Not different from what Ailton Krenak says. These are all indigenous thinkers and leaders. To recreate an ambience of the environment. And just to finish, like Brazilians do, always extending the talk a little bit. Law doesn't solve conflict. It just deals with conflict. Just like restorative justice. It doesn't solve the conflict. It treats, it deals with the conflict. Like medicine. Medicine doesn't cure pathologies. It just treats pathologies. If there's a cure during the treatment, that's a reaction of the organism itself. If the conflict is solved after the law treats it, it will be a reaction of these subjects, not of the law itself. So this is our tutorial for us to calm down, cool down, and be a little bit more humble to understand that we don't solve conflicts, we treat conflicts. And if these subjects are willing to be treated, we will manage. And while we don't understand what's the space of nature, we're not going to create a new ambience, we're not going to treat things adequately, and it will be a never-ending battle. Well, when we do that, when we create a new ambience for our environment, we may have aware subjects who may be able to preserve a new environment. And in this rhapsody, I allowed myself to leave blank spaces, like in music sheets, because music sheets with their blank spaces produce something that is very beautiful, which is the capacity for the interpreter, the musician, to interpret and improvise. For us in the law, may we have infinite possibilities of interpretation, because the law is infinite, but in its infinity, may we bring the finiteness of what we expect from this environment in a new ambience. As I said in Guarani, thank you very much. Agojuvete.
É mais painel que
Conversation that shows the whole potential of the seminar. My situation is delicate right now. It's kind of mention things. There's so many things that I learned. This movement of awareness about the importance, this transformation of conscience, this acknowledgement of the essence, the true essence, indigenous peoples, in their stories, their needs, and this is always intertwined with nature and in our restorative justice has this potential to help. That's why we're here, because we believe that restorative justice is allowing and will allow this progress of mindset for us to find solutions for the future. Treatment peaceful treatment, a more aware treatment for the fight of causes that motivate the conflicts and the factors for violence. They allow us to access these causes, the root of this conflict. We meet, according to the possibilities, the needs of all the involved, with the participation of everyone, all involved in the communities, so that we can look forward and have a future that will meet everybody's needs and find the justice in its whole way. We've been learning step by step, little by little, and this group who's here, it's not represented only by the people who are here, but we also have people online, hundreds of people, brothers and sisters who have been on the same journey virtually. They are here virtually. This movement, just like Professor Alvaro said, it's been built by a valiant group of people who have been meeting themselves along this journey around the country, in all the continents, all the environments. We are awakening to that duty to make things actually happen. This change of mindset is already happening. And when you say, Professor, that this group is enchanting by its potential, by its plurality, the gifts and talents, that's what we actually live. Thank you for sharing. We have a lot to learn with you. especially in such a relevant topic. Our dear Adrian, she contributed with us. We want to know if there's any question. And because of the lack of time, I ask for Adrian's comprehension. We're not going to have a Q&A because we're going to start the next panel. But I thank you, Adrian, a lot for your assistance here, for the collaboration, for a contribution, for your existence. And also, I thank the existence of Professor Alvaro and your contribution in several dimensions, and everyone who's here. Thank you.
Agradecemos a participação.
We thank the federal judge, Fernão Pompeu, for moderating the panel Indigenous, Decolonialism, and Environmental Restorative Justice. Now we're moving on to the next topic. The moderator will be Maria Fernanda Souza. The several cosmovisions in the restorative environmental justice. Our facilitator is Maria Fernanda de Moura Souza. She's a federal judge, specialist in human rights by the Law School of São Paulo. She's coordinator of the Micromanagement Committee, PRF3, and president of the Commission for the Prevention and Tackling of Moral Harassment, Sexual Harassment, and Discrimination in the São Paulo Judicial Session. From this moment on, you have the word. Maria Fernanda de Moura Souza, you are going to talk about cosmovisions, the multiple cosmovisions, and the environmental restorative justice. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone who's here and those who are online. I'm gonna start describing myself.
I'm a mixed race woman. I'm 47 years old. I'm using earrings. I have curly hair. I'm wearing a very colorful blouse with orange and pink. And that's it. I'd like to thank the possibility of being here on this panel, on this very instigating topic. I'd like to thank my friend Raquel and to honor all the work she did to make this event happen. I was on the backstage, and Raquel, she's a great worker, she's a warrior, and she always wants to bring good things to the world. And I'm very happy to be near you. I'd like also to thank Professor João Salm, who's the person who follows my journey on restorative justice, and the TRF3 on behalf of Dr. Marisa, on the person of Dr. Marisa, that allow me and my colleagues to be here. So now I'm going to invite our panelists. I'd like to call now Dr. Ezio Costa. Dr. Maria Valeria Barros. And Dr. Tiago Botelho. I made an agreement with them, and I am going to read their resume, their bios very, very quickly. They have wonderful backgrounds, but I just agreed with them that we would do it very quickly so we can move on with the panel. But before we do that, I'd just like to talk about time, right? We talked about doing 15 minutes each. We have someone who's minding the time. She's there. She's going to raise a little sign when you have 5 minutes left or 2 minutes left, so we can together be responsible for time, so we can enable other people who come after us to also be able to do their presentations. So that's it. I'm going to start with the resumes, and then I will give the floor to Ezio. Ezio is a professor at the University of Law at the University of Chile, and he is executive director of FEMA, an NGO. Maria Valeria Barros is a professor of the University Nacional do Litoral, and she's a researcher at CONICET. And Tiago Botelho, he has a postdoctorate degree in law. He has a doctorate degree in social environmental law from PUC, and he is an assistant professor at the Federal University of Grande Dorados, and superintendent of the Legacy of the Union. So, as we agreed, we're going to start with you. Oh, just one thing. They all have a presentation. We need to see that to facilitate our translation. Ezio is going to be speaking in English, and we're going to have the translation into Portuguese. And your presentation is in Spanish, right? Valeria will be speaking Spanish with a PowerPoint in Portuguese. I think Tiago will be doing everything in Portuguese, God permit.
Não temos? Don't we have the PowerPoint presentation? May I send the presentation now?
Ele tinha mandado para o e-mail, né?
She sent that to an email address. I can send it again, but I just need to be reminded of what's the email address.
Talvez vai ser mais fácil por e-mail nesse momento. Ah, não vai dar. Tá bom, perfeito, perfeito. Vai. Vou mandar agora pelo 11 99477 6076. Precisa confirmar, porque todos mandaram para o e-mail que foi passado. Só confirmar se os outros estão, senão eu já vou mandar todos.
It's the first one that I sent right now, okay? I'm gonna send Valeria's. Eu vou começar sem o PowerPoint, então não se preocupem, o PowerPoint vai acabar aparecendo aí, vai estar tudo bem, tá bom? Oi, pessoal, agradeço por me receberem aqui, agradeço especialmente a Raquel e aos organizadores, todas as pessoas que estão lidando com todos os problemas para me trazer aqui, agradeço. Vou falar sobre o direito a um ambiente saudável e como isso tem crescido no mundo e como esse rito tem sido interpretado principalmente pelo Tribunal Interamericano de Direitos Humanos. A minha apresentação tem como objetivo tentar entender como esse direito pode nos ajudar de duas maneiras. A primeira é como proteger o ambiente, porque é um valor inerente, não só por causa da conexão com a nossa vida. E a segunda coisa, aí, PowerPoint apareceu. E o segundo motivo, a segunda razão é pensar em como essas conexões que foram feitas, podem nos ajudar a aumentar a possibilidade de reflorestamento do ambiente. Então, vamos lá. Como vocês provavelmente sabem, vocês que estudaram direito a um ambiente saudável é um direito, mas não tem sido reconhecido como um direito humano no início dos movimentos dos direitos humanos. Então, nós temos o direito a um ambiente saudável, e a Declaração dos Direitos Humanos nós não temos lá, e também não temos na Declaração Americana dos Direitos Humanos. Contudo, nos anos 80, começou a ser reconhecido em outros tratados mundo afora. E o primeiro foi a Carta Africana dos Direitos dos Povos. Vocês estão vendo aqui que está em espanhol, mas depois que eles reconheceram o direito a um ambiente saudável, conectar essa carta com o uso das pessoas para o desenvolvimento deles. Então, essa primeira declaração africana tem uma conexão entre o direito humano a um ambiente saudável e o direito ao desenvolvimento. Tudo está bem conectado com a ideia de desenvolvimento, com algo que tem que ser protegido com os direitos humanos, com a Carta dos Direitos Humanos, porque eles acreditam, e provavelmente eles estão certos, que por causa da colonização, eles foram deixados para trás e não desenvolveram. Então, eles não queriam reconhecer na Carta dos Direitos Humanos, não queriam forçar o desenvolvimento por causa disso, e eles criaram esse jeito particular de reconhecimento. Depois, em 1988, foi reconhecido pelo Protocolo de São Salvador, no sistema interamericano, foi reconhecido, como vocês podem ver, a conexão dos direitos humanos com o ambiente, serviços públicos. Então, novamente, estamos conectando nessas cartas os protocolos, o ideal de ambiente saudável com a ideia de algum tipo de desenvolvimento. O tipo de desenvolvimento que a gente está falando é o desenvolvimento de serviços públicos. Então, uma ideia de qualidade de vida. E na Carta Arábica de Direitos Humanos foi quando foi reconhecido o conceito de ambiente seguro, que não foi do mesmo jeito que a gente fez no protocolo interamericano, não é o mesmo jeito que a Carta Africana dita, mas isso se conecta a um ambiente seguro com roupas, alimentos, serviços adequados. É esse direito. Novamente, estamos falando sobre qualidade de vida. Esses três reconhecimentos estão conectados com qualidade de vida. Em paralelo a esse movimento, teve reconhecimento em cortes internacionais, tribunais internacionais, tribunais de direitos humanos, principalmente. Então, o que aconteceu? Em 1994, teve reconhecimento no caso López Ostra versus Espanha, na Corte Europeia, no Tribunal Europeu de Direitos Humanos. 2001, na Convenção Africana de Direitos Humanos e das Pessoas. Em 2017 foi a primeira coisa que a nossa corte, a Corte Interamericana de Direitos Humanos, reconheceu e desenvolveu esse direito. E essa parte é importante para nós, porque é o que nós podemos utilizar aqui nessa região para aumentar a possibilidade de proteger a natureza. Em 2022, por fim, houve a Assembleia Geral, reconheceu os direitos, mas eles mudaram o jeito de que ela foi reconhecida, porque eles acrescentaram algumas características particulares que o ambiente precisa ter para estar de conformidade com os direitos humanos. No primeiro ponto, nós temos o direito ao meio ambiente limpo, saudável e sustentável. Então, nós temos essas 3 características agora do ambiente para poder reconhecer que eles estão de acordo com os direitos humanos. E vocês conseguem ver a imagem ali à direita, que eu retirei de um site, não faz parte da declaração, claro, mas a ONU, pelo menos lá no site deles, eles entendem que o direito a um ambiente saudável inclui clima seguro, que está em discussão agora, o ar limpo, os ecossistemas saudáveis e a biodiversidade, água potável, o direito para comida e o direito para um ambiente que não seja tóxico. E é importante entender que tem uma diferença, poluição e toxicidade. Nos próximos slides a gente vê. Essa parte é importante da apresentação. Esse aqui é o direito ao ambiente seguro. À esquerda de vocês conseguem ver quais outros direitos humanos estão conectados ao direito de ter um ambiente saudável. No lado direito, você escreve quais obrigações específicas podem ser seguidas por causa do reconhecimento do direito a um ambiente saudável. O que a gente tem na esquerda são alguns direitos que estão aqui em azul clarinho, aqui embaixo, foram reconhecidos pelo Tribunal Interamericano. Aqueles que estão em begezinho foram reconhecidos tanto pela Corte Interamericana quanto a Comissão Africana. E, por último, aquele que está lá em cima, que também é um azul claro, mas também não sei, só conheço essas cores para descrever para vocês, foi reconhecido pela Corte Europeia de Direitos de Homens. E essa ali é diferentona, né? Aquela lá é o direito à privacidade e desenvolvimento da família, o que é a base que os tribunais de direitos humanos utilizam para o direito de terras saudáveis. Então, eles acreditam, e esse é um jeito europeu de pensar, que para ter uma família saudável, privacidade, você tem autorização como membro de uma família a tirar coisas que estão entrando na sua casa que você não quer que entre, né? É um direito de poluir. Então, se algum poluente está chegando para minha casa, vai me prejudicar o jeito que eu quero desenvolver minha família, então eu posso jogar isso fora por meio do direito saudável. Esse outro é familiar para nós, principalmente. A gente vai ver daqui a alguns slides, alguns dos direitos. Conta da natureza, mesmo que não tenham os seres humanos envolvidos com ela. Eles dizem que o direito ao ambiente saudável é um direito autônomo, mas tem uma diferença de todos os outros direitos humanos, porque protege os componentes do meio ambiente, como as florestas, os rios, os mares e outros, como interesses jurídicos em si mesmos E ainda, na ausência da certeza da evidência sobre os riscos ou as evidências para pessoas. Então, o que a Corte está dizendo aqui? O Tribunal está dizendo que mesmo se você não tem ninguém que está sendo prejudicado em lugar nenhum no continente americano com uma atitude que danifica a natureza, você tem o direito de cuidar daquela natureza de qualquer maneira, o que é algo que é meio inovador. Alguns dos tribunais reconhecem isso parcialmente, mas o fato do Tribunal Interamericano reconhecer isso, que qualquer dano produzido ao ambiente deve ser restaurado. Por quem? Tem outra conexão que eu quero mostrar para vocês, que é a conexão do que eu falei antes a respeito da natureza e seu valor inerente e o jeito que os povos indígenas lidam, se relacionam com a natureza. Isso daqui é mais antigo, tá? Esse é um caso Sarayaco versus Equador. E o que foi reconhecido está marcado ali, né? Que em função do seu ambiente, a integração com a natureza e a sua história, os membros das comunidades indígenas transmitem de geração para geração esse patrimônio cultural imaterial. Patrimônio cultural imaterial. E nesse caso, o que a Corte disse foi: esse patrimônio de conexão com os povos indígenas devem ser protegidos pelo Estado. Não é possível permitir a destruição desse patrimônio cultural. E a natureza precisa ser protegida devido à grande gama de possibilidades de solicitação para a restauração da terra. Eu vou também... eu tenho 2 minutinhos, só isso? 2 minutos, obrigado. Então, da origem. Então, nós temos algo que é protegido, que é a natureza, que é protegido pelos direitos humanos, mas...
interacting with that nature. We have the idea that if there are indigenous communities interacting with their nature, that nature, then we have a special way to think about the need of restoration, and we have this obligation for the states to make that possible. This obligation, it's also connected with something that is older but has not been yet applied in this way, which is the principle known as the principle of cooperation. It's the principle 7 of the Declaration of Rio 1992. And we all probably have read this at some point, and we have read it with the glasses of cooperation. So states have to cooperate and blah, 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 blah. But if you follow the letter of this principle, one of the things that the states have to do because of this principle is reestablishing the health and the integrity of Earth ecosystem. Not only ecosystems in every place, but Earth ecosystems. And this is very important at this point. Why? And I'm sorry for this cynicism, but we are not going to make it with the climate crisis. We are not going to be below 1.5. It's not possible. According to most of the scientists, when you ask them, we are going to be, in 50 years from now, we are going to be between 2.5 and 3 degrees over the temperature that we have before the industrial age. And we can think that, okay, we're doomed with that. And partially we are. But once we arrive at that point, we will still be here. Humanity will not be vanished because of this. A lot of people will suffer, yes, but humanity will still be here. And we will have the obligation to restore our Earth ecosystem. So the fight that we are doing now against the climate crisis is not only a fight for adaptation and mitigation, but it's also a fight for restoration of Earth ecosystem. And we have the tools already. So we can start to litigate to create this path of restoration for future generations that will suffer the harms that we have produced, but maybe they will also have some path to restore Earth with this kind of interpretation. Thank you very much.
Not sure if the presentation is there, but I'd like to take this opportunity to thank for the invitation. I cannot speak Portuguese. I'm going to try to speak very slowly in Spanish, but my presentation is in Portuguese. If we have it, I sent it this morning. Well, I'd like to thank all of the people who organized this event, especially Raquel and João. It's a joy to be here with you, and with the possibility of listening to all of these things that have been shared here. In my case, what I want to share with you has to do with recognizing or acknowledging nature rights as a way to look at the ecological issue, which is a specific point of dispute that it has to do with the legal narratives around this. Oh, there's something wrong. Okay, here it goes. Thank you. Well, as I mentioned, in the field of law, there is a dispute of legal narratives around nature. One could set a few periods in which these narratives were built, and we can make it show how throughout this 20th century, the idea of the rights of natural resources came about, and then the segmentation of these resources like flora, fauna, minerals, grounds, this have been changing, but it's still a worldview a view that's still present. We still have regulations on the basis of this rationale. Closer to the present, and such as you explained just now, we find the idea of environmental law, which has a ecosystemic view that overrides this segmentation view that proposed a rational exploitation of resources. In environmental law, we find ourselves in a moment, especially in Latin America, which was the modification, the changes of constitutions between the decades of 1980 and 1990, which took the right of a safe environment into our constitutions. And this came not only through the idea of the ecosystems and the relation among them, but also the idea of a safe environment in terms of human rights. And in the 21st century, we find ourselves with talking about nature rights. Latin America has been very important on this matter, which gave rise to the constitutional reform in Ecuador, which was very disruptive, not because these ideas hadn't been talked about before, but because finally they found their place in a legal narrative which is very important, which is the national constitutions, but also because it brings nature rights into a wider proposal, which is the well-living, which has several dimensions, which are social, economical, political, and environmental. So the idea of human rights in a safe environment adds to this idea that nature can also be the subject of rights. This is not a new debate, because if one looks back, you can find it in the 70s with lots of people who were working around this idea, but they didn't find any eco and legal systems. And there are even more ancient and ideas way back in the past. In Ecuador, this came to the constitution for the first time in a very specific way, because it's part of a longer proposal, which in the case of Bolivia doesn't brings this as clearly, as expressly, as manifestly as in the constitution, but it does bring the idea of well living and with a project that is an alternative to global capitalism and has many dimensions, and the ecologic dimension has to do with the rights of Mother Earth. And it's interesting to see that in Ecuador and Bolivia, there is something interesting to talk about regarding what we talked this morning. Has a lot to do with acknowledging different knowledges and ancient knowledges. They are part of these constitutions. The idea of diversity of knowledges, such as the scientific knowledges, but also the community knowledges and the indigenous knowledges. So this is all part of the constitution, and to think about restorative justice and environment, this is a way interesting lens. In both cases, I talked to you about Summa Kamani and Summa Kausai, and we find an important interrelation with cosmovisions of indigenous communities. When we talk about different processes of acknowledging nature rights, Latin America is usually the most, it's the path that favors the indigenous peoples the most, even though there are also civil society organizations that are in this. But Latin America has really had the most advances. Now we're going to see this. This is from the Constitution of Ecuador. It has an entire chapter acknowledging the right to the existence and the regeneration of its life cycles. There is a list of the rights that are acknowledged for nature or Pachamama. And this is also using the languages from the native people is also an interesting fact. In Bolivia, we see that what happens in the Constitution of Ecuador, in Bolivia happens through the law, through the legislative path. So this law talks about Mother Earth and its rights to life, to diversity of life, to water, to restoration, to live free of pollution. So these are the rights acknowledged by a much longer law. But Bolivian legislation has a focus on institutional design. So it's not just acknowledging the rights, but also how to design institutions that may represent Mother Earth, which is a plurinational authority for Mother Earth. So these are different legal steps or actions that we sometimes forget to look into the design of institutions. So when this law brings a different cosmovision, it also requires new institutional design. After all this discussion, we have Ezio here, who was taking part in this discussion in Chile. Came to the discussion the discussion about the new constitution in Chile as well. It wasn't approved, but it proposed to acknowledge both things. We had the acknowledgement of rights of nature and also the proposal of institutional redesign. Unfortunately, it wasn't approved, and now it's already gone. There's no more chance. Maybe next time. But in general, when we talk about nature rights, the focus is always on these things, and this closes the door a little bit because it's not easy to find a constitutional reform such as happened in Ecuador and Bolivia or in Chile, which didn't get to a good result. But so we can also try to look into what other things that happen, particularly in our region, that maybe enables us to build these non-anthropocentric ways of regulating nature. Because when we look from a distance, it could be a dispute for the environmental rights that we have. And the nature rights have opened this debate, not only in constitution discussions, but also in other spaces. Some of them have to do with different regulation scales, especially in countries where we have the federative countries where both the states and the municipalities have the ability to legislate and regulate. And there are many countries in Latin America that have approved laws which are local, subnational laws acknowledging the rights of nature. Many times they have to do with specific conflicts, and that's where this discourse comes in a central position. So we have to regulate on this river or on this protected area under this new perspective. Another issue that has come about, and I'm going to show you maybe a little bit quicker, has to do with reinterpreting current law, current legislation. So if we are, we see that we have judges that begin to look at the laws, the existing laws, with this perspective. And so they are reinterpreting current legislation with non-anthropocentric lenses. On the other hand, we also have this, this reasoning on the way of denouncing conflicts. So civil society organizations and NGOs are now presenting conflicts in a different way, and I see that a lot in my country at least. And we also have legal decisions that are going around this area.
Well, I've already mentioned this. A lot of projects, the start of recognizing the rights of nature, and then we meet again with the reinterpretation. That's specifically what's happening in my country. But part of the constitutions of Latin America, they are pretty much similar in some subjects, not exactly identical, but they are really similar, really close. I think I can tell you something that is interesting here. The first one is a particularity in Argentina. We have the constitutionalization of the repairs for environment there, and then it's reinterpreted as right to restoration on one side. On the other hand, our constitution says what's up there. All the inhabitants have the right to a healthy environment. And then what we understand of the word inhabitants, when we take a look at the dictionary, it doesn't mean human people. It's way more comprehensive and in context. Talking about ecology and biology, inhabitants are not only human people. Nevertheless, we have never questioned ourselves about that. And now that the scientists are talking about that, we have strongly seen the idea that inhabitants are more comprehensive than human. In the case of Brazil, you say everyone, and everyone is persons, right? But we should englobe all the beings. So this is a question that we should ask ourselves. And something else that happens in Argentina, but also in Colombia, is the articulation between indigenous rights and environmental rights. Through the constitution of the indigenous communities, they reinterpret the environmental rights. And last, we find in the civil code, in Argentina particularly, that they incorporate the idea that if I have been exercising my individual rights, I have the ecological idea, what makes me say that my individual rights cannot change the ecosystems from this individual exercising of the rights. This is not important for private law because how to incorporate the constitution of private rights that are highlighted by relationships between individuals. And what I can say from the third point of the relationship between indigenous rights and environmental rights is really important also in the case of the country of Colombia, because there's the opportunity that was opened through the expansion of the biocultural right called Rio Trato. There is a new door being opened to the recognizing of the rights of nature that are related to the legal decisions. That in case of Colombia, it's not have a legal framework, an interpretation that binds culture, the diversity of culture with the environmental diversity. Something else that is addressing this strongly, especially in my country, is the civil society and the NGOs who are taking over these responsibility. So we have the ecologists of Paraná, and then the capybara, and the picture that is really interesting because it's a milestone of the key break of something that is not going to start being an environmental conflict. In general, when there are fires, there are fights like let's stop the fire, and this is the way of expressing ourselves. And now we have the Somos Humedad case. It's a famous case. We have a representative here where we talked about this of the rivers, when we talk about rivers in general. And last but not least, and then I'll finish close, also in the jurisprudence, we have this emblematic case, just like the Rio Trato case, where we acknowledge the rights of the nature and a specific right as a right, a specific river as a right, and also we have the Supreme Court of Argentina, and this is what they are doing. We have the paragraphs there. Number 1, that the legal paradigm is supposed to be ecocentric, systemic, and talks about the interests of private people, the state, and also the system itself. And another question, we have an issue that is Brazilian too, is the principle indubio pro natura, which is to decide for environmental conflicts that are unfolding in Brazilian jurisprudence. There was not recognizing of the rights, but there are really close ideas that enriches the overview of the region. And I'm gonna finish. Well, I've been saying that already. I believe that the rights of the environment are related in the pluralization of the rights. We need to take a look at central pillars, and they need a review based on the contemporary law. We are allowed to incorporate, for instance, the knowledge from our ancestors that are linked to the right of the nature, but also there are some challenges that are around us. Even though we are making progress in this discussion, we are resuming, but we need to take a look, and all of these things that I've been just telling you coexist with regulations that also are being built simultaneously, what we could call an extractivism right. Thank you very much, and sorry for rushing.
We just now need the third PowerPoint. Here it is. Good afternoon, everyone. There is a poem by Manuel de Barros which says, "Things don't want to be seen by reasonable people anymore." I dare say that if things don't want to be seen by reasonable people anymore, mind you, nature. And in this gathering, we have many people here who are fighting so as things and lives are not seen in a reasonable way. And here, Dr. Raquel, I'd like to say you are an invaluable person for Brazilian justice and democracy. And there's another person who's in this room in a country that gives no value to education. We professors or teachers sometimes are just title deliverers. I'd like to say to Professor George Eremitis that he's changed my life. Through public university, you transformed me into a teacher, and I'm very proud of your struggle and your pedagogy, and I built my pedagogy around yours. Thank you very much. Both lectures before me talked about rights, and I like this criticism from Professor Joaquim Flores. There's an idea of reducing human rights to just right. Human rights is the right to have rights, but Tarenas have rights, Guaranis have rights, people from traditional communities, African American communities have rights, rural workers have rights. If it wasn't for the struggle of these people, a good part of right of the law wouldn't be effective. If there's demarcation of indigenous lands, it's because indigenous people fight for it. If there's demarcation for traditional Quilombo communities in Brazil, it's because they struggle, they fight for this right. So I'm going to tell you a story about a young man who could be here with us, Gabriel Salas Pimenta. His story connects to the story of Jean Ferreira, of Tiago Botelho, but it was interrupted in 1982 before I was born. I was born in 1983. Gabriel Salas Pimenta was a lawyer who was hired by the rural workers to defend their rights in the north of Brazil in 1982. When he got there, I don't know how to move on to the next slide. Here. Okay, the middle one. So when he got there, his goal was to defend rural workers through a movement called Via Campesina, and he was assassinated. And when he was assassinated, the rural workers wrote this, by killing you, they multiplied you, and now we're going to be millions. Here I want to talk about subjects and defenders of human rights who struggle for diversity, for restorative justice, and who many times are killed on this path. Gabriel Salas Pimenta was the first lawyer. I don't know. I think I'm going to forget about this. Oh, here. No, now I got it. Gabriel Salas Pimenta was hired by the Commission for the Land in 1980 to defend rural workers, and he can get a mandate for these rural workers to remain where they were. In 82, he was assassinated. I'm not doing this right. I'm just going to forget about it. In 1982, he was assassinated, and 24 years later, the case has still hasn't been solved by Brazilian justice. So the Inter-American Court of Human Rights convicts Brazil. It's the first conviction of Brazil on the rural worker struggle area. And by convicting Brazil, it's not convicting Brazil only for the death of a lawyer who was defending rural workers, but also because behind his struggle, there was a collective struggle, a cosmovision of a relation to the land and to the earth, which was also assassinated. Here, the workers were saying they killed the lawyers of the workers, Gabriel Salas Pimenta. Those who die for the people will always live in the people. So when Brazil is convicted, the Inter-American Court assigns a few duties to Brazil. The first one is that the non-prosecution of the case violated legal guarantees and legal protection. It didn't ensure the right to the personal integrity of this subject, of this person. And it didn't ensure the rights of the lawyer, Gabriel Salas Pimenta. Our state was unable to identify the author of this, who ordered the crime or who committed the crime. And so we have to reinforce protection of those who are seen as champions of human rights, of the rural, forest, and water peoples. In the sentence, the court says the threats and the attempts against the life and integrity of human rights champions and the impunity of those responsible for these facts are particularly serious because they have an effect that is not only individual, but also collective. Since society feels barred from knowing the knowledge about the situation of respect or violation of rights of people under jurisdiction of a certain state. So the message that the court is sending is that the conviction of this case does not relate to this one episode, this one situation, but that there is a structural impunity, especially for those who kill defenders of human rights and the waters and the forests. And the Inter-American Court determined that the National Council of Justice create a workforce for 2 years. I have the satisfaction of being a part of this group, who has the role of building legal policies from the viewpoint of a restorative justice and from a diversity, a legal diversity. We may build a justice that tends to the needs of those who fight for human rights. Because human rights is not only a bunch of laws, it's also a bunch of laws in the international sphere, but without the people who build these rights, it makes no sense. Because Maria has rights, but Maria has her rights violated all the time. Just like black people have rights, but they're always violated. And the law hasn't responded to these situations, to all this violence. So to be concise, because I know we have very little time, what are the challenges that we have within this diversity, this legal diversity and restorative justice? First, we're going to build a practice of human rights that doesn't start from the violation of human rights. Today, when we talk about human rights, the first thing we think about is the human rights violation. The protection is to prevent violations. Human rights cannot be the violation of the rights of women, black people, LGBTQIA+ communities. So how can we build a pedagogy for human rights that comes before the violation of these rights? Through mechanisms that we're not using, because the mechanisms that we are using have not been able to respond to these violations. So we need to build a practice of human rights that protect and ensure the non-violation of rights. The other perspective is to demystify what human rights mean. Human rights have a commitment, they have a side. They're not just a bunch of laws with the goal of being charitable. Charity is very nice, but human rights have a side. And it's the side of those who have no land, of those who are oppressed, those who are fighting to have water, like the Guarani Kaiowá in Dourados here in the state. We're talking about over 20,000 people who have no drinking water. Calamities are also racial and ethnic choices. In Mato Grosso do Sul, the lack of water is one of the greatest violations of rights. Another issue that we have to face, we have to understand human rights from the viewpoint of those subjects who move human rights, who work for human rights. Who are the people who build this pedagogy by their struggle? Who gives sense, gives meaning to the human right and the territory? It is the judicial system, but many times it's those people who are seen as violent people, who are criminalized, and many times are assassinated, just like Gabriel Salles Pimenta. Another measure is to allot specific budget to build human rights policies. Human rights is no charity. This is public policy that demands an effective presence of the Brazilian state. We build human rights through public policies. Either we invest financially in the prevention and the protection of human rights, or violation of human rights will be the norm, and the judicial system will not be able to respond adequately. Another measure, we have to create a program for protection of champions of human rights. The killing of indigenous leaders, in Quilombola leaders from traditional African Brazilian communities is being disputed by private property. And we need a project that accounts for the agribusiness, but also the other ways of doing, living, and being with the earth and on the earth, on the land. We also need to prepare public agents within the powers to implement public policies and decisions that can bond life and nature to the territory. Today, particularly in Mato Grosso do Sul, land is equal to conflict. Deborah Duprat says that we also have a Gaza in Brazil, and it's in Mato Grosso do Sul. When we travel around this state, we find an agrarian conflict and that is very intense. Recently, the Inter-American Court was in Brazil in 2018, and they said that there is a humanitarian crisis of the Guarani and Kaiowá people, a humanitarian crisis. Another issue, we need to start complying with the decisions of the Inter-American Court. These decisions are not only bureaucratic documents. We need to, and this workforce coordinated by Professor Flávia Piovesan has the role of creating judicial policies that may protect that are able to protect the defenders of human rights and comply with the court's decisions. And finally, we need to write out a protocol to investigate violations committed against subjects from the waters, the lands, and the forests, and their leaders. This impunity, structural impunity, cannot remain being the norm in the country. And to finish, I'd like to finish with the sentence by Pedro Casaldaliga. I understand that sometimes we need to have existential gestures, but these cannot replace agrarian land reform, tax reform, or any other reform. Many think you have to either give the fish or teach how to fish. I say that you have to give the fish, teach how to fish. Sometimes you have to teach where the river is and help them understand the river, because or conquer the river, because sometimes it's in the hands of powerful people. You have to conquer the river, otherwise we'll always be subject to low salaries, low retirement, and external debts, and the whims of empires and oligarchies. And I'd like to say that the story of Gabriel Salles Pimenta is not over. He is here in this room today, and he knows that his struggle will go on for a just, diverse, and socially balanced Brazil. Thank you. Wow, so much. I enjoyed this panel so much because when we were talking about the subjects, I was thinking there are so many topics. I started reading Valeria's work and thinking, wow, how far we are from thinking about nature rights when we're still so far from it in environmental protection, still dealing with such elementary questions or issues. We still have people denying climate change, and even in public policies. So when I started reading your articles, I thought, wow, we're very far from this. And it gave me an idea that it's not possible. And then I remembered this idea that things are not linear. Like, I'm almost there, so I've gone through all these stages, so now I can look if I can try to reach nature rights. We can't try to do everything at the same time. We can give the fish, teach how to fish, weaving this path that we need to go through for something so advanced and so ancestral as human rights is, or nature rights is. But we can dream big and do what we can right here. So I enjoyed very much your talks because you all brought concrete possibilities. We are here at the Biopark, but we're also in an event that's organized by the judiciary system. So we're also talking to people who have the possibility of changing, of implementing change. We don't have a constitutional acknowledgement of nature rights, but we have so many other legislative possibilities to see how other countries are dealing with it that can inspire us. As you also brought us this path of what to do and how to do it with what we have today. And I'm happy to hear Tiago talk about this working group, which has very specific and hands-on proposals. I also remember the agreement of Escazú, which was signed in 2018, and it was ratified in 2023, but it's also about the protection of defenders of human rights. So how many things we still have to reach, but we can walk together along this path with this connection within us, among us, and how we can transform our connections. Because We're a species, when we think about nature rights and it makes us so uncomfortable, it's because we think we're not nature. We think we're, I don't know what we think we are. It intrigues me to think that we are a species that poisons their own food and their own water. This shows such a disconnection that we have to our own nature. That's why we cannot connect, like we heard from these representatives from the indigenous peoples about this connection. We're disconnected from ourselves to the point that we poison our food with the use of agrochemicals in our food. It's a great disconnection, but I think we have a path, and I think that an event like this shows us that this path is possible and that we're not alone. We have many of us around the world walking together down this path. So because of the time frame, we're not going to have a Q&A session, but I believe the speakers will be open to questions. We can maybe give out their emails for different questions, but it's important that we give the floor to all the people who still have to come. Thank you.
We thank Maria Fernanda de Moura Souza for being a moderator of this panel. And right after that, we're going to present the pitch for good restorative justice practices presented by the NGO ECOA, Ecologia e Ação. We invite Mr. André Luiz Siqueira from ECOA, Ecologia e Ação NGO.
Vocês poderiam colocar a apresentação da ECO?
Let's have ECOA's presentation, please, put here. Thank you. Okay, I'm gonna try to fast forward and like the WhatsApp audios twice as fast. First of all, I'd like to thank Raquel for the invite, and it was a wonderful coincidence, the sequence. I'm here to talk after Tiago. I'm going to give some examples of Pantanal related to what he just said. We talk a lot about Pantanal in a really romanticized way. This place, the biopark, represents this a lot. But what have been happening for a long time are the actions without subject. Institutions of people who are violent, they promote breach of rights every single day. I don't have a law degree. My area is conservation of biodiversity. I am 35, so from a young age, I have a conscience that we have no progress without local development, without human development, without minimum assurances. That is so hard to be done in Pantanal, and I'm going to show you some cases. So this is a little about the organization. I'm going to skip this. You're pretty much familiar with that. This is a little about the amount of people and communities that we have along Pantanal. We're talking about the Brazilian portion. And this is why these conflicts are so energetic and people try to hide. First of all, there is this historical fight with a background of occupation of territory, and the most recent that people don't have in the Mato Grosso do Sul record is civil war. Brazil don't talk about civil wars. We talk about movements, we talk about manifestations, but we had the last historic fight that we have was during the Corenos in the 70s until the 90s. We have a feud, a huge feud, historic feud. And we need to study to learn a little about this process. The invisibility and the marginalization is part of the story. The occupation since Getúlio Vargas, people who won't produce, regional people has already been called it people who are not producive, and we had the arrival of minoritas. The biodiversity conservation is tragedy of the commons of Harding. It says that every people will exhaust their systems and they are going to auto collapse. This is bizarre, but this has been around the ideology of many people who are working with preservation up to this date. It's sad. Pantanal had way more people than we have today. Brazil had way more people than we have today, and we still think that there are places where we need to conserve people. This is a lie. We have conflicts of different scales. We have related to minerals, protected areas that don't have people. They want to take people from their spaces. Big farms. We have a lot of pressure that fosters that lack of science and investigation. That's why restorative justice is amazing with that. Management of the territory. It's so hard for us to manage the territories. We don't have the legal safety. I'm going to show you some cases really quick. And the law is really recent. Short time ago, we didn't have the presence of the state in many regions of Pantanal, and that would allow many conflicts. First thing, we have several things being thought. We got an excellent news that Dr. Luciano Nobé has talking with the second biggest waterfall in the state, and it almost became a PCH to benefit a group of entrepreneurs. So we have an enormous amount of PCH in operations, and they compromise whole municipalities just like Jauru, Pedro Gomes, and other municipalities where the economic of the whole country was extinct, and we have violence, weapon, the exchange of prosecutors, judges, death threats, and people leave. They don't fight for the ancestral violence because of the heavy violence, but I gotta go faster. This is Jauru River after the 3 dams. Well, we have 7 in the 3 municipalities, Espiridião, Porto Limão, and Javaí. They were extinct because of the 7 dams implemented there. This is a little of the people in the middle of the river. And in some parts, we have third-party law firms. And then we have here leaderships that gave up and migrated from these regions due to the violence and death threats. This is the limitation of Rio Correntes to Porto dos Pretos and Porto dos Bispos, and they had their economics extinct because of the Porto de Pedro Dam. Here is an example. That's the portrait of people who used to live in that communities, and then some governmental actions try to mitigate the impact with the fishing, but it's an extremely delicate situation. Maria Coelho has been suffering for over 14 years, and the access to drinking water of the community was extinct because of the broadened of mining in iron. And to this day, because of steel making and mining, we don't have the resolution of this conflict. We are seeing some examples of dams, and we started back then with Rio Tinto, Vale, now we're with JF. So the companies, they sell among themselves, they get the environmental assets, but the social part is not resolved. Tiago mentioned here how many people we have dying who are defenders of land, and it's not different in Porto Esperança. There's pictures of an old lady. She's iconic because she was about to receive an instrument that changed. And it's important to say, in environmental conflicts, and then Dr. Alvaro mentioned something really interesting, that law talks about the conflict, it doesn't solve it. That's what's been happening. The law made by people who are sensitive, we have two people who I know that are sensitive, Raquel and Tiago Luciano Lobé. SPU, which is a national organ, has a decree that changed the reality of people who live along the rivers, hundreds of families. It's called Term of Sustainable Use. Porto Esperança, it's raising of cattle. They killed the leadership. They expelled more than 36 families out of the 70 so families. And this lady, at the time she was 91 years old, she was about to get deed after the worst conflict, after the interference of justice, public ministry, and SPU. And Porto Esperança is close to here. And now they're suffering the problem of the roads and the steel making. They have the right of going and coming. They live in a true hell since 2014, and a great part of the port is like that. Take a look at the Paraguay River, where mining is sent every day. The ore, there's a water with a lot of iron, and every time people want to invest in the region, removing the community from that. Let's talk about the fires. Fires are here as a violation because from 2020, when the justice started to take a look first at the narrative that comes in 2020 with the worst fires that we had, and probably in 2024 we have a situation really close to 2020. The narrative of managers are throwing the responsibility of the over 4 million hectares burned to people who live close to the rivers, the fishermen, craftsmen. So the violence starts in narrative. We're lucky that in July the police released the report of farmers who set fire in several hectares, and it contributed a lot to the 4 million. And that weakened the narrative. And all this fire had a behavior that maybe before they didn't have in the background of Pantanal. From July to September, unfortunately, there's the wildfire time, the period, the season. After the climatic events, we have today fire in the Parque Nacional of Mato Grosso. It didn't stop since January. It's the first time that the fire has a behavior of threatening people, schools, communities, their homes, their lives. That's why it's important for us to think about preventing and how to take care of these people, because it's not the burning of houses, of assets, of people. We also have people with 120 days breathing this smoke without access to health, psychological problems they suffered because they have been sleeping for 120 days, not knowing because they're going to burn and die. People don't talk a lot about that. So here we have some of the pictures that were from 2020, fire close to schools. Up there, we have the Paraguay River. We cannot see 5 meters from where we are. And one of the more iconic cases of how 18 years using legal instruments of people, sensitive people, using law to make sure that people will legally safe in the Guató traditional community. And 18 years took to have a resolution because conservation unit will be created, but how politics done by some people could delay in 18 years the guarantee of these people to have the minimum legal safe, which is the case of Barra de São Lourenço. We take a look at Pantanal, taking a look at integral protection. We might have no one, quilombolas, people, producers, nothing. This is the first problem, right? We have only close to the Paraguay River, up to the north, the boundaries with Mato Grosso and Bolivia, we have hundreds of ancestral families with their culture from several tribes, from ethnical indigenous people who would live there. And they have always been disconsidered in the process of conservation of biodiversity. And the law has been changing that. But we're going to talk specifically about the Barra do São Lourenço case, the small community, 25 families. Three human groups spread along the Paraguay River and thousands of hectares of areas being bought to protect biodiversity without human beings. And these people who run these units all their lifetimes, and I have that in writing, okay, it's not something that I'm giving as an opinion, they considered for many times, for many years, that these people were the principal threat. No, dams, no, soy, no. These people, this old lady, Dona Joana, she died already with 96 years old. These people were the main threats for the protected areas in that region. But we're lucky that changed with the new government. They have an oriented action to the right of the sustainability of these people. This is a little of the story of these people. Eliane, she's the nephew of Seu Vicente, one of the Guató indigenous who live off the language. They live from fishing. They live in front of the National Park of Mato Grosso. All this cultural richness. And then we use the science to orient the legal processes. We mapped along years all the use of these people to understand how severe it is when we took 64% of the ancestral territory of these people taken away from these protected areas. This is what they had before 2013. They didn't have the right to go to the right bed of the river and fish. Imagine that it's a national river. And then with MPF and SPU, then the public audience of Doutora Raquel, that started changing. Changed. We understood the rotation, the importance of the use of resources. They are the ones who preserve Pantanal. They've been there for a long time before any integral area. And we create conservation areas, right? We have the Bodoquena Serra, Pantanal Mato Grossense. So 64% of the territory, they had their people removed. It's a beautiful region. If you take a look at the internet, you'll find. So people would not be assured the guarantee to survive there. Every single year, some people wanted to expel them from that place. So SNGs, mechanisms, and then one of the instruments by SPU, one of the most incredible. It's a process. And the institutions that manage these units, they fought against the union. They recognized between an area that they think they were there, a collective area where they would run away from the floods of the river. Then we have the platform and the great audience 2015. Only Dr. Raquel knows how she suffers. She suffered with CNJ. There was so much political pressure for these people to keep the right to stay where they were born, where they live. We have technical visits, 18 years for you to make sure 27 people will have the right to leave. People who are invested in the preservation of Pantanal. What happened? Is my time up? What happened? Okay. Is my time up? Oh, it's back. Here. And then.
So the human rights committees, judicialization of the national park. And in 2018, now let's create more protection areas, more integral protection areas. Let's take out at least 36% of that. So the legal process starts again, partnerships, we can find this, and then we finally have the help of the government with Marina Silva being sensitive to the situation, and now we're going to have the first national reserve in the Pantanal to solve a problem of 18 years of injustice. That's it. Thank you. Now we are going to have the presentation, a video presentation, and I invite Dr. Raquel to talk a little bit about this video from a representative of Obama Foundation. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm just going to give you some context about this video, which has actually briefly contextualized by Andre. This audience that we had in 2015 in San Lorenzo, it was a work done by the National Council of Justice and the Regional Court of the Third Region of the Federal Judge Association within a project called Citizenship Expedition to comply with basic civil rights like documents and papers. So we had the justice system as our partner in many different institutions like the Federal University. When we got there, we were indigenous Guató women came talk to us, and they told us about this conflict that André has just mentioned of NGOs that are radical and whose conservationism is radical, and that they understand that we have to create national parks without people, and that they don't see human beings as part of nature and part of the environment. And when they were telling us this problem with this violence, we took this to the National Council of Justice. Minister Lewandowski was the president of the CNJ, and he authorized us to hold a pre-procedural audience for conciliation. And in that situation, we used a restorative approach, and according to the principles of Paulo Freire, which says that the community, the oppressed, must save themselves. They have to have the opportunity to talk, and it has to do with knowledge production. And I presided, I didn't preside, I facilitated this session. It was my first great experience in restorative justice. We had Dr. Catarina Guató. She is Dr. Honoris Causa by the Federal University of Mato Grosso do Sul. We had Cacique Chief Severo, and in that moment, we acknowledged of the Guató origin of that community. So I would say that, first of all, that community does not descend from the Guatós. That community is Guató. And this was made clear in that audience, in that session. We wrote an article about that, about co-production in restorative justice. Knowledge co-production, because before we can co-produce governance and stewardship of ecosystems, we have to co-produce knowledge. And this has all to do with everything that was done here. It's epistemological justice with nature rights, indigenous knowledge, etc. We wrote an article on that, and we presented it in the summit in Hawaii, which was a great challenge and a great privilege to have been there as at the invitation of Professor Lauren Walker. And I wrote a warm little letter for Professor Maya Sotero. She is a half-sister of President Barack Obama, and she does several works in Indonesia, in different places. And I invited her to be here. I wrote to her with my very precarious English, and I wrote it on my lap, and I passed it on to Professor Lauren, and she handed it over to Professor Maya. And to my surprise, she wrote me an email, and she sent me a PDF of my letter, and she sent me a video because I showed her a documentary on this public audience that we had. It's in a documentary called To the Margin, which was edited during the pandemic with resources from the government of the state of Goiás. And they sponsored this documentary. And Professor Maya watched it. She was very sensitive. She felt very moved by it. She couldn't come personally, but she talks about her, how she felt and about her projects. And so I'd like you to watch this video. So I'd like to thank Professor Lauren Walker. I'd like to tell you that we loved Hawaii, aloha, and please send our love to Professor Maya. Let's watch the video now.
I'm a professor of Aloha Kako. My name is Maya Sutoro, and I'm a professor of Peace Studies at the University of Hawaii at Manoa, and I'm the co-founder of the Institute for Climate and Peace. Congratulations to all of you incredible. My name is Maya Sutoro, and I'm a professor of Peace Studies at the University of Hawaii at Manoa, and I'm the co-founder of the Institute for Climate and Peace. Congratulations to all of you incredible environmental justice activists and advocates who are gathered there together, doing good restorative work in the community. Your dedication to protecting our planet is inspiring. The wonderful Judge Raquel Dominguez and I recently engaged in some brief email dialogue about the interconnectedness between Indonesia, the Amazon, the Congo Basin, and so on. Looking at the global nature of environmental challenges underscores the need for collaboration and fresh inspiration. Your examples, stories, and commitments are instructive to so many and serve to help others be brave. I was really moved by the film Margem, which sheds light on environmental restorative justice in the Pantanal with the Guatos people. Community-sourced solutions and indigenous approaches like this are crucial in addressing not only the climate crisis and sustainability, but also social inequity and the need for restorative healing. These solutions often stem from deep connections to land, culture, and community, from profound understanding of ecosystems passed down through many generations. I am so hopeful as I see that in communities all around the world, inspiring work is indeed happening every day. Indigenous people are working for land rights and employing traditional knowledge to protect communities from deforestation. Local communities are implementing agroforestry techniques to restore degraded land, combat wildfires, and grow plant medicine that benefits all. This week, I read about the wonderful Maasai efforts to implement thoughtful grazing management practices to restore grasslands and improve soil fertility to benefit the environment, but also to enhance food security and livelihoods for the community. I also read about the Haitian grassroots organizations who, in spite of the significant challenges of deforestation and soil erosion, are working to plant trees, restore watersheds, and empower local communities to become powerful stewards of natural resources. There's powerful work happening here in Hawaii, of course, in the fish ponds, in the lo'i, the taro patches, the farms, the turtle ponds, and so on. In Aotearoa, Maori women are telling stories of the land, planting endemics, helping communities to move away from extracted forestry, and contributing to taking the slash or debris from Cyclone Gabriel and turning it into biochar. These and many other stories, including the stories that you carry, will make all the difference in building a more sustainable, equitable, and strong future for us all. So please keep highlighting the power of community-driven solutions and Indigenous knowledge and frontline community solutions. I hope that all of you feel my support and my admiration from here in Hawaii. I am with you, and mahalo.
Senhoras e senhores. Senhoras e senhores, o próximo tema será do Ministério Público do Estado de Mato Grosso do Sul. Nosso convidado é promotor de justiça do Núcleo Ambiental, mestre em Direito Ambiental e da Sustentabilidade pela Universidade de Alicante.
And a master with the University of Alicante, Spain, and he is a doctorate in the University of Alicante in Spain. He is the author of the book Environmental Licensing, the Obligatory Adoption of the Best Available Techniques, and he has been a speaker in over 10 countries. Let's receive Prosecutor Luciano Lobet. Thank you for the invitation. I'd like to thank Dr. Raquel. An event like this makes me reflect. Someone asked me recently why I work with environmental law, and I always thought that I was a prosecutor in Bonito for 15 years, and it's impossible not to work with environmental law being there. I always thought it was just abiding by the law. My function, my role is to abide by the law. My mom says every inspector is a tedious one, and so the ministry is the inspector of the inspector. But there comes a moment in life when you look back, and looking at these stories here, I was reminded of my family. I am a mix. My family is from south of Mato Grosso do Sul. Also, I have a French part of our family. We had someone who came from Argentina, through Argentina to here. Someone from Rio Grande do Sul, and also a part of indigenous ancestry, whose people I didn't know. My grandfather was a medicine man, and he would clear skies during storms. I've seen he does that. I still believe in our myths. And I'm reminded of a story in which I've been going to Porto Murtinho since I was 5 years old. And one thing that has made me understand climate emergency was my personal experience of seeing some rivers die in a small part of my life. I was a child, I was a teenager. I saw the Perdido River be stilted and die due to negligence. I've seen, I was 9 years old. I swam in Taquari River, but we already had the still buildup. So talking about water crisis in a moment like this that we're going through in Rio Grande do Sul, it seems to be illogical, but we know that these climate extremes are two sides of the same coin. So we're having this excess of rains, and we will also have extreme drought and fires, wildfires in Pantanal. So the water crisis and the climate and the public ministry action is what we're going to bring today, and starting with something that is very dear for me, which is something that began in 2003 when I had been a prosecutor for 6 months, and an NGO brought me different demands, and they said the most important ones is to recuperate the vegetation alongside Rio Formoso River. And we did a project that recuperated 90% of it. This area has been has suffered with monoculture, and this became a program for the public ministry, which is the SOS Rivers program. And this encompasses 46 municipalities. And the program is just follow the law, abide by the law, recuperate the forests. So it has 28 environmental projects, and it does a diagnosis of properties, gives this diagnosis to prosecutors to request the recuperation of these forests.
And here I bring the recuperation of cellular forest. I don't think you will be able to see very well, but these are areas that they are recovered already. A second project that I would like to present to you with this water connection is many times we forget about our urban environment. Campo Grande has 96 fountains of water. They are considered destroyed, and we from the public ministry COP in Cuiabá, we had a very successful project called Águas para o Futuro, and we have the recovery of source of rivers, and we had a lot of work, and the prosecutor's office started to map these source of rivers, identify them, and require for the protection of these urban source of rivers, river sources that are part of our urban streams, in the need of maintenance this biodiversity that is urban. We are here in the biopark. We have the power of powers, and it's impressive. River source that is a couple of meters after the park is already dying when it's outside this unit of conservation. Dr. Raquel, I'd like to bring an emblematic case of the judiciary of Mato Grosso do Sul in the vision, in the perspective of consensual justice. We have the Banhados da Serra da Bodoquena. If you don't know, those crystalline rivers have areas that are of extreme importance. They have this mega snakes that appear that are moved there, and these areas, these wetlands, were suffering cases like this. This is the wetland. We have the monoculture, and the wetland is this, and we have draining just like in this case. We had over 40 meters of drains, huge structures draining these wetlands. They were causing a problem in the rivers. They had agreements with several landowners, but there was a big difference. Judge Alexandre Bastos, with a firm positioning, called all the agents, and in a conciliatory vision, instead of simply give the jurisdiction and let go, he brought the players to the conversion. And with this work, he suspended all the actions. The proprietors, the owners, and the state, I should render tribute to Mato Grosso do Sul, Igraer, everyone joined together. There was a decree passed of donation of the area, the donating of equipment, and the program of PSA after some years. Oh, is my time up already? Okay, people I've been understanding more and more. Well, I still have 8 minutes here. Well, I'm gonna speed up. I understand more and more the need of working with the idea of remuneration of the rural proprietors, owners, so that we can work with preservation along with the economic issue. I'm gonna just show you here, there was a technical camera, the donation of some pieces of equipment, maintenance of the soil. Let me speed up way more. And the creation of a conservation area by the state government in this area of 13,000 hectares, besides the creation of a payment of environmental service. I'm gonna skip this part about deforestation in Pantanal, because I wanted to talk to you about the fires in Pantanal. I always understood that the prosecutor's office has little to offer, and there we have an evaluation since 2008. We check the deforestations if they are legal or illegal, and we take an action in the illegal ones. But the fires are way more complex because besides the professors understand that 95% of the fires are human causes in Pantanal, only 5% are other causes, especially lightnings. We don't know for sure how these burnings or fires start. So we started a work. You already know about how much was burned in Pantanal, but there was huge emissions of carbon. We started to identify where the fires happen and when they start. Because just like Professor Renata from the Rio Grande do Sul University said, every fire starts being possible to put it down when we step on it. So first of all, we identified that most part of the fires happens in private lands, but most part of the fires start in native pastures. Those pastures where there's the interest many times to handle the fire, to clean the pasture. It's something cultural. And let me mention something here. And sometimes it's suggested, but not in the wrong season in the wrong way. Then it was impossible to work with 3,000 properties in Pantanal. We identified some priority places to work. So how did we do that? We had a partnership, those areas in partnership with properties. If they catch fire, they are ecological sensitive areas, areas that always on fire. And then the sparkle points, I'm gonna show you. The conservation units also were considered so that in the properties that caught fire the previous year. So we created a system which is Pantanal in alert, and the owners can every hour SMS and an email. If it catches fire, if there's a focus of heat, they get an email. And this system is open to brigade people, to journalists. They should just identify the property and enroll with their email address there. That's what I would like to identify. In spite of all these fires that happen, we start reducing every year and analyze the mitigation of the fire and know exactly where it starts, the starting point. And instead of 700 properties, I don't know how many millions of hectares burned, it seemed huge. If I identify the specific points, how? We have about 100 properties where the sparkle is. And then when we map that all designation points start also in the field area, you can check that we have the reduction of properties. And then we work in a way to prevent, because our idea is not to penalize anyone, but we're starting to work with an immediate alert. While fires are happening, our number of geoprocessing and the police, environmental police or the firefighters, they go. They cannot identify if there was guilt in that fire, but it doesn't matter. What matters is that the information knows that we know that once you have a fire in their property, it doesn't matter if it was his fault or not, an agent from the state will show up to ask questions, and next year he will be called to the prosecutor's office to work in the prevention work. That's what we did, so that you can have an idea. In this year, in 2 years, we had a reduction. These for 3 years, we're gonna have a different work. I'm gonna close. 5 minutes were taken from me. I know it's hard, but I know I'm just gonna call the attention. I was gonna talk about climate change and the work that the prosecutor's office did, but I wanted to bring an experience of Corumbá. I have an article that I wrote. I'm gonna leave my contact information so that you can check. And I'm gonna talk about the climate changes there. But I wanna bring this vision to you. Great part of Mato Grosso do Sul, the landfills were like this, and people would live getting things from that, sleeping in landfills like this. And we had a work with the prosecutor's office, with the government, with several strategies, but I'd like to show this. 80% of clandestine landfills, we went, it's 90%, but I would like call the attention of ECOA government about a shame that we have in Mato Grosso do Sul. The red part, the biggest part, is the biggest landfill of Mato Grosso do Sul. It's in the heart of Pantanal. We still have the city of Corumbá. I visited the landfill. I visited pretty much all the landfills. And 90 people inside Pantanal live collecting garbage in those landfills. And there are many people who will mention that they are supposed to sleep there so that they won't have their things stolen. This is a real shame that Mato Grosso do Sul still has this sickness that should be solved. This is a shame, but this is really emblematic. In the voiceover of Pantanal, as people in Mato Grosso do Sul, it's impossible that we cannot finish this shame, which is the Corumbá. If we can show the last slide, I have my contact information. And I'm here helping the organization of the event, and I make myself available. This is my contact information. It's easier to find me through Instagram, send me a message there, and then I forward the article about the climate change, and I'm available for any questions. Thank you.
E nós temos agora.
Now we have the next topic, which is a best practices pitch on restorative justices from Sejuri in São Paulo, which is going to be presented by Ms. Carla Rodrigues de Souza. She is the mother of Sophia. She's a facilitator and a facilitator trainer. She is the supervisor at the Restorative Justice Center at the Federal Justice of São Paulo. She has a degree in literature from the University of São Paulo and a postgraduate degree in the International course of specialization in sociopedagogy from the University of São Paulo. She has done extension courses by Innovari in a training course for instructors in restorative practices, circular processes with focus on restorative procedure and institutional ambience. To talk about this pitch of the Center for Restorative Justice at the Federal Justice in São Paulo, let's hear Ms. Carla Rodrigues de Souza. Dr. Carla Rodrigues de Souza. Hello, everyone. Thank you very much. I'm very thankful for being here. I want to thank everyone in Mato Grosso do Sul, the organization, the court, in Mato Grosso do Sul. I want to thank Raquel. I want to thank TRF3, Dr. Marisa Santos. Thank you very much for this amazing opportunity. I'm particularly honored to be representing here the workers and the public workers and the facilitators. My idea was to talk about 3 dimensions in our work, but because of the time frame, I'm going to cut some of it. But I'd like to bring us something to reflect upon. And I'm going to start with a quotation from Javan, a Brazilian musician, a part of the music, a song. Do you know what it is to not have and have to have something to give? So now we're going to try to understand what this has to do with our talk today. So I'm going to talk a little bit about the Sejuri story. I think it all began with a dream. In 2017, I felt very uncomfortable in my place within the institution. And coincidentally, Katia and Fernand felt the same. And in 2018, we started with an innovation lab to think how we can bring restorative justice to federal justice in São Paulo. Here we had Dr. Luciana Ortiz and many workers here and judges thinking about how to do this. That's where it all started. And that's where we created a WhatsApp group. I was in this group as well. And we started thinking about restorative justice. And one of the first things that we had was the symbol that represented us, or that would represent this idea of restorative justice. And this is the symbol that we voted on. And so we started this awareness raising work. We have to do a lot of this within the institution to explain what restorative justice is. Differently from other communities, here in Brazil, restorative justice is coming from the judiciary system. So we have an enormous responsibility in that. But to raise awareness for our colleagues that this work is possible is something that is very difficult. And there are ebbs and flows. And here we have a few pictures of this first gathering that happened in the public prosecutor's office, because this is something that's to be done in networks. We cannot do this alone. And we already had partners such as Dr. Terezinha Cazé, who was there with us, and ever since then, our dear João Salm as well. Afterwards, we had a training session with Sabrina Paroli, one of the people that I see as being most knowledgeable on restorative justice here in Brazil. We were lucky to have her with us. And this moment was very important to consolidate lots of the learning, so it's not going forward. Okay, here it comes. In 2019, we wrote a project on restorative justice that was thinking restorative justice within the institutional ambience, and we started working in the final area, and we started working on how we could transform ourselves from within to do this work, and think about how we could help our institution go through this transformation from within. And at the end of the year, we managed to implement restorative justice in the federal justice in São Paulo. We then had the birth of Sejuri, Center for Restorative Justice in Portuguese. We were part of this project, Justice Present, which was very important for us to establish ourselves as a group. And then finally, when I managed to get my reallocation, pandemic hit. So everyone went home. So we understood that it was important to start from within, really. So we started doing virtual circles to talk about these situations that we were going through. This work, creating connections, was very important, from 2020 to 2022, we held over 75 circles offering 55 different topics. And what does this cause for people? The feeling of being welcome, of being, the feeling that there is an institutional space for people to talk and to be heard. It's a compassion, institutional compassion place. And creating connections went on, and now we understand that there are some issues are a bit more difficult and that demand more time. And from 2020 to 2023, we held over 128 circles, 102 different topics, affecting over 500 people within the institution. But in 2020, we still have the same issue that we had back then. We needed to fight for institutionalization. We needed to have visibility. And we had to convince our colleagues that this was important, while so many other initiatives were important as well. And we had this decision that created Sejuri in Mato Grosso do Sul. The Committee of Macromanagement, which is now under Fernanda, Fernão, Raquel, and other people. And then we had a great window of opportunity because we were part of the Innovation Festival. We were there with Dr. Marisa, with other partners that are very important. And then Creating Connections project was the winner in the management category. And from that moment on, we were able to open the door for this awareness raising. And now, and early this year, we have finally achieved the structuring of this project, which was sanctioned by Dr. Marisa, who's here, and I thank her very much. It was a very hard work, and now we're rooting for the same to happen in Mato Grosso do Sul. But why am I bringing this topic? Because how can we, as the judicial system, go out to the community to talk about a culture of peace, of new ways to deal with conflict, of a new logic of coexistence and other tools of coexistence? Because we don't have these cultures that we heard about this afternoon. We still don't do that. We still don't sit around in circles to solve our problems. We still haven't learned how to live in community. We still haven't learned that conflict is a window of opportunity. That's not what we are. That's what we're trying to learn. Who knows what it is to not to have and have to have something to give. So the judiciary system needs to look within and take this window of opportunity to take care of its own scars from within the institution. And so we started taking on administrative cases. And it is amazing what the work of restorative justice can do within its own home. We've gotten different cases already, and I have this is the feedback of a colleague that took part in it, and this was done together with the syndicate, the union, the workers' union, and he took a long time to write me this text, but he did. So he wrote, what was good? First, through the Center for Restorative Justice, I had a response to what I needed, just following the suggestion of surgery, like therapy, discussions. And I can state that everything changed for the better in my behavior and my relationships, in all. There is no doubt today I'm a much more friendly person and much more tolerant today. Up to very recently, the only thing we could do when we had cases like this was punishment or changing the person to a different office. But we never went deeper to try to understand what was going on. And it would be very naive of us not to acknowledge that our institution is a little bit violent. So our proposal is to look at our own hurts, our own pains from within. And what I find most important is that sometimes it's not the solution, maybe the treating, like someone said here, but the fact that we can listen to someone, as Professor Lawrence said, the fact that the institution has an organ, an agency, an internal agency to listen, makes the person feel a sense of belonging that's totally different. We had a case in which we had only one instance of being heard, and she didn't want to move on. Here she says, I'd like to give you my impression after getting in contact with Sejuri. After a very unpleasant situation, I had the opportunity to reflect upon what happened, above all about the importance of a communication that is free of distortions, so we can always try to maintain our professional and interpersonal relations. As we said, the institution is big, and sometimes we have to reflect upon our necessities and demands and try to find another place where we are that feels more fit for us, so we can always do our best and develop our role as human beings and workers. Currently, I'm very satisfied with the place I'm working and with the alignment of duties and expectations. The invitation for reflection is always welcome, and the opportunity that the existence of Sejuri gives for us to do this collectively may help a lot to resignify traumatic episodes and therefore our growth and evolution. So this is a request for the judiciary system to reflect so that it can move in a more compassionate way towards the restorative justice works that are developed. It's not easy. It's a work that has to be done inside out, from the inside. So we have to be together because we have to have something to be able to give. And even if we don't, this revolution is a cultural revolution. It's urgent. We cannot go back. There is nowhere to go back to. We have to move on. And the judiciary system carries this responsibility. We have to have something to be able to give. So what about starting with ourselves? And I'd also like to talk about the application of restorative justice, but I don't have time for that. But I want to leave to show you an audio, a recording of someone who went through this process with us. I'm authorized to say his name. This is Danilo. And he went through this process. I was home one day. Coincidentally, I was writing his final report, and he started recording many audios reflecting upon what had happened and the process he went through. And I would like to share one of these audios with you. It's in a very informal language. He was feeling very comfortable with me at the time. Carla, I was seeing a video of a boy who wanted to be a nurse, and the family wouldn't accept that. And then one day he said that he had a dream of being a nurse and that God was going to change his life. So that day when you told me, you and Andre told me, you gave me a chance of life, because by our laws, I didn't have a chance. I only had to take the plea, but you showed me a different way. You showed me, Danilo, think differently, see what you can do for others. And today, I myself, Danilo Santos Campos, through you, I'm a much better person. You've changed my life, my way of thinking, my way of acting. And I can help. I can help people I don't even know. Do you know what that is, man? This is something that you brought from my life. It was you, Carla, you, Andre, Larissa, and the other lady, Sabrina Paroli. Guys, I want to tell this to the judge. I want to tell them. I want to tell them. I want to write a letter or something. I want to tell them, man, you have the most amazing women working for you, guys. These women, wow. My mom together with me today, after all this, and she was seeing the work that we did. My sister is a new woman because of you. My dad is closer to me. I'm closer to him. We're all closer. We all sat at the table today, and we had a talk. As human beings, you see, we looked at each other, and they weren't talking to each other. Do you know what that is? It's because of you guys. You bring life. You bring life. You bring life, man. You bring life to people. You don't bring judgment. You bring life, a chance at life for any human being. Your hearts, with your hearts and with your work. So I'd like to end hoping for more cases like this of public workers feeling that they belong, families transformed. And for that, the judiciary system needs to understand its role in restorative justice, which is of the guardian, of the champion. We need this responsibility of the judiciary system so that the judiciary system can promote this change and that it comes from inside out to be authentic. Thank you.
Na sequência, passamos a apresentar o tema.
Ladies and gentlemen, now we're going to present the fiscalization of the animal and vegetable sanity. Practice of environmental sustainability or feasibilization of agribusiness. We have now Dr. Newton Kiyoshi Kurashi and the president of NIAGO, Dr. Daniel Ingold. Let's go to the presentation of the topic by both topics talking about animal and plant health.
Boa tarde a todos.
Good afternoon, everyone. I greet all of you and thank for your presence, all the speakers who were here speaking before me, all the members of the prosecutor's office, the state judges, the lawyers that are here, the Yagro servers, the servers of FADEB, all of those who are part of my everyday life, my friends, and my daughter who's here. Thank you for the presence. And I know the time is short, Dr. Daniel, but I need to say something before I start my talk. I read once in a book that the dream you dream alone is only a dream, but the dream you dream collectively is reality. And this event is just a reality because of two people, one in the other side of the world. Well, it would be Japan, right? But really close, United States, Chicago, João Salme, who made it feasible with the invitation to everyone. And one amazing person, she's amazing, she's brave, Dr. Raquel Domingues. Round of applause for her. And I can say that because, Renata, in the school we had a demand to solve this. Let's see if we're going to make this feasible for the sponsorship, the second seminar of restorative justice and environment. So let's work on that. We saw that it was not possible, but I said, well, she's my friend. Raquel Domingues is behind that. So we're going to go, we're going to solve it, and let's do what I can. She sent me a last audio message. I'm going to shorten because we're out of time. Her last audio was, am I supposed to listen? And I was afraid that she was going to say, didn't work out, let's just cancel. And when I heard that audio, I almost cried, Raquel, because I was emotional. He said, Dr. Newton, let's go. I will face it. We're going to make it. I'm going to pay my accountability to the involved institutions, and we're going to make it. That's it, Dr. Raquel. That's why we're here, finishing an event, but we made it. We're here. We're making this collective dream a reality. And to share the space with me, I could not talk in behalf of IAGRO without having my director, president of IAGRO here. So the floor is yours, Danielle in gold. Thank you, Raquel. Thank you for our invitation, Dr. Newton. It's a pleasure. Dr. Newton works with IAGRO with us. It works with inspection and regulation of animal and plant health. And he just showed he's an emotional person. And this is how he is on his everyday life in our issues related to the legal part. First of all, I'd like to present myself. My name is Danielle Ingold. I am an agronomist engineer. And in my career is outside the presentation, but it's interesting to talk. When I decided to study agronomy studies, my father said, take a look at the newspaper. There's no offer for jobs for people who study agronomy or agriculture. I graduated in 82, then I opened the newspaper. We were one of the biggest importers of food. We did not produce, we used to import. We used to have a lot of corn in our food diet, and by the American capitalism, we started consuming flour. I graduated in agriculture, and I started my career working in Amazon, in Imperatriz do Maranhão, where I had the chance to see the forest, the Amazonic part, so that has always fostered me. I have always been an agricultural engineer and an advisor, a consultant of agribusiness. My MBA is in GV, reference course, and before everything, I share with Dr. Newton a passion. We work with this because we love it. In 2019, I was invited by the then governor, to be the president of IAGRO. And we had two issues: the lack of human resources and financial resources. To solve that, I'm going to show really fast, Dr. Raquel. We use technology, top-notch technology. We have our team here. I didn't ask for them to come here. They are here because they won. And they make me really proud. This team who's here with me, they make agro work, and agro is worldwide respected. We had here in the seminar, we were in Paraguay for talks. Talking about our topic, the inspection and regulation of animal and plant health. We have the practice of the environmental sustainability or the agribusiness feasibilization. That caught my attention. I was like, is this what we work with? What do I understand? What's a sustainable development? It's the social part, the environmental part, and the economical part. Dr. Newton, we agreed here. I'm going to interact. I would like Dr. Newton to participate with me. He asked me to talk about this part, and we're going to talk in a really informal way, okay? Actually, we're going to separate, but because of time, we're going to do it together. Why did I suggest this topic? Because it gives us the impression that it's a different thing. Sustainability through plant and animal health fiscalization, or we got to choose agribusiness. No way, this is part of the same context. Today we have a 225 article of the Federal Constitution that talks about environment that is at balance. If it's balanced, we got to balance these three industries, the social, economical, and environmental performances. So the answer is all of them, not or, either or. We got to have three of them. We got to work in the same industry and engage the three of them. Exactly. So we had a video of Amir Sater, someone from this region, so dear. He used to say in the video, how can a family that's starving, they're not going to cut the tree that they can sell the tree, the wood, and they can feed their kids. So this is the deal. We're going to work with education to keep people in their places. And especially this triple key, which is the key of everything. This triple base. So Raquel, maybe my thought is more liberal, and it's important for us to discuss because it brings advantages to everyone. I was taking a look. I wanted to ask a question, but I was like, I'll ask later. It's good. I have no question in dealing with contradiction. Contradiction comes from someone who thinks not like me, of course. If people can hear me, it's okay. We're not supposed to be on one side and the other people on the other side. Iagro, the rural producers are those who want to produce. We're talking about not any kind of safety. We're talking about food safety. So the food you're going to eat in dinner went through a Iagro person who oversees that. So it's important to highlight that. This is the concept. Oh, what happened here? I'm going through this really quick. Mato Grosso do Sul, what's the state for those who are not from here? We have an area, and that's the potential. This is our Mato Grosso do Sul state. 35,714,000 hectares. This is the map of use of the soil. This is exactly the size of German. German has a difference. They have 83,000 inhabitants. We have 3. So it's natural that we're pretty much a state that promotes the exportation of its products. Soy, 4 millions, that's the 22-23 crop. 4 million hectares with a direct harvesting, planting. How did we produce that? Thanks to technology. The technology brought by 3 Embrapas that we have here in Mato Grosso do Sul. And today we produce with sustainability. 4 million hectares are direct plantation. They are alternated between soy and corn. We have 3 biomas. We don't have the pointer here, but we have the Atlantic, and we have the purple area, Pantanal up there, and then the dry part. What's Iagro supposed to do? We have the inspection of animal and plant products that's in charge of Iagro. We work a key point, the sanitary education. We believe that this is a big axe of development. To talk with all of you here, I heard now about poisoning water, and it's another perspective. Technology brought the country, it's less products than we had in the 80s or the 90s, when we didn't have the technology of transgenic food. We can talk about it, right, doctor? We would be days and days talking about it. But it's another perspective. It's important to bring to you what's contradictory. We worked with sanitation defense, the municipal committees of animal sanity. When we hear the community, when we hear that they have something to bring, we work with them. This is the concept of the principal axes that are analyzed when, do you want to say something?
Yes, in this axis, sanity, environmental, and traceability, we have something that really impressed me with the farmers that work in auctions. They have a wonderful control center because they trace. You can say, yeah, it's important. Today, we're a state that has no aftosa. It's a disease that in cattle that we don't have in this state, but we don't even have vaccination. So this is just our work. So to maintain this in the state, what do we have to do? We have to have the control, and we have to trace. So we have all of that. We have this control from the outside because it's the foot and mouth disease. The foot and mouth disease is from a different type of animal, like llama maybe, but maybe a llama would come to Brazil for an exposition or something, and it could bring the disease. So one infected animal could transmit the disease to someone else. So this security, we need to have this. We need to have this assurance of not spreading a disease within animals and within plants as well. Now we have a problem with a certain type of vegetation, bromeliad, and weeds that contaminate all of our flora. Oh no, it's a different type of microorganism that is infecting crops, and if we find it, we have to destroy the whole crop, because this disease could spread very easily to our flora. So since we have very little time, you can move on with the slides and then we can finish. So the only state that has the ability to offer sanitation, the environmental aspect, and traceability is us. So this is our state that's divided in regional areas, and this is our system. Dr. Loubet, I think, has left already, but we have a partnership with the Public Prosecutor's Office, and these are all connected to the Environment Agency. This circle means a let's say foot and mouth disease, not foot and mouth disease, but should there be any disease there, you can circle, you can identify which farms are within the circle. This is where we can detect if a property has more cattle units than they should. It could be wrong data, it could be wrong practices. This is our BI that analyzes everything, the number of units. If you see this restricted access, but there's no security, it's just data we have. You cannot publicize this data, but we have access to this data. And this is where I wanted to get. I talked about the sanitation part, but also let's talk about the environmental part. So with IAGRO, we work within this circuit to subsidize public policies. This was an expedition that we did. He represented IAGRO, and together with the ABPO of organic producers and different organizations. This is the issue. This is a vehicle from IAGRO looking for anything that's viable for the worker in the Pantanal. I don't know who said the population here in the Pantanal is reducing because we have no schools. Which family would leave their kids without an education? So we have to work on public policies in a more active way than we're doing here. So this is the goal for this expedition, right? Our time's up. Just gonna move on very quickly. This traceability, this is our pride and joy. This is an application for transporters. When he gets to the farm, he opens the app, he uses the QR code, and he confirms origin and destination of this load. This is the traceability we're talking about. Any international market is going to look for this traceability. It's not individual identification, but that's traceability. Then in our panel, we see the origin and the destination, and there is this follow-up. Many people see cameras on the roads they're not speed radars. They are these cameras for traceability. So we know when the truck left and when it went through this first checkpoint and then the next one. So all types of animals are followed up like this, so we can offer them in the international market. We have to add value to our product. We can only create an international market if we have an opportunity for prosperity for everyone, including indigenous peoples. We have no prejudice at IAGRO. In IAGRO, people are producers. There are small producers, middle size, they're indigenous. We have no prejudice against them. If you want to produce, you are the ones who are our interest. You who are going to eat the meat at the restaurant, and IAGRO has been inspecting that, and there's going to be free of diseases. This is our pride and our mission. So here you see loads being moved, and this is what Dr. Newton has just mentioned. Everything that's here in blue is free of foot and mouth disease. So this is going to help us sell to more demanding markets, because it's analyzed and our certification is going to be is going to be analyzed in Paris, and I hope to be there and to drink champagne to celebrate the occasion. So let's just finish because we're under pressure here. So this is the ending. So welcome to Mato Grosso do Sul. I had a tactic when people used to show me this sign. I always just say, I'm married. Yeah, just to intimidate the person who was showing me the sign. But just to finish, the message that I want to say is that we control and we inspect everything to eradicate and limit bad practices in cattle farming, so that we have, or agriculture, so we have the assurance of a balanced environment. And I just like to say my goodbyes and leave an open door at IAGRO. It would be a pleasure to receive you, to welcome you there. So IAGRO via Dr. Nilton is open to you, and we do a very important and very passionate work. I think it was very little time that we had. Thank you. And next we're going to have a presentation on the Trade Union and Popular Committee to monitor the Biocenic corridor. We're going to have the Regional Supervisor of Labor and Employment, Dr. Alexandre Moraes Cantero.
Bom, eu tenho que falar boa noite e tchau.
Good evening, bye. That's what's left for me to say. First of all, I thank the invitation of this person that is so admirable. I respect, I have a profound admiration, because she's not only a lover of law and thinking, but also she defends the democratic liberties. And talking about restorative justice is talking about democracy as well, because progress needs to happen in any part of the world in a sustainable way, in an absolutely systematic way. I am a specialist by PUC São Paulo, was president of the bar in Brazil here, was the president of the commission of the bar. Here I was a counselor of the state here with my friend Newton. I was deputy in a federal court of national bar and a member of the social issues for the national bar. And because of an invitation, after 24 years exercising the law as an attorney, I was invited to oversee the superintendency of work and labor in Brazil. The Ministry of Labor and Employment talks about the rights of the workers in our country. Well, for those who are not from Mato Grosso do Sul, and I'm talking to the world here, Mato Grosso do Sul is living inside the economical aspect, a unique moment. We are developing the agro-industry in the state, and people who talked before me, they said very well about the development of agriculture in Brazil along these years and the perspective the agribusiness brings with it. So we have beyond and besides the agricultural industry, we have a big alliance with the state and the federal government, so that happens here. We have industries like Suzano that alone, they answer for 71% of the pulp and paper in the world. We have Arauco, they already had their space here. They said that they're going to install a plant in Aparecida do Taboado. We have the sugar cane and alcohol sector, the pulp and paper industry, and we have soy in cattle raising, which makes the state to work a lot in an economical point of view. But it's not possible if some aspects are not respected. And then I'm talking about the decent job that was approved by the International Organization of Work in '99 and ensures every human being a work that is well paid, in freedom conditions, in equality conditions, and also with respect to the dignity of the human person. These are values that are also part for those who are not from our country. This is also in our constitution. Even if it was not, Dr. Raquel, the Human Rights Bill, Human Rights Declaration assured many years ago the dignity of the human person as a fundamental value and beyond the nature. But Brazil uses as values of the Republic the dignity of the human person and the social value of work. And he also puts as goal to be reached by the state of Brazil the banishment of poverty and the building of a fair fraternity and solidarity community. Why am I bringing this type of concept to this debate? Since time's up, I was just supposed to say good evening and good night. It's because we're really worried. The state of Mato Grosso do Sul is really worried, not only with the Ministry of Work and the civil society. And that's why we had this trade union, which is also not limited to Brazil. It involves an international representation of workers, because beyond the agricultural industry, we get many immigrants. And today, labor is a challenge of the state of Mato Grosso do Sul. We're aware of that. We have a bioceanic route. And this route is a passage that's going to be done in Brazil to the Chilean port, is a passage to the Pacific, because Brazil only has exit to the sea through the Atlantic. And this bioceanic route is going to integrate Brazil, Paraguay, Argentina, and Chile. And we're going to give our agribusiness competition. If I'm not mistaken, President, it's going to decrease 18 days exportation. It will bring a lot of competition to our agriculture, and this economic development might exist as far as there is sustainable development. And we cannot talk about sustainable development, which was something that was mentioned under several aspects by the speakers who have been here in this event, if we don't talk about dignity of the human being. And that only happens if we respect the labor rights. So this trade union that was created, and as a legal person, I am part, and Dr. Raquel as a researcher, she's also part of that, to check the environmental and work issues of public safety. It's worried about taking to this construction of the bioceanic route. It's concerned so that it doesn't happen, because it doesn't fit the pace of the agriculture, so that we cannot have child labor conditions close to slavery or sexual harassment and childhood harassment, so that we have safety and so that we have quality and sustainable development. I'm going to show a video that was prepared by the committee formed by trade union members. And as a regional supervisor, I am part of the representation of the reproduction sector. I'm part of the board of the S system. It's SENAI, SESC, SENAC, and SESC. So, of course, I know the vision of the productive sector, but to give a balance to this relationship of labor so that there's also this look to the human being. They should be in the center of all human relationships. We have the trade union of the Popular Committee, and I have the representative. Walter, please stand up. So that this committee acts from technical studies of these legal people who are involved, and we should work in a preventive and mediating way so that all these social illness can be banned. I'm gonna finish because otherwise they're gonna arrest me and send me away. I'm gonna play the video of the Popular Committee of the Trade Union that represents all these workers of the bioceanic route and the Ministry of Work and Labor, along with the Brazilian state represented by the Federal Justice, by the Prosecutor's Office of Work, Justice for Work, civil society. All of us will be alert so that we have economical development, but also that the human being is respected, that we have social dialogue. And from this mediating and preventive perspective, we can ban or at least mitigate a lot these illness, the social illness that we see in several parts of the world and also, unfortunately, in Brazil. If you can play the video now, please. In 2023, the Trade Union Committee of Mato Grosso do Sul was created. Several meetings were held, articulations were done with the public power, and we had representatives of institutions and trade unions. Walter Vieira, president of the trade union, this is of great importance, and we have several responsibilities. We're gonna have the support of the international aspect of labor, guarantee of labors for Brazilian and international workers. These are several of the challenges that we have ahead. All the impacts that it can cause to the social population, we're talking about social, about positive, and it could also be negative. Many times we bring people that abandon the development. This happens when we have good conditions of work, and then we can honor all the peoples that are part of the south region of Brazil, because from the time that we represent productivity, we have a commitment with the worker. It doesn't matter where he comes from, Haiti, Bolivia, Paraguay, it doesn't matter. It's a wonderful initiative of the trade unions, of the social movements in the state of Mato Grosso do Sul, and we are committed to bring to other states of Brazil and other countries in other parts of this region. We have manifested already to the Minister of Work and Labor. We are also contacting the trade unions of Paraguay, Bolivia, Peru, and Chile, and also Argentina, so that they can get to know and join for this to be successful. In the headquarters was held the first seminário of the committee in middle April. We had representatives of labor groups to talk about social, environmental, and economic topics. We talked about economics, infrastructure, justice and public safety, human rights, health, and education, with the participation of representatives from the civil society, federal government, and politics like the state congressmen. We have the City Hall representative and leadership from other trade unions. We are happy for the international seminar where we're going to join the creation of our people, and we will meet people from Argentina, Chile, and Paraguay. That's what Walter Vieira said. Thank you, Raquel, for giving me this space. I represent the Brazil, and Brazil should talk with the productive sector and also with the representation of workers, just like the International Organization of Work says. We need always to have this triple part, looking for the well-being of everyone. Thank you very much. We have something else before we go on. I'm sorry. I was going to put another video, but thank you very much, everyone.
Senhoras e senhores, na sequência...
Ladies and gentlemen, now we're going to hear from Minister Herman Benjamin. The interpreters have to leave now, so this video will not be translated.
Seminário Internacional de Justiça Restaurativa e Meio Ambiente, em especial aos professores João Salme e Raquel Domingues do Amaral, pelo convite que me fizeram para falar no encerramento deste evento. Eu estou certo que os participantes estão todas e todos muito felizes com os resultados dos vários debates, dos painéis, cada um mais interessante que o outro, contentes com o diálogo com pessoas e especialistas de outros países e, evidentemente, cansados, o que me leva a enxugar ao máximo esta intervenção de encerramento. Eu queria me desculpar por não poder participar pessoalmente, mas fiz questão de gravar esse vídeo em reconhecimento, primeiro, da importância da temática da justiça restaurativa e, em segundo lugar, em reconhecimento pelos esforços das instituições todas envolvidas, tanto do Estado, da magistratura, do Ministério Público, dos advogados públicos e privados e da sociedade civil como um todo. Talvez fosse importante, antes de dizer alguma coisa sobre justiça restaurativa e meio ambiente, falar a respeito do óbvio, mas no Brasil nada é muito óbvio. O óbvio tem que ser explicado e relembrado. Mas dizer alguma coisa sobre a crise ambiental que hoje nos assola. Evidentemente, o foco internacional é na Amazônia, mas nós não podemos esquecer que outros biomas brasileiros estão profundamente ameaçados. Dois deles, o Cerrado e o Pantanal, biomas que são essenciais para a proteção do meio ambiente do nosso Brasil e que ambos integram o espaço territorial ou geográfico, político do Mato Grosso do Sul. Isso, evidentemente, faz com que essas reflexões que ocorrem no Mato Grosso do Sul, mas também no Mato Grosso, e lá, igualmente, a Pantanal e Cerrado, além de floresta amazônica, tudo isso faz com que nós tenhamos que estimular no Mato Grosso do Sul esses debates que possam, de um lado, reavivar o que nós todos sabemos, porque os incêndios do Pantanal, por exemplo, ocuparam as páginas da imprensa nacional e internacional, e o desmatamento acelerado do Cerrado vem também sendo noticiado em todo o mundo. Nós sabemos que o Pantanal não existe sem o Cerrado. As cabeceiras dos principais rios que dão origem e mantêm o Pantanal como nós o conhecemos, não estão no bioma Pantanal, estão fora do bioma Pantanal, e boa parte dessas cabeceiras, dessas nascentes, em áreas de cerrado. Logo, querer proteger o Pantanal sem lembrar do cerrado é querer proteger o ponto de chegada, sem lembrar do ponto de partida e das causas que levam, ou que podem levar e estão levando a uma desidratação e uma desestruturação deste bioma extraordinário, único, o maior sistema de áreas úmidas do mundo. Outro aspecto que eu gostaria de realçar é que nós, juízes, temos uma visão quase que burocrática da justiça. Nós achamos que, no instante em que assinamos uma decisão, uma sentença, ali nós fizemos justiça. Mas, muitas vezes, o que ocorre, não é incomum, é, ao assinar aquele documento, nós, sem querer, sem fazer uma análise adequada do que está na lei, dos valores constitucionais e também dos valores éticos que informam e devem informar o direito, nós esquecemos desses valores e, em vez de entregar justiça, nós praticamos injustiça. E não é infrequente que essa injustiça ocorra por falta, por uma presença adequada das vítimas. Seja porque as vítimas não têm uma representação técnica à altura da complexidade e da importância do litígio, são os vulneráveis, seja porque o próprio juiz, muitas vezes, não tem o conhecimento adequado